Hello, everybody. We are live. It's a random live. We're just gonna be chilling and talking about the Bible with Stoic 9 once he gets in here and everything. I've sent him the invite link to the stream yard. We're gonna have a little chilling session and just talking and everything about different things as far as the Bible today and everything. So yeah, let's see. Hello.
Hello. Hey, yo, what's happening?
Not much. Just chilling and everything. Just you want to talk about the Bible song?
Yeah, I did get to hear the last few conversations you had with the other live about the
Mhm.
Talmud,
Yep.
right? Um, the Talmud, specifically, what is it?
It's the oral law, the oral traditions basically. They call it the oral law, but it mainly came out of Babylon and everything when they were in captivity in Babylon. It's like the fences and stuff. It was actually what Yeshua was talking about when he was talking about like how they built fences around the law and everything to make sure they would keep it and stuff. That was what he's talking about, the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, their traditions. And he kept
Or
saying they put
so,
emphasis on their traditions over the Torah and everything, the first 5 books of Moses. He was talking about how
right,
they did that.
right. Would it be the modern times, um, pertaining to the Ten Commandments? Would you say? Like the
Um,
timeline wise?
no, it's not. It's not. It's like they're trying to put a fence around the law. It's like it's additional laws that help them keep like the 10 Commandments and stuff, so they wouldn't break them and stuff. Like let me show you an example of a law because I got the Everyday Talmud. Um, let
For
me
sure.
let me give you an example of it. If I can, let me just find my Everyday Talmud. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? I got so many books.
Yeah. Uh, how many screens do you have running?
How
As
do
in
you
like
mean?
monitor.
Oh, I got
Like
two
you got
monitors.
monitor. You got yeah. You should have one other monitor uh on Google. Just type in Talmud or the etymology of Talmud and compare it to whatever you have got going on, whatever books you want to show. Maybe we can draw some things, bridge a few things together.
I could look up maybe examples, things out of the
Yeah, for
Talmud.
sure.
Samples.
I mean,
Mm.
like, how much of the world do you reckon are are know about the Talmud, right?
Probably not
Like,
much because they don't really talk. They're not really supposed to talk about it unless you're a convert. I think it's like with the. I think it's the same thing with like how it is with the Kabbalah because they're not supposed to talk about it with just
right,
everybody in the world. But there are people that out there that put it out there and everything.
for
Mm.
sure. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, have you read books of um, Aleister Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard, or like Madame Blavatsky? Have you guys read? Have you read? Any of these books?
I've heard of the names, but I don't think I've read any of their books.
Oh, right.
Let's see. Share screen. Examples of things in the Talmud. Um, but here's actually what the Talmud is. The Talmud is a collection of Jewish oral law and tradition containing um inter per interpretations and discussions of the Mishnah, the written record of oral law. It explains various aspects of Jewish life, ethics, and culture. A prime example is the discussion of specific rabbinic rulings about getting drunk on the holy day of Purim, followed by a story about rabbis who, due to their intoxication, led to a tragic outcome. This
Sure.
in illustrates how the Talmud blends legal ruling with real life scenarios and their consequences.
Is the
But then,
Talmud the Bible?
no, the Talmud is again like tradition, oral Torah or oral law. It's not the Bible. No, it's a fence around the biblical laws that they built so they wouldn't break the biblical laws again and get exiled again. That was the intent when they made these laws in Babylon and everything. And they kept on adding to the Talmud, from my understanding. And I think they still have discussions where they'll add to the Talmud some and everything
Right. Um,
to this very
does it
day.
relate? Does it relate to the current world, the Talmud?
I don't think so. I don't think the Jews are like controlling things like people say and stuff. Like I mean, yeah, there's a lot of them that are in higher companies and higher spots, but I don't think that's any connection back to the whole group of people. Period. Like some people believe. You know.
Right. And how do you view like the presidents of the world, like Putin, Trump, and president of China, like um, kind of getting towards the revelations. Does the Talmud have anything pertaining to the revelations equivalent?
I don't think the Talmud talks about end times because again, the Talmud is associated with Judaism, regular old Judaism. So they don't really have the concept of dealing with revelations. The Messianics, like who I'm part of, the Messianics and stuff, we do deal with revelations like the book, but they don't though because they don't believe in the New Testament. The Jews don't, so I don't think they have anything about end times in there. I think the only thing you find as far as end times stuff is what you find in the Tanakh, or what people would know as the Old Testament, as far as Judaism, and that's the Bible. That is the Hebrew Bible.
Right. And uh,
Of course, I don't know the
pertaining.
Talmud that well, so don't take my word for it.
Gotcha. I got you. Very interesting. Um, I think a lot of the books kind of pertain to what we're going through now, in a sense. Um, uh, even the way of living, in a sense, right? Um, how we always uh, come to deal with our daily affairs, right? And would you say what kind of book uh, keeps you sane?
Mm, I'd say the Bible will be the foundation for me.
Foundation, really?
Yeah, because I see the Bible as the foundation of what keeps me together. Because I try to trust that God has a plan, and I believe in God. I mean, granted, granted, how do I put this though? Like, I see God differently than other people do. Actually, I, I have a hard time believing in the fact that whether or not I don't know how to put it, whether or not the word El and Elohim would best be translated as God. That's the two main words when you go
You know what
back.
I reckon?
The
You know
what?
what I reckon?
What do you
That
reckon?
that like God, the way we think of it to be, actually has no name. Like we as people, as humans, can never fathom that, right? And we put label on things to try and comprehend, but I'm on your side. Like whatever that, I don't think it has. It actually don't. It doesn't have a name. Like there's no name to that thing that encompass
Mm,
everything we are in that sense.
Well,
You
I
feel?
wasn't. I wasn't really gonna say that it doesn't have a name. How it doesn't have a name. I was just saying I don't think it's best translated the way it is, because like El and Elohim, like, see, El is singular, right? And then Elohim is a plural word. So what I'm thinking when it comes to the L part is talking about the Father, or I would say, in Hebrew it'd probably be best said Ha Abba, and everything. And then when it says Elohim, it's talking about the Son, and in Hebrew that would be Ha B'nai, uh, because I think the Father gave the Son the power to be the creator, and that's how the Son is the creator, and everything, because he's the Word.
Yeah. The word.
Like it says
The
in
word.
John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God, is what they usually translate it as. But see, the word there used for God those two times in that verse is theos, and that could either be referring to the Father or it could be referring to the Son, because they don't have a word in the Greek equivalent to El rather, as far as I know. So it could be referring to
Right.
either the Father or the Son, the word theos, which is the word that they use for either El or Elohim. So
But hey, a son is a god, right?
song is song is God.
No, the son.
The song.
The son.
Oh, the Son.
Sun.
Oh. The Son is Elohim. From my understanding. See, Elohim, like I said, it's a plurality word, and the thing is, I think that's talking about the divine council, and everything. So he's hello, organized insanity, welcome in. But he's like the head of the divine council, but so that's how he's Elohim, and everything. But his name's also the son's name's also Yahweh, or the Yod Hey Vav Hey, depending on if it's actually pronounced Yahweh, because where he's part of the father's like family, because they have a family, you have the father and the son. It's a family thing, and so they have the same name, but they also have the same. They have a different title, not the same name, different title. Because the father's El, he's El Shaddai. He's what they translate as God Almighty, which again, I don't think God Almighty is. I don't think God is accurate there. I could agree with the Almighty part, um, but yeah, it's difficult to explain. Took me a long time to come to these conclusions that I've come to about the Bible. Hmm. I kind of wonder why I could never accept the Trinity. I think I know now why, because when you look at the Bible, there is no Trinity. I could never find Trinity in the Bible.
No, no Trinity.
No Trinity. I don't believe in the Trinity. I'm not a Trinitarian.
So how do you? I like. Okay, I like to think like all these dystopian movies kind of pertain to our mythology, and and the word Trinity itself. I think a lot of people will go to the Matrix, the movie, right?
Yeah, because they got a character in there named Trinity. And I've heard
But
that movie's made by
but
was it the Mormons or something?
um
Something or another.
yeah, but anyhow, um the word Trinity itself, right? It's kind of subconsciously in people's mind, right?
Yeah.
So you don't see the word or Trinity in the Bible. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, there's no word Trinity in the Bible. The only word
Trinity
that
in the
appears.
Bible. The only word that
Oh, echo. The only word that appears in the Bible two times in the New Testament is the word Godhead. But then, and that's at the only places where that appears. I think was it one time in Acts, I think, and then one time in Paul's epistles.
wow.
Um, Godhead, but the word Trinity never appears anywhere, and even the concept. I don't think even the concept appears there in the Bible either. But people would say the
So
concept is there.
the Holy Spirit, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Would that not be the Trinity?
Well, that's what people would say. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Does that not make up the Trinity? But the thing is, though, the Holy Spirit is from the Father. That's according to Yochanan or John. He said that the Gospel, that is the Gospel of John. He said that the Holy Spirit is from the Father. He never said it was from the Father and the Son. So if they're a Trinity, they're a triunity. Why is it not from the Father and the Son? Also, my other question is, why does the Son say the Father is
Yeah,
greater than me? And he's always pointing to the Father, to worship the Father, not himself. Never.
that's that's something to ponder about. Hey, but all right. So the universe itself, reality itself, it's by numbers, right? Like one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, right?
Nah, I don't know. I think it's made by the Word. Yeshua, I think he made it. The Word.
The word a vibration. A word is a
Well,
frequency. You can say
yeah, it's a sound frequency. Yeah, I mean, he spoke it. He spoke into existence. The Word, he spoke it into existence. The bar. That's the Hebrew word for word. Is the bar.
the bar.
The bar, yeah. I think that's like the
Uh,
base word. I don't think that's the. It kind of depends on. It would sound different depending on the context. Um,
so let there be light. And what we know about light is just a spectrum, right? So light is also radio, microwave, gamma, beta, right?
Yeah, they call it radiation. That's the word, radioactive.
Radiation, yeah. And the god itself is Ra, Ra
No, no,
radiation,
no,
you
no.
know,
That's
Egyptian.
that's Egyptian. Whoa, no, that's Egyptian mythology. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa. We're getting into Egyptian
Yeah,
mythology. No, no, no.
but pertaining to like even the English language itself, like a lot of the words we say are pertain to God itself.
Well, you mean to the false
Right.
gods? Because the day of the
Oh,
weeks are from
yeah,
Nordic and stuff like that mythology.
yeah. Like Israel, like Isis, Ra, Elohim.
I don't know. I don't know if Israel has anything to do with ISIS or Mm.
Have you seen their flag?
Oh, you mean because of where they got the Star of David in the center of it, which when he did the whole Star of David thing, he was doing pagan worship at the time. He when he did the whole star when he did the Star of David, that was one of his other mistakes. Bathsheba wasn't his only sin that he had to repent for.
Right. Um, but pertaining to the star itself, it's quite how do I say very geometric in the sense to pertaining to our magic.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know much about the Star of David. I haven't done a really deep dive into that.
Yeah. Can you see a cube in that star?
A what?
That cube. So
A
you know the Star of David. Yeah. So in the center is a cube, right?
hmm. I don't.
Can
I ain't
you
never seen the
do
cube.
can you visually see it?
Let me pull it up.
Yep. Hold up, yep.
I mean, I guess you could kind of say like a rectangle if you did like a. Let me show it up here on here. If you did like a thing where you would
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah. Right there's the cube inside, right there,
Yeah, but
in the center of the
eh,
star.
yeah, but you'd
You
have
have
to
to
draw
visualize it.
lines going down and then yeah,
Yeah, yeah. You do that with your mind, basically.
yeah, maybe. I mean, you couldn't use exactly the lines that they give you to use.
Is
You
that
have to
the
create them.
star? Is that the star of man right there?
I don't know. I wouldn't think so.
Have you heard the term the star of man?
Um, I don't think I have. No, I don't think I've heard that term.
Have you seen the uh, Leonardo da Vinci's Victorian man? What's it called? Why? What's that?
No, I don't think I have. No.
No, the a man with his arms out, legs out, and there's a star in between. Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. No.
Oh, you gotta see it. Um, White Trivia Man. Why? All right.
It's called Da Vinci. There it is, Da Vinci. What'd you call it? What'd you say it was?
Uh, White Trivium
White Trillion?
with a V. White
Oh, right.
Trivium or
Oh, here it
the
is.
Trivium. Yeah,
I got it. I got it. Oh, okay. I've seen this before. Yeah. I know
yeah.
what you're talking about. His medical thing.
Everybody,
His medical thing. You see it in medical journals
show
and
me,
medical this and medical that all the
show
time.
me. Put put it on screen.
Yeah, this thing.
Yeah, that's the
You see it
Star
in
of
medical
Man.
stuff all the time.
That's the Star of Man right there.
Uh,
The Golden Scale, Fibonacci, right there. All right. You know the constellation in this in the sky? I think that's one of each of us. You know when science keep saying they keep finding a new star? It's because people are being born. There's a new star being born.
hmm. So you think we can go out to space?
Our we're already in space, basically. Um, Inside is where it's at. You know, the way we think, the way we dream,
But
emotions. This is all inside.
but can we go out there, like out to the moon and to the other planets?
I no, you can't land on. How can you go up to go down on something? All right. So
Well,
the
they claim
Bible
that.
talks the Bible talks about um our cardinal directions, right? Like east, west, north, and south. These are cardinal, right? These are fixed position. So
Yeah.
so how can you go west? How can you go all the way west to find yourself at east? It don't make sense. If it's cardinal, these are fixed positions, right? I don't know. This is my interpretation. So I don't know. Are we in a ball? I don't know. I really don't know. But all I know is directions is cardinal. It's fixed.
Yeah. So you're not sure if we can go up into the stars or not. You're
I'm
not
not
fully
really
convinced.
sure. So if you were to go outside, does it mean you're going inside? I don't know. Like I don't know. Um, I think when we dream or when we die, that's going inside. I think we are outside already. Like you're over there, I'm over here. That's the space, right?
Mm-hmm.
That that's the space itself. right? And I don't know, like technology is great. We're not using it to serve us, basically.
Yeah. So, anything else about the Bible you want to discuss, or
The rapture,
the
the
rapture?
rapture. I want to know if you see in the world that is confirming the rapture.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Okay, there's prophecies.
Yeah.
Um, so do you see it before us? There's prophecies.
Um, I'm not sure if the rapture works the way they say that it does. No,
Okay, all right, but
because I don't think we get like poofed up into a special place. I'm not sure about all that. Like,
all right, then what does it look like to you then?
let me see if I can kind of go through it.
Yeah, yeah.
And think about it here and how to explain it. Yeah, I don't know who that was, but that message was deleted on Twitch. I don't know who that was. Probably just a bot. But let me see.
Like a
So
lot of
was
the rapture talks about the four horsemen, and
well, that's part of the end times prophecy and revelations, but I don't know if that's.
but
I don't think that's the.
so you read the rapture as a riddle or a parable.
Um, Let's see if I can find the part in Revelations that goes over, and we'll kind of start there, I guess. A little backwards, but
Yeah, for sure.
start from there. But well, in Revelations, it kind of does. Part of it's kind of riddle-ish, kind of like prophet, because it's prophecy, but then there's part of it that's not really. I think there's part of it that you can take literal. I don't think all Revelations is like completely not literal,
Okay, yeah, read
because
it,
I
read
mean,
it passage.
even because clearly people from the early like church days, the early congregation days, whichever way you want to say it, they believed that the millennial kingdom was going to be 1,000 years. A lot of them did, especially the leadership.
Yeah,
It seemed.
yeah, and a lot of people say we are going through it now.
Yeah, they say it's not literal; it's spiritual, and
Spiritual, right? It's hard to tell, but like, what's it's basically saying what's real and what's not.
I, I like to do an in-depth talking about that part about the two witnesses. I kind of want to talk about that part. The seventh trumpet, the woman, the visual, the male child, Angel Michael. What's the part at about beast of the sea, beast of earth? Man, there's a lot. We're from earth. The lamb and the 144,000.
Pick one. Pick one
Well, we could even
random
talk about this
one.
part right here: the Lamb and 144,000 on Mount Zion. Uh,
Fuck, alright. Effort.
verse 14. I mean, excuse me, chapter 14, verse 1. Because this is part of the whole thing about the where people are gonna go and stuff. Let's see. Let me
Oh
take
shit.
that down. Present this.
Sounds hardcore.
But but yeah, in Revelations chapter 14, verse 1, and I looked,
Right.
and lo, a lamb stood on the mount, and it says Zion, but that's the King James version. Maybe I should change the versions. Get more updated English. Let's go with this actually. The BBE, the basic English. Well,
So
let's
many
start over.
so many interpretations.
Yeah, there's a lot of different King James is like older English, but it's this is going to probably make it easier
Yeah.
to understand though, it being the more newer modern English. Um,
Right.
but yeah, Revelations 14:1, and I saw the Lamb on the mountain of Zion, and with him 144,000 marked on their um how you say that, arose with his name and the name of his father. See, it says his name and his father. See, that's another reason I believe in the Trinity right there. His name and his
Yeah.
father. That's another reason
His
I believe in the
name.
Trinity.
His name and his
And
father.
his father. Yeah, I mean, I think even
What's the
in the
name?
King James one, it says something similar.
Okay.
Having his father's name written on their foreheads, because it's talking about his father, but
Um,
now it doesn't say his name and
one, the
his father.
144. 144.
The what?
What is that? The 144. 144,000
Yeah, there's
uh,
144,000 people in this part about
people.
prophecy.
Uh, prophecy. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's talking about it's part of the end times cosmetology prophecy where it talks about and coming back and everything. But then it continues to say though in verse 2, and a voice from heaven came to my ears like the sound of great waters and the sound of loud thunder. And the voice which came to me was like the sound of players playing on instruments of music. Huh. So I've never seen like that. And they made, as it seemed, a new song before the high seat, and before the four beasts and the rulers, and no man might have knowledge of the song, but the hundred, um, but the
40.
hundred
Yeah.
and 44,000, even those from the earth whom, and I'm just gonna say, that's probably gonna be best. Elohim has made his for a price. Yeah, I think that's probably best Elohim or
Mhm.
instead of saying God, I don't really prefer God, but those are they who have
They who have
not made
not
themselves
made.
unclean with woman, but they are virgins. Though, excuse me, these are they which go after the Lamb wherever he goes. Those were taken from among men to be the first fruits of first fruits to Elohim. Well, actually, that might be El. Wait a minute, that might actually be El,
Yeah.
because to
True.
be first fruits to El and to the Lamb,
Yeah.
because that's probably referring to the Father right there, where it says God. That's probably referring to the Father, because the Lamb would be Yeshua. He's the Lamb. So and in
Hey,
their
you know, our, our the lamb itself is Aries, the astrological signs.
no, it's
The
Yeshua.
ram. like the
Oh no, the
ram.
lamb's Yeshua.
Right.
It's not
Oh, okay.
astrological science. Yeshua.
Right.
Hey, Robert, welcome in. But continuing on though with verse 5, um, and in their mouth there was no false word, for they are untouched by evil. And I saw another angel in flight. Oh, excuse me, in flight between no, in flight. There's in flight. The because there's an L. In flight between heaven and earth, even excuse me, having eternal good news to give to those who are on the earth, and to every nation and tribe, the language excuse me, tribe and language and people, saying with a loud voice, have fear of El and give him glory, because the honor of his judgment is come, and give worship to him who made heaven and earth, and the sea and the fountains of water. Actually, that'd probably be
How do you
Elohim. So, yeah.
how do you interpret this? That's very that's a lot of riddles.
Well, actually, I don't know if this part is really riddle-ish. I think this part is actually more literal. I don't think this is um riddle-ish. I don't know how to see.
Objectively,
I would
objectively.
I would say it's just literal. I mean, objective. I guess objectively literal. I mean, because I don't see no reason to say that this is like metaphorical or nothing. There's no hint that this is not to be taken literal. Because usually when it's not to be taken literal, it will tell you. It will let you know. Um. Oh, someone in the back.
My
Oh,
bad.
hey, Stowe.
Oh, hey, still. My bad. So, objectively speaking, is this easy to interpret?
I mean, I would say it
I mean,
is. I
I
mean, I
would
don't.
say it is. I mean, I
Oh, you
don't.
got an echo.
Oh, you got.
But yeah, I'm doing as well as I can, Robert. Hope you're doing well as well. We're just chilling and having a little stream here, talking about the Bible. Um, and my interpretation of the Bible.
Am I still coming across echo?
Oh no, you're good now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, the rapture is hard to understand. Like, how do we take our
Well,
meaning
I
from
don't.
it?
Yeah, but I don't think it's a rapture. I don't think we're raptured up like they say in the
Search,
movies and stuff.
search the word rapture and find the etymology.
Yeah, but if you search the word rapture, though, I think they more or less tell you what the movies will tell you. Rapture. Mm. Like rapture in the Bible? You think I ought to search that up?
Our etymology. So, type in rapture etymology and see the
Etymology.
origin. Yeah, see where the words come from. I bet you can break it down from there.
I spell etymology. Etymology.
E T Y. Wait, E T. Yeah, E T
Oh,
Y M
okay,
O
I got it.
L. Yeah.
I got it. I thought I put in ET, it pulled it up. ET. Um, Let me pull that up then.
Perfect.
Says the word rapture has a rich etymology tracing back to Latin and earlier languages. It originally meant a state of being carried away, particularly in the sense of intense delight or
Tense delay.
ecstasy. I don't know how you say that word. The meaning evolved from the Latin word raptus. I think that's how they say it, raptus, which is to pass, particularly of er, rap, meaning to seize, snatch, or carry off. The Latin word rapture itself has roots in
Right. It it originally
Proto-Indo-European. What?
uh, the meaning evolved from Latin word raptus, which is the past pat- particip. I don't know how to say that word either.
Participle.
Pat- um,
Mm,
of rapere, meaning to seize, snatch,
yeah.
or carry off. The Latin word "raptura" itself has roots in the Proto-Indo-European language, ultimately connected to the words for quick and rapturous. So rapture means to take away, to seize. What what does that mean for like people? Like so
Well, to take the people.
obviously yeah,
Oh,
obviously not like Hollywood, we go up in the sky, but to oh you expanded that.
yeah,
Um
I gave it. I expanded it to where you can see the whole thing.
yeah, right here, quick. Wow. To seize soul, like how can you take the body? Like so I don't know. Wow, a trance ecstasy rapture and a state of mental abstraction from external things, absorption. Wow, it gets deeper. It's crazy. I think a lot of the words in the Bible you have to Google and research the word itself because I don't think everybody reads the Bible the same way.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people can really get the Bible. I mean, and
True.
understand it. I mean,
And what do you think about like the big churches that have millions of dollars
the mega
and
churches.
yeah, the mega churches like Hillsong. Do you guys have Hillsong?
We know about Hillsong over here
Oh,
because
yeah,
we have
Hillsong
like a
is
lot of mega churches that use their music. We don't have. I don't know if we
100.
actually have Hillsong, but a lot of mega churches use their music, and then even some smaller churches are starting to get into their music and like their music.
100%. Hillsong is very big here, and they got so much real estate here. It ain't funny. They are millionaires, billionaires. Like they got mega churches everywhere here in Australia.
Hmm. So they're Australian. I couldn't figure out where they were from.
Uh, Me neither. I don't care. I don't care. I know the evil. Like some of these
Not to
churches
me,
are evil.
GTGT. All the hill songs I've ever
Yeah.
heard of were like, no offense to them, but they're cringe.
Oh, you know what? I stand corrected. It's cringy. They're not evil per se. Like they get money, so what? But they do pretty good in the community. I have to say, like I'm not involved, but
I don't know if they do good in the community. I think they give people a false gospel.
oh, okay, I stand
Because
with
all
that
these
too.
mega churches preach prosperity, and you're not, and the gospel doesn't talk about us prospering in this life. We don't prosper in
You're
this life.
right.
We prosper in the next life, the
You're
afterlife.
right.
And you
The
prosper
afterlife.
based
Yeah,
on how well your good works are. Because
yeah.
ever
It's what
how
we
well
do
your good
now.
works are is, you know, determinant of how many rewards you get.
Right. Right. That makes a lot of
So
sense. That's why work, life is work in a sense. Does that make any sense?
well, I mean, like works isn't like the works of God, although going to
Oh,
work
okay.
and trying to provide and help people and stuff. That is kind of doing works of God, because you're supposed to help provide and do things for people and stuff. You're supposed to be
Oh,
a productive
is that like
citizen.
is that a trinity?
No, that's not a trinity. No.
I tried to get you there. Oh, okay. It
But
ain't a
welcome in
trinity.
GT. I never said that earlier.
This is it's been a fun conversation.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. Are there any more passages you want to go through?
I mean, if there's any more you'd want to go through and everything, I mean, cause you want to continue talking about that a little bit about the whole end times. Like,
All right. Where's my little book? It's somewhere here. Oh, because I found a little book randomly, and I don't know what people expect what signs look like, right? As in when we ask for help or we ask for signs. I don't know what it means to anybody or what it looks like to anybody. But I've got myself a book here which I've just opened up randomly. Can you hear me well?
yeah, yes, sir.
Oh, so I'm reading from a page. Um, 1 second, I'll just turn my light on.
I've read part of it, GT, the Gospel of Thomas. I haven't read the whole Gospel of Thomas, but from what I've read,
Uh,
it's an interesting read.
oh, okay, yeah. It's randomly how I found it, right? I was down bad, and this book was on the gutter, and and it was very clean. The book and the fact that it was in the gutter, it looked brand new. I picked it up. Anyways, uh, I picked up a random page, and it's in highlight in Galilee. Jesus Jesus shows he is the Christ. When he had completed all his words in the hearing of the people, he went to Capernaum, and a centurion slave who was highly regarded by him. He is sick and about to die. Now when he heard about Jesus, he sent some Jewish elders asking him to come and save the life of his slave. And when they came to Jesus, they were earnestly pleading with him, saying, "He is worthy for you to grant this to him, for he loves our nation, and it was he who built us our synagogue." Now Jesus was going on his way with them, and when was not far from the house, the centurion sent friends, saying to him, "Lord, do not trouble yourself further, for I am not good enough for you to come under my roof. For this reason I do not even consider myself worthy to come to you, but just the word, and my servant will he be healed. For I also am a man placed under authority, with soldiers under me, and I said to this one, 'Go,' and he goes, and to another, 'Come,' and he comes, and to my slave, 'Do this,' as he does it." Now when Jesus heard this, he marveled at him, and he turned to the crowd that was following him and said, "I say to you that was following him, not even Israel have found such great faith." And when those who had been sent to the house, they found the slave in good health. That was a random page I picked up. I don't know if that was a sign. How do you interpret that? There's
Oh,
more
you
to
asked.
it, but yeah, there was more to it, but it would have went on and on and on. But I ain't trying to put anybody to sleep.
Um, or are you saying like as in terms of whether or not it was a sign or not? Is that what you're saying on how I interpret it? Or are you saying in the actual verses itself?
Well, kind of both. I mean, I just randomly picked a page and started reading it. I don't know if it meant anything that I've read, but yeah,
Well,
pretty
well,
interesting.
the verses itself was showing how strong that man's faith was. That man had so much faith
Right.
that Yeshua didn't even have to go to where his son was sick at. Um,
Oh wow, wow.
and his
Did I read that? Wow, that's a nice interpretation. Wow. Yeah,
and
I
his
can
faith
see
was so
that now.
strong that because if I remember right, that was the one about where the guy's son was sick,
Wow. Yeah,
and the
exactly.
servant
Yeah, you're right.
came to him and everything.
Wow.
So his faith was so
Wow.
strong that Yeshua didn't have to go there, and the miracle happened without having Yeshua there presently with his son and everything.
Wow.
So I mean, maybe it could be like a sign of you need to have strong faith that you're gonna get through everything, and you're gonna be fine. You know.
Yeah. Yep. And that was the whole point of reading the scriptures. I
If you
mean,
have, as long as you have strong enough faith, you'll get through everything.
faith, 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 that's faith.
You have the faith when you do the works that are required to help that faith as well, because faith without works is dead, as James says.
Faith without work. Uh, what does faith practice look like?
Um, Trusting that God will get you through the things that you are going through. He will find a way to guide you by the Holy Spirit. He will find a way to guide you, and also by people. He will find ways to guide you, because it isn't always by the Holy Spirit. It's by people as well. God talks through people
Hmm.
as well. And I'm using the term God lightly because of how I understand the whole God thing, but I'm using the term God because most people would know God and understand God. But
Right,
but
right,
yeah,
got you.
but yeah,
That's
God
a
uses
that's a very that's a nice disclaimer. Because I know you say God because everybody seems to understand the word God, but God is said lightly in a sense. What you're saying.
yeah, because I don't because the words I don't think are best translated as God. The words El and Elohim.
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, that's a whole complicated thing, and people are used to hearing God. So I figure God's just easier to use because people know God and the word God a lot better.
You could say the
So,
universe,
now I could say the
the
universe.
universe.
I'm not gonna go that far because El and Elohim is more like the power, like a higher power, like kind of thing.
Uh,
You know?
um, that's the
No,
word of God right there. Um,
no. That sounds like
that's how they
some
meditated.
that sounds like some sort of Hindu meditation or
Yeah,
something, or
but
Buddhist.
is another word for electricity.
Really?
ohms. It sounds the same phonetically. When you say
Um,
phonetically, and like
um,
in English, it means electricity. But who else do we know the god of electricity to be? L, electricity. L,
got a
electricity.
well, the one that's supposed to be translated as power, because El is more like power, not really God. Um,
That's electricity's power right there. L,
well, I don't know if power
electricity.
is understood exactly the same, and when it comes to the Hebrew, than it would be like to the English. And power is a rough translation of it. It's a lot better
Power,
than
right?
the God translation, but it's not. It's still not even. It's still not even. I don't think even hitting at the what the Hebrew would be saying. Still not
Yeah.
quite,
So the
because the Hebrew is
closest word.
action. Hebrew is very actiony, action oriented. You know.
Mm,
So like
the language, the language,
yeah, the
or
language is like
the
an action language. It's a language of action. It focuses on actions that you take. So, like, for example,
right.
the in the Paleo Hebrew, it was originally an ox head and a shepherd's staff that was for ale, which the ox head was like the olive of today, and then for the I think it's the was it the
Okay.
lamet? The lamet that's the ale, and the more modern Hebrew, the lamet was like the shepherd's staff. So it's like they it entailed like a shepherd guiding his his flock
Yeah. The
basically.
staff,
You
the
know, because
staff.
it's like a
Yeah.
strength, it's like a strength and stuff. Where the staff had strength with authority, you know, and is like him guiding like his flock, his ox, his flock.
Yeah. A lot of the staff is on
Like a
your each state has a what do you call, like an emblem. And a lot of the states have the staff symbol. A staff is a symbol, would you say? Like the oxtail, and that sounds symbolic to me.
I don't know if they do or not. I don't look at too many. I haven't looked into too many of the symbols as far as all the states.
Oh, you should check it out. All the stars has a meaning. The staff, the eagle itself is a meaning. Do you know how many times the word eagle is mentioned in the Bible?
No, I don't know.
Me neither. um, it'd be good to find out.
Let me see if I can find out. Actually, I might be able to find
Yeah,
out.
s-
So I can
an
look up
eagle,
the
maybe
word
because
eagle.
yeah, another word for eagle is like a phoenix as well, or like an owl.
Well,
Like
21.
21
Yeah,
times?
21
Holy
verses.
mackerel!
No, 21
What?
verses 23 times.
20?
According to
Wow.
this translation of the Bible, the BBE, the basic um
Yeah,
English, like the
read,
basic
read, read
the Bible in
one.
basic
So
English.
America, when the world thinks of America, they think of an eagle. Y'all are the bald-headed eagle. So that's mentioned in the Bible 23 times.
Well, the word eagle, but we don't know if it's referring to America though. Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, how many times does the word dragon appear in the Bible?
Dragon, that's D
Because when
A.
I associate dragon, I think of Asia.
What is that? D. What is that? DAG.
Oh, man, dragon or Drake
Hold on. Let
Han.
me let me try to help me with that. 16 times and 15 verses.
Wow, wow, wow. Um, when you think of the West, the East, the South, the North, um, you, there's some type of spiritual animal towards it, right?
The what?
A spiritual animal.
Towards the east and the west and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't
I
know if
don't,
there is or not.
I don't know. Um,
Robert says America was not around when the Bible was written, so probably not a direct reference. Oh,
Probably not.
well.
Probably not. Yeah.
I mean, there's probably
That's
indirect
right.
references though to a lot of nations that are around today though. Indirect.
Yeah. So, what animal do you think of when I mentioned the UK?
Isn't there like a bird associated with the UK or something? I think.
It's usually the lion.
Oh, it's the lion. Oh, I don't know. I can't
Yeah.
remember all these different animals associated with different
Yeah.
nations. To be fair,
Yeah. A lot of dragons had a lot of flags had a lot of countries had dragons on their
yeah, that's like
flags.
Asian countries. The only reason I can remember those is because of where I watched enough of Rush Hour.
Triple eight, the luckiest number apparently.
Because Rush Hour movies are some of my favorite movies. Like, mm,
Scotland, they come. Wales, a dragon. Yep.
Whale's a
Yep.
dragon, yeah. I remember
Have you heard of
Whale's dragon because of Civilization. I thought about Civilization when you mentioned Whale's the dragon. There's a
Yeah.
civilization
Uh,
mod that adds wells to civilization.
true. Or have you heard of Tartaria?
Tartaria, yeah, I've heard of Tartaria, yeah.
Yeah, like the old civilization. That's crazy.
Oh, the mudslide
When you,
thing was Tartaria, if I remember right. That was the mudslide. That's part of the mudslide theory.
yeah, and apparently, the world, they got taken over apparently, and the best way to hide them was to cover them up by mud.
Well, I mean,
Cover them up.
some people think that was the millennial kingdom. Some people have a theory that that was the millennial kingdom when Jesus or Yeshua ruled for 1,000 years.
I can get with that. I can get
Some
with
people
that
believe that was
because
the millennial kingdom, and we're in the time of the time when the devil was supposed to be released. That short time after the millennial kingdom, when the devil was supposed to be released again to roam on the earth.
fuck. What? Oh my gosh. What timeline? What timeline are we in now? That's
Supposedly
crazy to
that
think about.
supposedly according to that theory, we're in the time when the devil's supposed to be released a little bit after the millennial kingdom.
Which is
According to that
now.
theory of the mudslide being the Tartaria being the kingdom of Yeshua. Uh,
That's a good
or I should
connection.
say the kingdom. I should say technically the kingdom of El, but but yet Yeshua is the king. For that 1,000 year reign.
Right. So because when you really think about it, the world is backwards, right? Like we don't know our history.
Oh, we don't. Oh, we don't
We
at all.
we don't. We don't know
People
our
think they know.
history. People, yeah, a lot of uh, the people with PhDs and degrees and all these lab coats, they know our history apparently.
The experts, as they call
The professionals.
them.
Um, no, we don't know our history, and our uh, just out of curiosity, it is a belief, regardless. However, do you, in your observation, are we are in space, hurtling through space, or are we stationary, or are uh, we're in a bubble, like we're stationary, we're not moving, the
Oh,
world
this is
is
a
flat.
cosmology question.
Yep.
Um, I think, and it's gonna sound crazy. I don't think we can go to space. I don't think we landed on the moon.
Okay.
But now I don't
I get with that.
know. I don't know if we're a ball or a flat Earth. I'm not too sure on that one. What shape the Earth is, but I'm very convinced we can't go to space. Because if we could
I'm
go to
convinced not.
space, why am I not on the moon right now? Why am I still stuck on this crazy planet with all these crazy people?
No, what are you talking about? You're not on Mars yet.
Well, we should have been to the
um,
moon if we're gonna get to the Mars. They're talking about going to Mars. We
well,
gotta go to the moon first.
you know what I think? I think we are inside a geode that's not open. We're inside one, but it's but uh, but everything, all material of life has a toroidal field.
Huh.
A
Toroidal
toroidal
field?
field.
What's the
Search
toroidal field? I think I've heard of it, but what's
to type it up right now. You'll understand. This is
toroidal?
our the yin yang is a snapshot of a toroidal field.
which is constantly moving, and this is time and space. This is what I think it is. My
So
opinion.
hold
T O
on.
R to
TOR.
T O R to ro rodeo.
Mm, I think I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna do the voice thing.
To rodeo.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Yeah, I had to do the voice thing, and I still didn't get it right with the voice thing. But then it
it's
corrected me
not
though on Google, and then I got it.
it, it's hard to pronounce, but that's
Yeah.
exactly I think we're inside of that. You know when they say the past, the future, the present, like what direction is that?
Um, the past, the
Can you
future, and the
point
present.
yeah, can you
Well, the
point to
past
it?
is behind us. The future is in front of us. The present is right now.
Behind, so inside of us. When you say behind, we're looking back, or are we looking back by memory?
We're looking back by memory.
Right?
Because we're
Review
not
mirror,
literally
mirror.
looking behind us. I mean, it's not literal. That's more one of those metaphorical things.
Yeah, and I think
It's behind us within. I should
the
have probably said behind us in time, and so we're accessing
behind
it by memory. And then
by
the present
memory.
is like right now, yeah. And we're not accessing it by memory, but we're living it. And then the future is we're hoping for it and seeing what we want to see in the future, but it's still in front of us, and we're not guaranteed that thing in the future that we're hoping for. It's a hope.
So yeah, it's a hope, right? To see in the
Yeah,
future, it's a hope.
it's a
Yeah,
hope. Yeah,
you're right.
we have a
Yeah,
vision of what we want in the future. We have a hope of what we want in the future, but we're
right,
not guaranteed
right,
it.
right. Um, I think that's what time looks like. I mean, that image is there. It should be moving like 3D and moving, but that's just a snapshot of what we're doing now, basically. I mean, our emotions, hey, our emotions bound by time.
Are emotions bound by time?
Hmm.
Um, I,
That's a tricky question. Like,
I
where the fuck
mean,
does it come from?
how do you explain emotions whether they're bound by time or not? In a way, I guess. In a way, no. Because your emotions constantly shift through time. So how do we say they're
Are
bound? I mean, I
bound by
guess the
time.
emotion that you feel at the time is bound within time. Once it becomes either A, your current reality, or B, your past, but your future, you can't determine what your emotions are going to be, so they're not really bound by time, I guess, as far as the future.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. That's a tricky question because emotions are constantly
That is,
shifting throughout time. So
yeah. So our is a deja vu a memory, or is deja vu something? Uh, I
So
don't know.
now we're talking about deja
What the
vu.
that would be in time. So okay. They say time is happening all at once. So there's no direction to. So it's to look forward in time. Like it doesn't really make sense, but to look back at time doesn't also make sense. So like time is happening all at once. So what the fuck is deja vu?
Well, I mean, there's a theory that surrounds deja vu. The theory is that the people that feel deja vu, they're reincarnating. Like that's one of the theories. Like that's they've lived a
Have
past
you had
life.
one?
Um, I've had moments that I depending on how you reckon it, could be like deja vu.
But it's like a phenomenon, like deja vu. It's not like a dream. Like a
Yeah, it's a
dream,
thing
you
that
would,
happens out in life when you have something that
yeah,
seems like you've been there before and it seems familiar. Something about it's
exactly.
familiar. It's like
What
weird.
the
Been to
hell?
this place before. What is this?
Yeah, I've had this thought before. Okay, to change your past, what does it mean? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a scripture for it to change your past.
I don't. I don't think you can change your past, but you can change who you are in the present, so it changes the outcome of your future, and you don't have the same things you did in the past happening in the future and in the present. I
Right.
don't know if you can really change your past. I mean, you can erase the sins of your past by doing works to make up for that, sort
Right.
of. I mean,
How much of science do you think is kind of religious?
science is. I think they've made science into a religion at this point.
Right.
I don't know if science was
Because
originally a religion, but I think today's modern science has turned into a religion at this point because of how
right,
much they're
but
pushing like Darwin evolution stuff. And the crazy thing is, Darwin, by the end of his life, from what I've heard, stopped believing in the idea of evolution.
yeah, I heard it too. I think that's the thing. Um, a lot of what he spouted was just his thoughts, but to his coming days, he kind of yeah went. He doubled down Darwin, but they did separate the church from the state. You can say the state is more science, and the church obviously religious, right?
Yeah,
And um, and right now we are well, what the world is going through is a merging of the two, right? Um, we still have our preachers, in public spouting the scriptures. Funny enough, but we do have the how do you say the science, the lab coats like Neil deGrasse or the medical, right? There's a separate they've separated the two, but somehow merging. Do you see it?
Um, I can kind of see how religion is kind of merging, yeah, because where the Catholics and stuff have a lot of influence in government.
Uh, uh,
I would say that's
true.
false religion, though, emerging. Like some people would say the Catholics are part of the whole end times anti. Uh,
What do you think of the new pope?
I don't know though.
Yeah,
I don't.
I,
I don't know
I,
what to
me
think yet.
too.
I don't know much about the new pope.
Me too. But it's got to be significant for sure.
Maybe.
It has to be. No, not a maybe. I mean, so Trump supposedly was the last president. They we've been knowing this too. This Pope now is the last president, and he by chance is a U.S. American. So you got the last Trump, the last Pope, both American. I don't know. These are scripture like, rapture like.
Like I say, eh, yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to kind of see where it goes, you know.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I like GT. That question.
Wait a minute. So, in the Christian point of view, do you exist
Dude.
because you are connected with God, or do you exist independent from God? Um, I would say we exist because we are connected, although we've disconnected ourselves. When Adam and Eve decided to sin, they disconnected themselves from God, but we exist because we're connected to God, because God created us. Or I would say Elohim created us, not God. I wouldn't term God is a very terrible translation of Elohim. And El as well, but either way, people know what I mean when I say God. Though it's Elohim.
Yeah, me
People
too.
understand what I mean by
It's like
God.
it's like existence, like um existence existence has to exist. Existence does not make sense to cease to exist, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
all there is existence. That's all there is. Existence.
yeah.
So is there a God? Yeah. You can translate it, but I don't think that has a name or it has a name. And
Well, I would
it
disagree with the whole. It doesn't have a name. There's a name clearly put in
oh,
there for Elohim.
a
Elohim.
vibration, a vibration, a frequency. I can get with that.
It's no Elohim is talking about the whole council thing, which he's the head of the council, and then El is the father, which is power, and it's but But even the father is, I guess, named the Yod Hey Vav Hey. It doesn't specifically say, but the son is definitely the Yod Hey, named the Yod Hey Vav Hey, or
Right.
what is known
Would
as
this be
Yahweh. But I would say the father is too, because there's two Yahwehs according to Job when they're talking about the council thing. There's two Yahwehs.
I I think I'm more in the position of the Greek interpretation as opposed to the Hebrew. Are you speaking from Hebrew or
Well, I'm speaking
Greek?
from a messianic, I guess, even Even a Christian
Although,
interpretation would understand the two powers in heaven because Michael Hazer talked about the two powers in heaven thing. Do you know who Michael Hazer is? God rest his soul because he's dead now. Um,
no, my bad. I think no, I probably heard his name, but it does not ring a bell.
yeah, you should look him up though. He talked about two powers in heaven. Even Orthodox talk about two powers in heaven, but they believe in the Trinity though. There's the Orthodox Church they talk about two powers in heaven if they believe in Trinity, which Michael Hazer does too, or did too. Rather, I should say, did too when he was alive, believe in the Trinity. But
Is that pertaining to so when you say 2,000 heaven,
that's
is
pertaining
that
to the
pertaining
Father
to
and the
Greek?
Son. The Father and the Son, they're the two powers in heaven.
Oh, okay. The Father and the Son.
Yeah, I just don't think they're in a
And is
Trinity
the
though. Whereas a lot of people that seem to talk about the two powers in heaven believe in the Trinity, although there are probably people out there that are like Unitarians that believe in the two powers in heaven as well. I think there are because I think there's some people in the Church of God that's Unitarian that believes in the two powers in heaven. If I remember right. But I'm more like a Unitarian. I'm not really a Trinitarian.
right. Well, is there okay? So is there a correct way of living as opposed to a right way of living, or is that the same?
What do you mean by correct and right way of living? That way,
I mean, okay, all right. So correct is not the same as right, or is that the same?
I mean, I would say correct and right are the same, but I'm curious about your understanding of it. That way, I know where you're coming from.
I mean, okay, the right way of living, um, as the status quo, and the correct way as a secular. I mean, uh, the correct
Mhm.
way. Secular? I'm not sure if I use the right word. I mean, right as status quo and correct as secular.
Well, if we're using both of those terms, then I'd say neither one is. If we're using the terms in that sense, I would say neither one is right because you shouldn't live the correct way as a secular person, nor should you live as the right way, as in like the status quo. You should live like the Bible tells you to live. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not by any means perfect. Um,
Mhm.
but I'm striving. I have the heart to want to live the way the Bible wants me to live.
And is that the correct way or the right way?
Well, you said something about the correct way being something about secular associated with it, and then the right way was status quo.
Okay. Bro, would you be different from the regular Christian per se?
Oh, I would be considered way different. Actually, I might be considered a heretic by mainstream Christianity. I would probably be considered a heretic. We're gonna go that far. Welcome in,
Well,
are we not, men? Welcome in. What is going on here? Are we not, men? Says we're just having a chilling and talking about the Bible, and we're talking about other life stuff too. Mainly, the topic is the Bible, though. That's what we mainly come in and talk about. But we're just chilling. I mean, the link's pinned up there at the top. If you want to come up, or anybody else wants to come up, the link's pinned at the top. So if anybody wants to
yeah,
come up
feel
and join
free.
us. All
Yeah,
people are
feel free to
welcome
come
as long
in.
as you don't break TOS. That's all that I
Yeah,
ask.
feel
Don't break
free.
TOS.
Feel free. Feel free. I don't know. I think if you're here on this live now, and if you've been listening for quite some time, I mean, it's pertaining to you in some way or another. I guess if you're listening this far, I mean, I grew up Christian, right?
I did too. Yeah,
Um,
I get that. Too.
I grew up Christian, and I don't know. Growing up, I did. You can say I walked away from my faith.
I did
I
too.
most likely, yep, I most likely did. But I think certain things that happen in life brings you back to it, and I think I'm at that stage. Right, I gotta pick up a Bible.
Yeah, I've been at that stage for what 5, 6, probably closer to 6 years, probably maybe 7 at this point. So I think I started taking it serious
Hmm.
somewhere around 20. I think it was 23. It could have been 21, 20, somewhere between 21 and 23. I'm terrible with timelines though, but I'm thinking 23 was when I started taking it serious. And I'm
You're very young.
27 now, so
Oh, you're
yeah,
27.
yeah, I'm 27 and I'll be 28 soon before you know it. But good
Yeah,
afternoon,
it's,
Sheba. Welcome in, Sheba. Let's see. GTGT said, like how fish exist because they are connected to the water. Do we exist because we're connected to God, or are we independent of God? Like how a child is independent of its mother. No,
can
we're
I
all
answer that?
dependent on God. Actually, everything is dependent on God. Nature, everything is dependent on God. God is the source of life. So we're all dependent on God. GT. So none of us are independent. That word independent, I think we should just remove that from the vocabulary because we're not
Um,
independent.
we're all affected.
We're all dependent.
Yeah,
but, but yeah, Robert says, what made me start looking at religion again is seeing how messed up society has gotten without it. Yeah, that would affect you on that. Let's
yeah. A lot of
see.
people don't have guidance. A lot of people don't have guidance, and a lot of people will seek for guidance. I mean, they will seek for guidance in their environment, and if you're solitary, you might seek guidance through internet. I mean, thank
Hmm.
God for the internet.
Yep. Welcome in, Jeremiah. Welcome in. And then Sheba says, speaking of Bibles, I received delivery of the Orthodox Study Bible yesterday, and the Catholic one is arriving today. I'm swimming. Yeah, you are swimming in Bibles. Yes, you are indeed.
That's a lot to read.
Yeah, there's a lot of
That's a
different
lot of
Bibles and
time.
different translations. Yeah.
A lot of time. A lot of time. Um, back to GTGT. Like how fish exist because they are connected to the water. Do we exist because we are connected to God? Or are we independent of God? Like how a child is independent of its mother. Um, I I I say time like a water and sun and day that pass or that go through us is like a ripple in water and it affects all things. I think water is a manifestation of time. So, like water exists, like fish exist in water, we exist in time, and we can't help be connected to God. It doesn't matter how much you want to dispute it.
Yeah, we can't help our connection to God. Because we
Yeah.
all depend on God. Um, I wonder, Shiva, could you come and explain this up here? I'm curious about what ammo you've got there, Shiva, for the theist. I'm curious about what ammo you got. I know in what context it's about. I'm curious of what ammo though you got. God, are we not men? You funny, you funny. Uh, but yeah, let's see. Where do we go from here? Is there any more about the Bible you want to talk about, Stoic?
um, nothing comes to mind. Um, nothing comes to mind now. How about you?
Um, no, not really. But hey, we got Shiva coming to the stage though. Hello,
Yeah,
Shiva.
Hello.
welcome, Shiva.
Am I edible to you?
Audible? Yeah, you're audible. We can hear you.
So you wanted to know what ammo I have?
What ammo you have? Yeah.
Well, okay. First of all, I just want to say it is early days, right? So it's not like I've got loads of stuff, but there's a couple of things that I think are quite interesting. Okay. Both are to do with morality being absolute and universal, right? So
Mm-hmm.
absolute meaning unchanging, and universal meaning always applicable.
Yeah.
Oh no, let's do this one about okay. Would you say that God is just?
I would. Yeah.
Okay. And would it follow from God being just that his laws are just?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in Deuteronomy chapter 22, it talks about the punishment for a wife who is found not to be a virgin, which is execution by stoning, right? And the evidence that is required to prove the wife's innocence, i.e., to prove that she was a virgin on her wedding night, is a bloody sheet, because the idea being that
If
the
she was a
wife would,
virgin, she would bleed. Yeah. When
yeah,
she.
and then the
I
sheet would
know.
be displayed before the elders, right?
Yeah, I know the Torah very well. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a fact of nature that about 45% of women bleed the first time they have sex, right? So that means that innocent women were executed by stoning for not being virgins on their wedding night, because only half of the women bleed. So if we assume that God is omniscient, and that
How
being
far does the
omniscient,
record date back?
Well, that
How
would.
far does how far does it date back? The records. What was the consensus? What's a daughter?
what's a daughter?
What's a daughter? The dater?
Oh, right. In terms of women bleeding,
Yeah. How
the
far did it go back?
yeah, that was beginning to be known round about the 3rd or 4th century. But so, if we assume that God is omniscient,
It
it
is.
follows.
It is Old Testament, Robert. Tonight.
Yeah, it follows that he is aware of all matters pertaining to human physiology.
But
Right?
that's assuming that he's omnipotent, though.
No, omniscient.
Yeah.
Omniscient.
That he's all knowing.
All knowing, yeah. That's assuming
Yeah.
that he's all
Well, is he
knowing,
not?
though.
Is he not all-knowing? That seems to be a all-knowing, all-powerful,
Which God?
all-present. The
Well, I
Christian
Which
don't.
God
God?
Stoic.
I mean,
The
that's
Christian
assuming that
God
he's all
Stoic.
knowing, because I don't know if there's any evidence that he's actually technically all knowing.
I, 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 if you're talking about gods, there's a just God
Is
and
there
there's
anywhere
an
in the Bible where it
unjust
says he's all
God.
knowing?
Let's let me Google that.
That thing we call God, we don't know the name of it. We can describe it, but if you want to say there's a just God, there is, but there too is an unjust God as well, and
Okay.
we
No,
can we
he
can
has a
Here we
name that
go.
we call
Here we
God.
go. Yeah, that there
God is
are
not the best translation of the
there
Elohim.
are a few passages that certainly imply that he's all knowing, right? So Hebrews chapter 4 verse 13, nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight.
Oh, Hebrews, I question whether or not that's even authoritative.
Psalm 147 5, great is our Lord and mighty in power, his understanding has no limit.
Well, understanding has no limit. I don't know what that means. Would that entail necessarily that?
So
all
is your
knowing?
view, James, that God isn't all knowing?
Well, there's definitely spots where it seems like he's not all knowing, unless the Father's all knowing, but yet the
Right,
Son's not.
but is that your view?
I'm more or less maybe the Father's all knowing, but the Son's not,
Okay,
because one
we
of
can
them's
go
not
to
all
another one
knowing.
then. Like,
One of them's
because
not all knowing, because
if you
clearly only
don't,
the Father knows the day and the time when the
yeah,
Son's
but, okay,
return.
James, if you don't hold the view that he's all knowing, then there's no point continuing with this particular argument. Because you know, if you don't believe that, then
Well, I'm trying to figure out what your ammo is, though, for other people, right?
well, yeah, but you know, okay, well, if he's all knowing.
Yeah.
If he is all knowing, which is something that's asserted quite a lot in these debate panels,
to
right?
to
He is
understand all
serious.
knowing. To understand all knowing, we have to
Hold on,
think.
Stoic.
We
Hold on,
got
please.
we we have to use that. We have to use our human brains,
Stoic,
right?
Stoic. Please,
Okay,
I wanna hear Shiva's arguments. I'm
so
curious.
if he's all knowing, that
Yeah.
means that he's aware of all matters pertaining to human physiology. And it
Yeah.
also means that he's aware that innocent women were executed by stoning. But this is a contradiction because innocent women being executed by stoning and God being aware of that, that's not just. So the two conclusions that we can draw from this are that God's laws are not just and that God isn't just. But if you don't believe in God's omniscience, then, you know,
That
what
could.
about so what about this one then? Is God always moral?
Is he always moral?
Yeah.
I would say yeah.
Okay. And again, morality is absolute in that it is unchanging, and it is universal in that it applies in all contexts.
Well, there's objective morality, but there are certain
Well, no, I'm not
ways
talking
of how
about.
you express.
I'm not talking
how you
about whether. Yeah, James, I'm not talking about whether it's objective. I'm less interested in whether it's objective than I am in whether it's absolute and universal.
Well, it is universal because how you express it is probably different, though.
Okay. No, that's
The
fine.
expression
That's
is
fine.
probably different.
And would you agree that the Bible is a source of absolute universal morality?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you also agree that raping a woman in order to punish the husband is never justified?
Oh, you're gonna go with that argument you was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I
With
am.
John. Oh, I remember
Yeah.
this part. I was there. I just wasn't chatting.
Right. So
I
yeah,
was.
we're talking about the story in 2 Samuel chapter 12,
Yeah. Well, where
verse
David.
yeah,
Yeah, Dave.
yeah, with
When
David and
David's
Absalom.
punishment. Yeah.
Right, but God caused that to happen, right? He says, "I will make this happen," and then it happens. So the question is that does this mean that raping women in order to punish the husband is moral? Like, because that would appear to be a contradiction, right?
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
I know it's a bit of a
That one I have
tangent,
to
that
think
one, isn't
on and
it?
come back to you on. Because if I'm being honest, it doesn't sound very moral to me.
It doesn't to me either. I mean, you know, yeah. I think it's
Do you think it's
interesting,
allowed to
right?
happen? Do you think it's allowed to happen?
Well, God made it happen.
According
So
to the passage, God made it happen. So
in verse 11, chapter 12, verse 11 of 2 Samuel, he says that he will cause evil to rise up from his house, that he will take David's wives, give them to his neighbor, and that they will lie with his wives in the full sight of Israel, right?
And we see this happen. We see this happening
Yes,
now.
yeah. In verse 22 of chapter 16 of 2 Israel, David's son, Absalom, he's usurping the throne. And when he storms the city, he lies with his concubines on the roof of the palace.
you said it's 2 Samuel what?
So 2 Samuel chapter 12. Hang on a minute. Let me look up the book. Depends what Bible you've got. If it's the Orthodox Bible, it's going to be two Kings, I think, kingdoms.
Well, it's not the Orthodox one. I'm looking at the.
Oh, I've got the ESV as well. I told you I'm swimming in Bibles.
Well, technically, none of your Bibles will be the one I'm looking at. I'm looking at the. Just give me whatever verse it is in your Bible. It's probably somewhere near it.
Right, but it depends on which Bible you have, because if it's the Orthodox Bible, the books, some of the books have different names.
Yeah, but it's not the one I'm looking at. Is literally not the Orthodox Bible. It's none of the
Okay, so
Bibles you probably have, because I'm looking
it's
at the basic English.
yeah, okay, so it's 2 Samuel,
Okay.
chapter 12.
Okay.
And now if you go to verse 11 of chapter 12, sorry, verse 19 of chapter 12. He says, "Thus says the Lord," and this is God is speaking through Nathan here. "Behold, I will raise up evil against you out of your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of this sun. You did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun." Right?
This is man.
Yeah, that's
Man
verse
is doing
11 in the
this.
one I'm reading. It's verse 11 in the one that I'm looking at, because it says the
Okay.
Lord says, "From those of your family I will send evil against you.
Mm-hmm.
Before your eyes I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor, and he will take your wives to his bed by the light of the light of this sun. You did it secretly, but I will do
Do it in
this
the open.
thing before all Israel and in the light of the sun."
Yeah. Okay. So now, if you go to chapter 16 of this same book,
Yeah.
it might be if your verse numbering or if your chapter numbering is different, it might be. But in this one, it's chapter 16, and then I suppose say verse 20, where Absalom is with Ahithophel, and he's saying, then Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give me your counsel. What shall we do?" Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines." Now, go into in this context means have sex with them.
Yeah.
Whom he has left to keep the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself a stench to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof of the palace, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. Now in those days the counsel that Ahithophel gave was as if one consulted the word of God. So was all the counsel of Ahithophel esteemed both by David and by Absalom. Right? So God says, I will make this happen, and then it happens. So what does this mean? This means that
God is evil.
if God caused David's wives to be raped, that the rape of David's wives as punishment for adultery is morally justified, which is a contradiction, right? If the Bible is a source of absolute and universal morals. So this and the conclusions that I draw from this is that one, morality is not absolute and universal according to the Bible, and two, God is not always moral.
Of course.
I guess I gotta study this more and think on that one.
And I haven't even begun on slavery yet, James. That's
Well,
hey,
now let's go ahead and go into that one. Your next
But
thing.
don't you think evil is supposed to exist? Don't you think evil is? Yeah, it's supposed to exist.
What do you mean?
Like, is good supposed to exist?
What do you mean? I mean, you've just asked the same question, but you substituted good for evil.
For evil, yeah. So we're in between them, aren't we? So
what do you mean? What do you mean by supposed to exist?
it exists because existence itself exists.
Right.
So the true dynamic between existence is good and evil, right?
I mean, it's not a question that I know the answer to, mostly because I don't believe that moral truths exist.
Moral truths.
And that when people assert things like murder is wrong, what they're really doing is telling you how they feel about the act of murder.
Right, like, because murder, killing, death will always exist. Just like birth will always exist.
Right. But those are like birth, killing, and death are all, they're like material facts, right?
Material facts.
Yeah, like they're
material.
kind of facts about things in the world. Whereas, in my experience of debating Christians on panels like this, it's often asserted that morality is objective, absolute, and universal, like it exists in the universe,
Right.
independently of human beings.
Oh, it only exists in everybody's perspective. Like each person being born, there's a perspective of both existence, right? Nothing is absolute, right? But existence itself is absolute,
Well,
right?
Christians would
We,
disagree with you. They would say that morality is absolute. James did just now.
oh, uh, uh, I would disagree. Um, um, I, I believe in existence. I don't think existence can cease to exist. Like nothing, there's no such thing as nothing. There's no such thing as void, right?
Later,
Existence
Jeremiah.
is all that can happen.
God bless Jeremiah. But what was your next argument though that you had?
The next one is relating to time.
Time.
Yeah.
Okay, what was that one about?
Okay. Would you agree that all acts of creation are a state change?
A state of change?
No, a state change.
A state change.
Yes.
How do you define state change?
Like a change in state. So something doesn't exist and then it does exist. There's a change in the state of the universe.
I would
Like
agree that
if I want a cup of tea and I make a cup of tea, there was a period of time when the tea didn't exist and then a period of time when the tea did exist, and that's a state change.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
It's
That
like,
one minute
Okay.
it didn't exist and the next minute creation did exist. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right, okay. So state changes occur in time, right? They have a before and an after the act of creation.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So the creation of time is a state change. Right?
I don't know if time was necessarily created. I think time was always there.
Time's eternal, then God didn't create everything.
Yeah, but God is eternal, so why wouldn't time be eternal?
Because God is said to have created everything, and time is a phenomenon in the universe.
God is time.
Well then,
Time is
wait a minute.
God.
Then God couldn't be eternal.
No,
If God created, if
isn't.
God created everything, then God couldn't be eternal.
Well, isn't God sui generis, self-created?
Generis?
Yeah, self-created.
Oh. Well, why couldn't he have self-created time?
Well, okay, I mean, well, no. Like he couldn't have self-created time because he isn't
Right.
time. He's outside of time, right?
Well, I don't know
Are
if
we
he's really
outside
outside of
time?
time.
Or
Like,
He's
are we
timeless.
inside time?
how
No,
does
we're
he-
definitely inside time, Stoic.
Well, but he can interact with time though, because his spirit came down. So he can interact with time though, being outside of time.
Which way is
I'm just
inside time?
I'm just repeating the arguments that I've heard from Christians.
Okay, but continue onward though. What is your
Okay.
argument though?
So the argument is this: let's suppose that God created time because time is a phenomenon in the universe, and
Yeah.
God is said to have created everything, right? Then time didn't exist before God created it, right? That stands to reason, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, but a state change requires a before and after, and there was no before the creation of time. So therefore, the creation of time is not a state change, which is a contradiction. So it follows then that God did not create time, that time is eternal, and that God did not create everything. And funnily enough, the Bible never says God created time in Genesis. Like Genesis starts with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, which assumes that time already existed because beginning is part of a temporal sequence.
Well, I don't even know if everything as far as creation was covered in Genesis. I
Do
think
you
there was
think time
more
is
that
a?
wasn't covered in Genesis because the Bible
Do you
has this
think time?
funny thing. The Bible has this funny thing about where it when it talks about something in detail enough, and if it wants to talk about it again in some other spot, it kind of tell little bits and pieces about it, but it won't tell the whole thing.
Right.
I think that's what's happening in Genesis. I think Moses is just doing a retelling, like a small retelling of what some earlier text told about the creation of the
Oh,
world.
yeah, I'd probably agree with that view, but that wouldn't be a view that most Christians would hold, right?
Well, I'm not part of most believers, and I'm messianic. I'm not even really Christian, but I'm really
Do you
You're
think
messianic.
the
If
Messianic.
Bible?
I'm being honest with
Do you
myself.
think the? Do you think the Bible comes from time? And in what time?
What
Is it in
I
the
time?
mean,
future, in the past? Yeah, like if you're
no,
talking about
I don't think it comes from the
prophecies,
future.
if when you talk about prophecies, is prophecies time? Is it imagination? Is it a ripple? I mean, what is time, right? What is prophecies? What is predictions?
Oh, I was just going to reply to that. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind debating him. The only thing is that I have noticed that Jim Bob tends to be on quite often when I'm in bed, like quite late at night for me. So we'd need to arrange a time that was amenable to both of us. Are those the only two options? I want to debate Jim Bob, or I'm scared. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear, you're limited on options.
Where's my free will? Surely I have free will. Maybe I just don't care.
So that was one of your other arguments about time. So was there any more outside of the? Because you said something about slavery. Other argument.
Yeah, um I haven't really kind of looked into biblical slavery yet, but I've got that's kind of on my list of things to read
I think
about.
if you look into that, your opinion will change. Because I don't think
Really?
slavery existed in the Bible the way people
Oh no, James.
perceive it
Oh
as. I
dear.
mean, granted, you can say
Oh dear.
slavery, but you can say technically that might have been slavery when they took the captives from war, but outside
Oh
of
dear,
that, that
James.
wasn't slavery when they took
No,
and had
James.
servants.
Okay, James. Let's go
Because
to
Hebrew
Leviticus.
servants were people that was working their money
Oh,
off.
oh no, James. No, James. No. Let's go to Leviticus.
So to Leviticus. Okay, let's go to
Yeah.
Leviticus.
Let me see, page 76. Leviticus. Right, and it's gonna
You're talking about
be
Hebrew servants, right? And this
um
because Hebrew servants were working out their money when their debt. They were like indentured servants.
right. So I haven't, like I said, I haven't got notes on this yet because I haven't. Okay, here we go. Right. Okay. Is it Leviticus? It might be a different book actually.
Do you not think we're slaves now in the modern times?
All right,
Uh,
here we go. Sorry, no.
we're
Do I
slaves
think
we
that we're
want to be.
slaves? Leviticus. So if you go to chapter 25,
Leviticus 25.
Yeah, verses 44 to 46. So these aren't people, these aren't indentured servants, and neither are they captives. Right? So verse 44 reads, "As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you, and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property." And then verse 46 reads, "You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly." So this is very clearly saying that you can buy people, own them as property, and then pass them on to your children so that they can inherit them after you die. That's chattel slavery.
Well, that doesn't.
Sounds like 2025.
Wait a minute. So maybe this translation doesn't read the same as that one, but that doesn't seem like that's what this translation is saying.
What's your translation saying?
Let me see to make sure I'm starting at the right spot. I think it's 42 instead of 40. Because it says,
yeah.
"For they are my servants whom I took out of the land of property of." Oh, hold on a minute. Maybe it's they may not become the property of another. Do not be a hard master to him, but have the fear of God before you.
Okay, yeah. The next verse, 44.
Maybe it's 44. It says,
All right,
"But
so
you may get servants as property from among the nations round about, but them you may take men servants and women servants, and in addition you may get for money servants from among the children of other nations who
there
are
we go.
living with you,
Yeah.
and from their families which have come to
Mm-hmm.
birth in your land, but
Mm-hmm.
those will be your property."
Mm-hmm. So that's saying you can buy people, right? And then read the next verse.
"And they will be
I mean,
your children's heritage after you to keep as their property. They will be your servants forever, but you may not be hard masters to your countrymen, the children of Israel."
Right. So what that's saying is that you can't own Israelites as property. You can't buy Israelites, but you can buy people from the surrounding nations, own them
Yeah.
as slaves, and then pass them on to your children as property.
Yeah, but what about the servant part there, though? Why does it call them servants in my translation?
Well, it depends. It depends on who translated it. Like, look, I think that like in the, it also depends on what the Hebrew word is. I'm guessing yours is going to be translated from Masoretic Hebrew, right?
Probably.
What version of the Bible is it? Maybe it's on Bible Hub.
It's not on Bible Hub. It's on Blue Letter Bible though. If you could get access to that one, but I don't know
Can you
about
put a link?
Bible Hub.
Can you put a link to that in the private chat?
I can put the exact link to the exact. It should send you to the exact part that I'm on. There's the link. It's the BBE. It's the
Right. Okay. Is that on BVE? Is that on Bible Hub? Is that Bible Hub the one that has the translations? Maybe it isn't.
well, Bible Hub has a lot of translations too, but I don't think the BBE is on Bible Hub. The Bible in Basic English, I don't think it's on Bible Hub. But I don't
Okay.
know for sure. But I know it's on Blue Letter Bible. That's the one I'm looking at. And like I said, I put the link back there for you. But that is weird, though. It says for money, though.
Yeah, you can buy them for money.
I don't think I've ever seen this part of Leviticus. I know the law pretty well, but I don't think I've ever seen this part. So how do you explain that one, though, for morality?
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma, isn't it?
Although there is a theory, though, if you believe Paul is a legitimate apostle, he's saying that you get rid of the parts after the Ten Commandments, and then yeah, the law, the rules that Christ gave down were the ones we're supposed to follow now. We're not supposed to worry about the ones after the Ten Commandments.
Well, didn't Jesus say that he hadn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it?
Yeah, but that they say the fulfilling part was he fulfilled all the he fulfilled it somehow and got rid of he fulfilled the back half and got rid of that part or something.
Well, I mean,
Something
no,
and
no,
replace it with the higher standard that he gave.
He couldn't have gotten rid of anything because he said he hadn't come to abolish it. Look,
Yeah.
if there's in the UK, it's you have to wear a seatbelt in a car, right? It doesn't matter if you're driving or if you're a passenger, if you're in the front seat or the back, you have to wear a seatbelt. So if you wear the seatbelt, right, then you are fulfilling the law, right?
Yeah.
But the law still stands. Like, you're not getting rid of the law by fulfilling it.
Yeah, I never said I believe the theory. I just said that's kind of like how they're trying to explain it away or something. I don't believe that theory, but because by fulfilling the law, you don't get rid of the law. That's like saying, like how Protestants believe that somehow he fulfilled the law to get rid of it.
But then why would he say, I haven't come to abolish the law?
That's my thing. That's my point.
And I think let me Google it, right? Because I don't even know what book this is in. I haven't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
That's Matthew 5.
5:17.
17, yeah, 5:17.
Okay.
I've always remembered that verse. I've always saw that verse. That was what got me looking at the Bible very seriously. Was that verse
5:17? So because there are a couple of other verses after that where he kind of makes it more explicit,
stricter.
Right?
He makes it more stricter, or I should say, he makes the interpretation more clear, because technically, the heart thing was already in the law. Like,
right,
they misunderstood what the heart thing meant.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly, I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Right, so he's saying that he hasn't come to abolish the law or the prophets, which is like presumably referring to everything. The Old Testament, right? Yeah,
like everything.
So that means that means that like everything in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, unless Jesus has explicitly said no, don't do this, presumably that all stands, right?
Presumably, yeah.
I think we bored Stoic.
He might be back. He might just disconnected, or click the wrong button. But presumably, although there could be a thing where you could argue that the books of Moses were corrupted. I mean, I don't know if they could find spots where it was corrupted.
Well, you could argue that, which was why I bought the Orthodox Study Bible.
And they argue that. Orthodox do argue that, and that's why they go with the LXX. Hey, we got 10th Man up here. Coming up here. Hey, 10th Man.
Sup?
Well,
much.
10th man, as you should know by now, up is a
I've
relative
been
concept that
watching
has
for a
no
while.
intrinsic value.
What doesn't? Sorry. Whoops, say that
Excuse me.
again.
Up is a relative concept. It has no intrinsic value.
What is?
Up.
Up. It has no intrinsic value.
Oh, good.
It's a relative concept.
I've got a friend
Yes, well.
called Tarquin who's heard me say that so many times that whenever anyone says "What's up," he like groans because he knows what I'm going to say.
Yeah, but up in that fashion is not that. But yeah, I get you. I operate in a 4-dimensional space. Like I've played
Yeah,
so
so do we
many
all.
space simulators that
So do we all,
I
10th
don't.
man.
Yeah,
Because there's the 3 spatial dimensions and time. That's the 4th dimension.
yeah.
Well, I think we have a comment from the comment section. It's got twice as gay.
You're welcome.
Tell me, James, have you ever heard of the double piston?
The double piston?
He can't handle the double piston Shiva.
Is that something gay?
10th man, off you go.
Intrinsically.
I don't want to know. I'll pass.
It's intrinsically gay.
But getting back to the Bible though, what was your other arguments though, Shiva?
Well, those are the 3 ones. One is about the creation of time. The other one was the
I think it was
punishment
omnipotent.
of. Sorry.
Knowingness. Well, I guess it'll be.
The other one was about the punishment of David by having his wives
David.
raped.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the third one was about
slavery.
how you tell whether a wife is a virgin, and the punishment for that.
Oh,
wife,
sweet
should she
Jesus.
turn out not to be.
But then, slavery was the one you didn't fully get notes on.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm gonna do some reading around slavery because slavery is kind of spread across the Bible. Like it crops up in the Old and the New Testament, in quite a few places. And so, in the Leviticus passage that we read out, that kind of makes it clear that you can buy people as property and then pass them on to your children as inheritance. I think there's a passage, it might be in Exodus, where it's saying if you strike your slave, if your slave dies, you can be punished for that. But if your slave survives a couple of days, then you won't be punished for that. So yeah, there's kind of quite a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. So how do you think we got here?
How do I think we got here?
Yeah, how humans got here.
I mean, probably evolution, but I don't really know.
Yeah, but then how come we haven't evolved if it's evolution?
In all seriousness, I'm a reader of a lot of stuff, fiction and fact and blah blah blah. I think that it's more close to something like Battlestar Galactica, the ending of Battlestar Galactica.
Gosh.
Right.
Have you seen the ending of Battlestar Galactica?
No, I have not seen the ending. No,
Okay.
sir. Fill me in.
So I'll sum the whole thing up real quick. So the whole series is about us in the end, technically. We have colonies all across the galaxy, and we still worship the old gods, Athena, all that type of stuff. And we can warp and stuff like that. And then we fight the Cylons, which are AI that have become so advanced that they're indistinguishable from humans. And then at the very end, once they figure out that it's not good to wipe out humanity, the robots, they decide that they're going to cast off all their technology and they fly all their ships into the sun. They fly all their ships into the sun with all their technology. And then they come to New Earth, which is here. And then they see this other like hominid species and they're like, yep, we're genetically compatible. And then they bred with the, hunter-gatherers, and that's us.
Wait a minute, where did hunter-gatherers come from?
From the Cylons, James. The Cylons.
No, but life is abundant in this theory, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you really think that with the technology that we have currently, that we would have any idea whether or not there's another species out there? Like, we can't see their spaceships. No.
Wait. It depends on what you mean by species. Species doesn't necessarily imply evolution. It doesn't necessarily imply something that isn't an animal.
It doesn't necessarily imply something with high intelligence.
Yeah. But didn't we recently discover a planet that is high in maybe oxygen? And I think that only occurs on planets with life. And by discover a planet, I mean seen it through a telescope and maybe done some spectral analysis on it or something.
Yes.
Like we haven't gone there,
I get
obviously.
Yeah, I don't think we can even go to space. That's questionable. We can go to space.
Well, I mean, we can certainly go up to the sky, right?
Yeah, to the sky.
Is Katy Perry an astronaut? Is Katy Perry an astronaut?
I mean...
Yeah, but why are we not on the moon? Why am I sitting here on Earth? Why am I not on the moon or some colony?
Maybe
why
because
am I not
you
even
haven't...
here with all the crazies?
Wait. Okay. There's several leaps there. Why you're not on the moon is because you didn't train to be an astronaut.
Well, why does the colonists have to train to be an astronaut, sir, on a colony?
The colonists? What colonists?
Colonists, yeah.
Because you need to get to the moon. So that means that in order to get to the moon, you need to subject your body to very high G-forces. And you need to train for that, right? Otherwise you can, have strokes and die.
Yeah, give me a minute, Sheba. Hold that thought. Hello! Hello, you there, JB?
Yes, sir, James. It's me. It's John Beard. Hello, everyone.
It's John Bird. Okay. I didn't know who that was.
G'day, everyone. Nice to talk to you all.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Have any of you seen a sci-fi show called The Expanse?
The Expanse?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it has what I think is probably the most realistic depiction of space travel.
I wasn't trying to go there. We were talking about where did everything come from. Like, I think it's adorable that human beings think that they are any more special than a grain of sand. Where did the grain of sand come from?
We do tend to have a very anthropocentric view.
Well, we
are more grains. Hold on. There's a lot more grains of sand than there ever has been.
Did you tell the host to hold on, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, sir, how about you hold on, sir?
Yeah, 10th man.
Don't you tell the host? Don't you tell the host to hold on, sir?
Did you
listen, ma'ams? Listen, ma'ams. Oi! Stop clucking, ma'ams, and settle down.
What was I gonna say though? Before I was rudely interrupted. Whoa, Tim Man just left now. Jeez.
Oh my God, James! It's 10th Man. He's very delicate.
He told the host to hold up. I'm the host of this panel.
What? Why did you get rid of 10th Man? He's a very intelligent man.
10th Man got rid of himself. I just put him in the back. So I was getting saying what I was gonna say, but now I forgot what I was gonna say.
Wait, You put 10th man near your back.
Look, James, you do realise that 10th Man is the king of motherfucking YouTube, right?
Like, you do
Yo,
realize
10th man
10th
not gonna
man.
tell me to hold up on my own panel. Like it's his
Yeah,
panel.
well, it's not. It's obviously not his, is it?
Mm. Well, if you want to come back 10th man, you can. But please don't tell
I,
me to
yeah, I can understand that. It's the
crush
use
on my
of
own
language.
panel. Hold up.
It's a use of language, James, and obviously I can be a bit of an asshole sometimes.
Yeah,
But
but I think 10th man more is intentional about him being himself being an asshole.
intentionally an asshole. Well, he definitely does that sometimes, but he does
You can
it in an
control yourself
intelligent
a lot better than you think.
way. I can't. 10th man can control himself
No,
much
you
better.
can a lot better than 10th man.
10th man is a G, and he can control himself far better than I can.
Well, the way you've acted on my panels, I've never had any trouble with you. Maybe on other panels.
James, I've never had. Never? That's a big word.
I'm pretty sure
Anyway,
I've never had any trouble with you. I don't
no,
recall
we
any
haven't.
times when you rudely just flat out told me that hold up. Like,
Yeah, I think at times we have our own panels, and we get some really intelligent people in with something to add, and so they might just say,
yeah.
"Hey, James, hold up, I've got something I've got to put in."
Yeah, but I
Just
was
to
gonna say
everything to
something
make.
and then I completely forgot what I was gonna say.
I don't know, Shiva. What were you about to say?
I wasn't about to say anything.
A fucking yeah,
He
that's
was
what he
he's
said.
gonna sit there and allow me to respond.
All right, so I apologize. I've just butted in, and I've obviously scared off 10th man because he can't deal with my 99% manliness.
No, it wasn't you that scared him off. I was the one because of me putting him in the back.
What? Don't see. You did put him in the back. Dude, you spanked 10th man. That's
I
kind of
did. I
gay.
did. I said I put him in the back.
All right, so you spanked him. You gave
Not
him a
like
big
that. I'm
whooping,
not
a
gay.
spanking.
I didn't put him in the back like it was gay. I'm not gay.
Dude, it
That's
may
the
not
kind
have
of
been
tap
your
I was talking
intention.
about. Why are you getting
It may,
gay?
it may not have been your intention, but you do realize that you're hanging on a panel where half of us,
Actually, now it's a third of us are gay.
correct.
Was a half.
Correct. All right, so what you need to do is apologize to 10th man, putting him in the back. Oh, I'm sure he
Why do I
loved
need to
it.
apologize? He was the one that was being rude on my panel. I was getting ready to say something.
I just
Anyone should be
apologize.
apologizing. It should be 10th man for
To be
trying to
honest,
tell me,
James, I
hold
just
up,
apologize.
attitude.
James, do you ever just apologize and be like, "Hey,
I'm
didn't
not
quite
gonna
know what was going on"?
apologize. That's allowing someone to run you over.
I don't think
Nah.
so. I think sometimes it's a form of just getting along.
No, that's letting someone run you over. I'm done letting people run me over. I was
I c-
Mr. Nice Guy. I
Is it no
tried
more
that.
Mr. Nice Guy, James?
Huh?
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah. I wanna start putting my foot down.
And I'm going to
James,
start encouraging you. You tell him, James. You tell
yeah,
him.
you tell. I Shiva, I need to let you know that I am one of the largest donators to James. I
Right.
won money on Easy's panel,
Okay.
and I gave it all to James just
Right.
before
I
Christmas.
won money on
Oh,
Easy's panel and kept it all.
$100. Yeah, he did give me
Yeah,
$100.
yeah, and I gave it straight to James because he's doing a very good effort,
and I'm very proud of the man.
Yeah, I'm putting my foot down all the way now, man. Yeah, I'm putting my foot down.
Well, I think, all right, so we could work on that. So putting your foot down, what does that mean?
Laying down the law.
Well,
Well,
you're not the law. All right, so power, force,
I'm the
etc.
law of my own panel. I'll make the law.
Wow, but obviously you need to invite other people, other communities into your panel.
I
Because
do. I'm the most open panel.
you do, mate. I agree. But how do you apply
If
that
not the
force?
most open panel.
Well, I've been on panels tonight, and maybe.
Maybe. As long as you don't pay TOS, I'll let you on.
So Shiva,
Hmm.
how's the new show going?
It's actually not a new show. It's I used to do the Incongruous Sofa a few years ago, although it's
So it's a
slightly different.
reboot.
Yeah, it's like a reboot. Yeah. I mean, it's going well in the sense of I'm enjoying the conversations, and the people who are watching seem to be enjoying the conversations. In terms of my channel metrics, given that most of my audience are drama whores who only really turn up to hear people call each other a motherfucker in very loud tones of voice, so they get bored by reasonable conversation. So the audience tends to be quite small, but I don't really care about that. Right? Oh,
The world having a John. Where'd he go?
by the way, you need to amend your text scrolling across the bottom. So I'll let you know where there's a spelling
Oh,
error
I see where.
where it says $2
$2 per minute for me, but it doesn't say per.
Yeah.
I forgot the R. Let's see. There we go. Better. I don't know how I didn't notice that already, but okay.
I mean, what can I say? I'm a pedantic bastard.
Well, I'm pretty. Wait, is pedantic in telling that detailed noticing, like noticing detail?
It's being overly obsessed with rules, quite
Oh,
often associated with language.
okay. Well, I'm more detail minded. I don't know how I didn't notice it already, but I am pretty obsessed with like details. It has to be right on point. I'm like OCD.
I mean, I think that's probably pedantic as well, being
OCD.
like, well, no, not it depends on what you're talking about. If you're like it's not just being detail oriented, it's being like excessively obsessed with minor details, like
Yeah, I would be over obsessed with minor details, depending on what it is. Not every time, not all the time. Ha ha, are we not men? But I thank you for the dollar donation to my cash app. $1. You could have did better than $1, are we not men? What's with your dollars? You always go $1.
is he wanting to mute me?
I guess so. Is that what the dollar is for? Let me check.
I mean, it's your text scroll, James.
True. True.
All right. Well, I guess
Dude,
you're on
but
your own for a minute.
I gotta see if that's really what he wants, though. Because he's saying $1 doesn't mean he wants you to mute you. He's done that before, I think. So you do want to mute, like a 1-minute mute, okay. You're only muted for like a minute though, Sheba, just so you know. So, cha-ching! $1. You're cheap. You're cheap, or not, man. You're cheap. You want to add in $2 and mute me too? Cause that way I can get more money. Cause you're very cheap with $1. That's cheap. Cause didn't you send me $1 one time on PayPal? Or we not, man? Cause someone sent me $1 one time through PayPal, technically through Streamlabs, but because that's where all my PayPal stuff goes is through Streamlabs. Someone sent me $1 that way one time.
Well, there we go. That was fun,
Yes,
wasn't it?
you're back now. Well, he didn't like my little speech. You see what he said to me?
I did, yeah.
I called him cheap. Sent only $1. Yeah. I was just joking, are we not, man? Don't take it personal. Though I could use more than $1 though, for real. John's back. What happened,
Sorry
John?
about that, guys. I apologize. I ran out of power on my phone. I
What power on your
apologize.
phone? Okay. So you was telling John about the reboot though, Sheba,
Oh, yeah.
of your show.
Yeah, so I'm enjoying it. You know, even though the audience is a lot smaller than I would normally get. But yeah, I've got Melanie on next week, so
No many cosmic bucks.
yeah, that could be interesting.
Oh, that's gonna be very interesting. Because you're gonna be on camera. You know he's gonna be trying to fight with you.
Maybe.
He does that when he's on camera. He puts on a good show.
Does she go on camera?
Why do we got two? No. Like when there's a camera going, she'll put on a good show. Why don't we got two Johns? What's with that?
It's just one John. I promise.
Just one John. One John. Wait a minute. One, not two John.
I apologize. I'm just doing some phone fuck ups on me. All right. So Melly
Or
Fox
three
is coming
Johns.
on.
Huh.
James is just John.
Oh, well, I was making a joke. You didn't catch the joke.
Sorry, bro. I didn't. Oh, on me. So Melly Fox is coming on Shiva's show. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Sunday. 3
That'll be
p.m.
interesting.
Eastern.
3 p.m. Eastern. That'll be interesting. She's from Canada. Or he. I just said
He's
she.
from Canada, yeah.
Obviously, Mel's quite an intelligent young man who's over 6 foot. with definitely some experiences underneath his belt.
Ah, we're not men sent in $2, so I gotta mute. So you guys on your own for a minute.
That's fine. So Shiva, you've got a new channel going up. You've got some interesting friends that we've all got to meet.
Oh, the psychos, yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Come on.
Man, no, some of them are absolutely fucking. Look, okay. If someone says something to you that you get kind of butthurt about, and then you feel the need to send armed police officers round to your house, you're a fucking psycho.
Yeah, a lot of American women are made like that. Yeah, correct.
No, this is a man that I'm talking about.
Whoa.
Middle-aged man.
Is he straight or gay?
Well, he claims to be bi. I don't know how
What?
true that is. There is a theory that he's kind of gay for clout. I don't know if you've ever come across that concept.
I was made aware of clout back in 23 and was kind of gobsmacked because I'm like, what? What?
I mean, yeah,
Not my
no, that
jam.
community is filled with. I mean, you know, I'm using the term slightly flippantly, but psychopaths, you know, who
Yeah, I think
yeah.
there's a little bit of that when they pay big dollars for memberships and all sorts of things and spend 10 plus hours a day manipulating situations. Yeah, I understand. Been there, done that. Exited very nicely.
You know, they all like to call each other pedos and turn up at their houses and ring their employers and
I haven't been that far in.
and
Thank God.
engage in phone sex with each other, which I can't fucking wrap my head around at all.
All right.
Okay, I can't engage in this conversation.
All right, you don't need to, but the phone sex isn't phone sex. It's James. Just to explain, phone sex in 2025 is you'll have a voice call or VC. You know from Discord.
No, I'm talking about, like, you know, blokes sending pictures, women of themselves with a butt plug in.
Yeah, he's talking about sexting.
I
think that's what she was talking about. Sexting. That sounds like
did
sexting.
I did know an escort from Baltimore, so I've heard of many things. Not necessarily me doing those. Yeah. Well, everyone's different, eh? James, is everyone different?
Yeah.
Should we all be upheld to one consistent normality?
We're different in how we break what should be the rules that everybody should be upheld to. I think it should be one set standard of rules.
So if there were rules, there would be a standard.
Yeah, there would be a standard, and I think people break that standard differently. But nevertheless, they all break the standard one way or the other.
I think then that we can't be as Jesus is or was. We all break that standard, but how far do you go?
How do you mean? How far do you go?
Well, she was not talking, so I don't want to. How far do you go? Do you kiss a girl on the first date?
I don't know if you kiss a girl on the first date, although there's nothing in the Bible that says you can't. Of course, dating is technically not in the Bible. They did
So is
courting in the
dating?
Bible. They
Yeah,
didn't do
courting.
dating.
So
Courting
the
was
idea of
like the Bible.
dating and courting has changed over the years.
Dating is not courting, and courting is not dating.
Please explain.
Dating is a very modern concept. Very modern.
And what's the difference between courting and dating? We're in goodwill.
I like JS's comment. Dating is practice for divorce. But
Fuck,
hey,
it's
JS,
JS.
welcome in. If you want to come up,
JS, get it.
JS, feel free to
JS,
come
get on
up.
panel. I need some help here, mate.
But yeah, dating, like I say, is a modern concept. Courting is where the guy would go, well, from my understanding, is where the guy would go meet the parents, ask
Yeah,
the
but what?
parents,
Whoa,
can you
whoa,
get to
whoa,
know
whoa!
my daughter.
Yeah, so that would be later on. But what about in the first part?
No. Actually, you go to the parents for courting. You go to the parents practically
So
early on, if not right at the very beginning. I don't think you meet
wait,
the girl.
so when you were sitting under an apple tree, when you were 14 years old, is it a date or a court?
When you're sitting on an apple tree. That sounds like more like dating.
So
Sounds very modern to me.
maybe. So courting and dating are the same thing.
No, they're different. Totally different.
How?
How? I was just explaining to you what courting is.
I understand what you're saying. I've courted many women, and I'm trying to
Have you? Have you met
understand.
the parents first, sir, before you met the woman?
Yes, sometimes, yeah. Yep.
Because that's generally how courting works. You meet the parents first, and then you meet the woman, because your parents are going to set you up with it all and everything. It's going to be kind of arranged.
No, look, I think they just thought I was good stock at the time. So they kind of let things happen.
Yeah. So, any interesting topics you've had in the past there with that show, Shiva?
On the sofa.
The sofa, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I've only done a few of them in terms of the kind of reboot. The ones that I did in the past were they were kind of thematically different in that it was bullshit drama, but tonally the same, and that it was kind of non combative space, like a non aggressive space where people could kind of say whatever they wanted. But yeah, I had an interesting discussion with Effigy about free will, because he's a compatibilist. I had quite a good chat with Tariak, which was the kind of first of the rebooted ones, which I did like a couple of months ago.
If
where
I
we were
may,
talking.
I apologize for interrupting, but Teriyaki disappeared.
He disappeared.
Yeah.
He was in my chat on Sunday.
I saw him just the other. Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times in the last week, but he just left, didn't he?
He was
Well, I
in
mean,
your
people.
chat just using Shiva's chat just yesterday, yeah.
Yeah,
I
people
know
arrive,
that he
don't
was
they?
he was taking a bit of break for Lent, or something similar to that, but he was late back.
Was Teriak taking a break from Lent? I don't think Teriak was practicing Lent.
I think maybe you could be aware of those times in the year and maybe not technically practice Lent.
Because Teriak's he'd have a hard time keeping Lent, even if he was actually religious. I don't know if he's that religious to keep
Anyway,
Lent.
it's really nice that everyone's seen Teriak around. He's,
I thought he's agnostic or something. Like maybe
I think that's
something.
I think that's
I don't know if he's
something
looking
that
into
he
the
has.
Bible. I mean, I don't know. Just looking into the Bible. But doesn't mean you have to be religious to look into the Bible. But
I'm still weirded out the fact that Fairby's going to be on your channel.
yeah, how's that gonna work? I don't know. With the male Cosmic Fox being on Shiva's channel.
What do you mean? How is that going to work? It's going to work like all of the other ones.
Yeah,
She'll come on the panel and we'll have a conversation.
yeah, but you know how his conversations go, though.
I mean, I've
No,
seen how they go with.
I understand.
I've seen how those conversations go with other people. Generally, when we're conversing, it tends to be perfectly fine.
I
So,
think that's right. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
no, go on.
I think that Fairby is certainly very intelligent. There are some big differences between the norms that we usually associate with. But I certainly don't want to compliment the Furby. But I do have respect. Intelligence is Shiva, are you purposely going silent for theatrical effect?
No, I mean, I wasn't aware that I was required to respond to anything. I'm kind of looking at online Bibles. I'm trying to find a copy of the Orthodox Bible online, like, because whilst I like books, if you want to do searches, it's not very useful.
I thought he's getting the Orthodox one today.
Yeah, but it's a book, like a physical book. So it'd be quite good to have an online version as well.
Oh, you want a digital version? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I can search.
I think the whole idea is you don't read it yourself.
That I don't read it myself.
I believe, yeah.
I don't understand why.
Well, you just listen to other people and they'll tell you what it said.
Oh no, fuck
So,
that.
so leadership from authority. Yeah,
You don't ever listen to other people about what they say about the Bible, because I won't be honest, most people don't know nothing about the Bible.
I certainly don't. Oh, I know a little, not a lot.
You need to study the Bible to show thyself approved, even though I don't even not sure about Paul's authority, but I can agree with that part.
What did Paul say? May I ask?
Well, I don't know if I agree with Paul, because he said he's come to preach his gospel. He didn't say I come to preach the gospel of the Most High. He said I come to preach my gospel.
Well, if there's only one gospel, wouldn't it be the same?
Not when it's saying my gospel. Paul's saying my gospel isn't like it's his gospel. Like he owns the gospel.
Whoa. But wouldn't it be his as well? In that we share, we grow together. It is
And
the
there's
word.
contradictions between Paul and Yeshua, and
Who's Yeshua? What?
Yeshua's who most people know is Jesus.
In what book?
Yeshua's Aramaic, or at least some people say it's Aramaic, or it could be Hebrew, but I've heard it's Aramaic though, for the name of Jesus. See, Jesus is only 400 years old because the J in English is only 400 years old.
No, well, obviously, because a word or a letter. Come on. Are you saying, wait, 400 years old, so now you're matching him with post. Oh, James, who have you been talking to?
Who have I been talking to?
Yeah. Like, so what other religious spaces have you been in other than normal Christian spaces?
Well, I've heard messianic points of view of things, and then I've heard other people's points of view. I've heard multiple points of view of things.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you've been through a lot. You've,
But 400, but the 400-year-old, the fact that the J's 400 years old, that's just a thing of, you can Google it. You could probably Google that and see that.
Oh, so does
That's just a thing known by
does
history.
the
Literally,
name, the word need a
speak.
J?
The what?
Well, it's interpretation. So Jesus or Jesus.
Well, it's
The word,
Jesus
yeah,
or Yeshua.
yeah. So the J would be a Y, which is Spanish Catholic, I think. Anyway,
Well,
yes,
the Y was the letter
but
in
to get.
English.
Well,
Originally, it was
what?
Y.
No. So H and Y. So Spanish
Hey, I
Catholic.
know a lot about the Bible.
I know you
I was talking
do.
to
You know.
Dean.
I apologize. You know far more than me.
Dean
You
is
spent.
the Muslim that comes over here sometimes. I don't get how you even
I
found
like
me. I think it
bacon.
was through, wasn't it Speakeasy you found me through, Dean?
Nah, he's found you through that.
I think it was Speakeasy you found me through. But yeah, I know a lot about the Bible.
You do. You spent years back in the day looking into Judaism and
I've looked into Judaism, Messianic Judaism. I've looked into other religions like Islam, like um, Zoroastrianism and stuff. I've looked into all those different ones.
can I possibly suggest and I believe
Started looking into Buddhists here recently. I got some Buddhist books.
I
Oh, yeah.
believe that Shiva would endorse looking into
Buddhist. Yeah, I'll be
gadgetorism.
right back. Y'all hold it down.
Gadgetism.
Is
Help
that
me out here.
the Japanese cartoon thing?
Yeah, it's that little mouse that the Russians made gadget. Yeah, I fucked it up. Could have been smooth. Yeah, so James, basically we've got Shiva about to convert on
Is that what you think is going to happen?
on the basis of gadget and
Okay.
good old Bob something. I think I sent you a clip of that as well. Or not. Shiva, you've got as much of a likelihood of converting me, vice versa.
Okay, I'm
Ready?
back. The package got here, so that's why I had to step away.
Yeah, well, what did
Time
you get
for
delivered? What was
what?
delivered, bro?
Oh, phones,
Stones?
phones.
How many phones do you need?
Well, well, my, my mom got new phones. What can I say?
winning. Money,
For
money, money.
her and dad.
Fucking winning. Nice, bro. That's good news.
It was time. It was that upgrade time. I told her I didn't need one though. I declined to get me an upgraded phone.
Nice. Is it a good phone?
Do what?
Is it a good phone?
I guess they are. I mean, it's the newer iPhones.
iPhone. Oh my god. All right, don't donate.
Don't donate. Why?
You've been donating all this money to Shiver, and Apple's
What?
been taking 30%.
Sorry, wait, what?
Wait, what? Where did Shiba come into this?
Well, you've got an iPhone, and if you now decide to donate to Shiver,
I didn't get an iPhone. I told my I didn't upgrade. I do have an iPhone, but I didn't upgrade my iPhone.
yeah. So when you
upgrade.
donate, Apple takes 30% on top of YouTube's 30%.
What are you talking about? Wait, what's he talking about, Shiba? I'm confused.
I'm not sure. I know that Apple takes a 30% cut of microtransactions that are made through apps on the marketplace. I don't know that
Really?
they do that through because
Well, I think they do that from YouTube.
Well, they've
right?
been they've lost. No, that's Google that does that through YouTube.
Well, Google.
Yeah, so there was a lawsuit brought against Apple by the Epic Game Store because Epic developed the game Fortnite.
Fortnite, yeah.
So they had a thing where they had a two price structure on the Apple version of Fortnite.
Fortnite, yeah, back when it was on Apple.
Yeah, well, the reason why it was taken off Apple was because Epic offered like a two-tier price structure, so you could either buy it through Apple, in which case you'd pay the extra 30%, or you could buy it directly from them, and then you wouldn't pay the 30%.
So, if I may, so basically, James, if you decide to give the Whatever podcast $50, what on your iPhone?
I don't give the Whatever podcast $50.
All right, so if you decide to give Jess $150,
I don't give Jess that much either. Whoa, or you say Jess?
Hypothetically, whatever.
I gave Jess $150.
If you decide to do that on your iPhone via YouTube, the Apple company or whatever, Apple will take it 30%, and then YouTube will take 30%. So I believe
I think
people
they
have
take
said
the 30% from Google. They don't
No,
take the
so-
30% from me.
he's right. So if you make a super chat on payment, because it's an in-app purchase, Apple takes 30% cut on top of the Google 30% cut.
Yeah,
I
so
never
I believe
noticed that before.
Well, because you haven't been getting paid, so there's been people that have certain amounts of money that come through, and YouTube shows up as, "Hey, I've got this," and then because some of the people
No, I'm talking about when I
have
made
iPhones.
super chats on the phone. I've never noticed that before.
Well, no,
No,
but
no,
you wouldn't.
no, exactly. The thing is, from the person that has the channel, they've had certain numbers coming through at a certain level, and then they suddenly drop down lower. For some weird reason, it's two separate things. So YouTube processes it first, but the thing is that Apple takes it out first. It's a bit weird. I'm not going to claim to understand it. But yeah, James, get a freaking decent phone, bro.
Well,
No Apple.
welcome in, Jeremy. My phone's just fine.
Is it Apple? Like Apple 2Es were cool.
Yeah, but most of the time when I make super chats, I don't make it through my phone though.
Good.
I make it through my computer when I make super chats most of the
Yeah,
time.
it's worthwhile. And to the correct Jeremy.
Feel free to pop up, Jeremy, if you want to. Apparently, if I'm still on, like in an hour, Dean's gonna join us from when he made that chat, which was at 10:08. So 11:08. If I'm still live, Dean is gonna join us.
And he wants to find out if you know your Bible, James. I, of course, don't know the Bible because I'm a dirty heathen.
And somehow I know that Shiva's lying because he's been reading the Bible.
Yeah, but I only got the Bible. Like, I only got my first Bible last week.
But at
So,
school, you didn't have a Bible? Like, and
you don't think I fucking remember the Bible? Like, yes, I had a Bible when I was a kid, but you don't think I can like remember details from that, do you?
no, I don't. Same as
I mean,
no.
broad strokes, yes, but you know,
Okay, yeah, cool. Same.
like so. For example, as a kid, I would have been completely unaware of the kind of the law surrounding whether a bride was a virgin or not in Deuteronomy.
Well, the deep understanding and the use of language, naming sources, yeah, for sure. We didn't know that. Correct. But I think the idea that a woman should be a virgin and we shouldn't have sex, um, prior to marriage, I think that was pretty clear, even back in my day. Definitely.
Yeah, but do you think that if you can't demonstrate that the woman is a virgin by having a bloody sheet upon consummating the marriage, that she should face execution by stoning,
No.
given that only 45% of women bleed upon first having sex?
Well, I like to hang out with women and have hung out with women that like to ride horses. So many excuses. Yeah, I understand. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
James, how many women do you know that ride horses?
They're like what?
How many women? Oh, no, I can't ask that question. Don't worry. All good.
Okay.
Where I was going to go with the questioning would be completely inappropriate and not okay. I apologize.
Okay. So, what does chat or anybody on panel think we ought to go talking about now? Because this is a random live that I just started today.
Well, this Bible, this Orthodox Study Bible, it's got maps in the back, you know.
Oh yeah, I know. It's you got the same one.
All
I'm
right.
assuming that I got.
This is the one that's been recommended. Please, Shiva, share.
What in the world?
Share.
What do you want me to
The
share?
maps. Yeah, no. Well, the maps would dictate certain spaces, areas.
Yes, I mean they all tend to be like round about the Middle East. So the first one is the world of the patriarchs, which includes
Mesopotamia.
Abraham's. Yeah, it's got like kind of Egypt, the old Babylonian Empire, and the
Oh,
Hittite
yeah.
Empire. And then the
What?
next one,
Weren't
there's a
they
map.
black? Weren't they black people?
I think they were Middle Eastern, weren't they?
Middle
so
Eastern,
dark.
yeah. I
So
wouldn't say
like
black. I don't know. Middle Eastern
olive.
is necessarily black.
Well.
That's more like
Dark, darker
African
than
black.
darker than Italian olives.
Yeah, probably. Why is that
Yeah.
relevant?
I'm just trying to work out.
Right. The next map is a map of Eastern Egypt, Sinai, and well, we've got the kingdoms of like Midian and Edom and Moab, and that's the Exodus from Egypt.
Yeah.
So
Then
that'll be Moses. Then the next one is a map
there's the
showing the
conquest of
conquest
Canaan.
of yeah. So have you got an Orthodox Study Bible?
Yeah, I've had it. I've had it for a while. I'm literally looking at it right now. You've got the same one as I got. They're
Yeah.
all the same. It's universal, I guess.
Well, there are certain ones that are
And the next
revised.
one's like the 12 tribes. And you go on, it's got David
Yeah.
and Solomon's Jerusalem in the New Testament times. And then you go on again, the Holy Land in the times of Jesus. And then you go on, as far as that, Paul's first ministry journey and his journey to Rome. And there's the other one, but I don't. That's Paul's second and third ministry. There we go. Journeys.
All right, so
And hello, Elder Line. And I wouldn't say every time I go live. He only shows up every once in a blue moon. Oh, okay, never mind. You said right before you sleep. Okay, yeah, that would be the context of that one. Okay.
Elder Lion,
What was you saying,
Elder
John?
Lion. Listen, I'm just talking to Elder Lion. Elder Lion, speak. Well, listen. Don't speak. Listen to Shiva. He has some very good, interesting information.
He wasn't talking about
And
Shiva.
We was talking about Dean, I think.
The Muslim.
Aladdin.
He's talking about the Muslim.
I've got a really nice story. I was walking my dog yesterday at a local park that I enjoy often. One of my dogs. I have to keep them separated at the moment, or one of three. Anyway, two boys I have to keep separated, but I take them both for walks. Means I'm doing double the kilometers, but fuck it. And my local park is often filled with people or ladies wearing headscarves. And yeah, and they enjoy the space, they enjoy the area. I've got no issues as far as that thing goes. It's really nice to see people gathering and enjoying themselves. But I've got these fucking fluffy white dogs, and they just let their kids run loose. And I had this little kid trying to fucking ride a $5,000 dog like it was a fucking horse. And I just had to be nice. I just had to be nice, James. I just had to be nice and be polite. This is a 4-5-year-old kid ran away from his parents, and I just had to be nice and calm. And the word gentle didn't mean anything. And so my dog got ridden by a 4-year-old immigrant. James, should I carry a gun? Is open carry okay?
Well, it's wait a minute. It's not legal in Australia.
Oh, should it be? In
Open carry? I think it should be legal everywhere.
yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Should we be nice to people and be considerate and have feelings?
We should be kind to people.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Good.
Well, yeah, I know. I know kind of not the same as nice. I get that.
Kind
Hey,
of.
King! Welcome in, King.
Well, James, be careful. Kind and nice are very different things.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You know that.
Link's pinned at the top. Anybody wants to come up? Link's pinned at the top. Link is pinned
Yeah,
at the top.
Shiva's been super gay and not talking because he'd wake up.
Sorry, do you think being quiet is the same as being gay?
There are similarities for sure.
Similarities? Being quiet is similar to being gay? Do tell, do tell.
I don't want to fucking do.
I'm curious about what the similarities are. He's done got me curious.
Being meek?
You think I'm meek?
No, I don't think.
Chamber meek? Are you kidding?
Sir, I've got to be so
That must
careful.
be a
I've got to be
joke.
so careful here. I've got to be so careful.
Does that mean
careful.
I'm going to inherit the earth, John?
Oh, goodness.
I don't know.
Well, technically, I do know if you're meek, you inherit the earth.
I don't think anyone's ever referred to me as meek before.
I don't think I quite meant it for, yeah, struggling. James.
Yeah.
Is Shiva meek?
No.
Okay. How would you describe Shiva?
Yeah, how would you describe me, James? Put your foot down.
Well, he can be arrogant.
I am an arrogant motherfucker. I will not apologize for that.
It can be a cunt.
Absolutely.
No, no. Probably could get more cunt than me. But anyway.
He can be oh me.
Yeah, so
How much further can I go with this?
All
right, so what?
James.
It can be blunt.
Go and put it on Google. Let's do not a dictionary search. What's it called? Shiva, help me out.
Oh, look what King Blackout
Word for
said.
word.
Right, proper. Well, yeah, of course he's gay. He's super gay.
I mean, I wouldn't describe myself as super gay.
Yeah, I don't. No, I wouldn't.
So wait a minute. What would you describe yourself as?
Gay?
Not super gay.
I mean, what's super gay? I'm not camp. I think in order to be super gay, you have to be camp.
Camp or camp?
Yeah.
I had an uncle
What's camp?
who would be
What's
mid
camp?
70s now, and he would describe himself as being homosexual,
What is camp?
not gay.
Have you ever heard of an English? It's like a talk show host called Alan Carr.
No, I've not heard of him. No.
Just put Alan Carr into YouTube. Watch any of the videos that come up. And within seconds you'll know.
Cars and like CAR car.
I think it might be CARR.
Does this have anything to do with the show that was in a store with where they
No.
King
sold?
Blackout has joined us.
That's Dale Winton, I think. He's also quite camp.
Alan Carr is
He-
super
he's
gay,
quite
John
camp, yeah.
says. John, links pinned at the top if you want to join us.
It's Alan Carr, Chatty Man, I think. Like, now he's super gay.
I don't think that's Alan Carr there, I don't think. Is it Alan Carr's easy way to get yourself free?
No, Alan Carr, Chatty Man.
Chatty man.
Yeah,
That dude sounds American.
he's not
Carr.
American.
Well, the one that I was watching sounds American. Alan Carr, Chatty man. Chat.
Just help with spelling, I think, is a good idea.
I got it.
Cool, nice. Go Google.
Elderline, Shiva
That is
definitely.
definitely.
Shiva definitely I can't even say it. Sachets when he walks.
A lot of gay.
Don't you? Shiva, you skip and you sachet, don't you?
I most certainly do not.
Liar.
There's also there's an Irish fellow. Oh fucking hell, what's his name? Who also does talk shows. Graham Norton. He's
yes.
also
Okay, Graham
super
Norton.
gay.
Yeah. So super gay. Yeah. Oh yeah, Graham Norton show. How can I not? Yeah.
Guess you're just waking up there, King.
What's up?
Guess you're just waking up.
No, I just got off work.
Oh, you work nights?
Yes, sir. I just got left by fucking John over here. Left me hanging
What?
in a fucking StreamYard call all by myself. He's just like, "Fuck you, dickhead," and just ran away.
Damn.
Fuck, that's Bricky's fault. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Bricky's
Well,
fault. Blame
me and you,
Bricky.
Bricky ended his stream, John, and it was just down to me and you. And I said, "Hey, I'll be right back." And I come back, and you were fucking gone, bro.
No,
What the
you
hell was
didn't
that?
come back. Dude, I told you 5 minutes and I'm out. Fuck you. At 5 minutes, I was there for 10. Fuck
That's
you.
bullshit. That's bullshit because actually I had my headphones on or my earbuds in, and I heard you. You had to go piss like a little bitch, didn't you?
Wait. Did he end it or did he just walk away and leave it running with you?
No. Bricky said, well, that's what he was gonna do. Bricky was gonna walk away, and he's like, "You guys can have everything." Well, then John was like, "Well, why don't you just end the stream so then we can just have a back talk?" So then it was John, Cat,
We did.
me,
Yeah.
Doom,
Yep.
and Bricky,
Yeah.
and then Bricky
Correct.
left, and it was just Cat, Doom, me, and John. And then for a while there was just Doom, me, and John, and then there's just me and John. And then sure as shit, motherfucker just left me.
No, dude.
Yeah, and then this fucking dickhead goes and messages me on Discord and goes, "Oh, I'm going to bed, bro." Yeah, looks like you're sleeping. How's your sleep going there, bud?
That sounds pretty super gay of Ricky.
Chat, don't forget your options.
Yeah, Bricky.
I
That's
think it's actually. Just let me check my Discord because I'm pretty sure he's talking about me. Give me a second. Give me a second. Personal.
I gotta fix the banner.
Oh, John. Good morning,
Ricky actually
James.
gayer than Shiva?
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
The heck? Hmm. So how are y'all today, King and Jeremy?
I'm all right. Just trying to do solve people's problems on at work.
Hmm.
I just got done with work, so like I said, I'm doing great now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now that it's all
My
over.
night's over. Like I'm this is my chill time before bed, so I'm just
yeah.
smoking. I was thinking about playing
Really,
some Call of Duty
really
real
cool
quick.
when you. It's really cool when you fix shit back in March. You tell the people what their issue is, and it's completely self-inflicted upon themselves, and they don't document it. And then 2 months later, they come back with the same problem, saying, "What changed? What did you do?" I'm like, "Nothing. I already gave you this answer."
Oh, Jeremy, I know. Well, I mean, not to the
Yeah,
extent that you know, maybe, but I know what you're talking about.
what the
A
fuck,
step-by-step
Jeremy?
process, a foolproof
Jeremy.
plan, a foolproof plan to execute over a 3 month period of time. I go away, I come back, and they didn't fucking execute. They're like, "How do I fix it?" Do the plan. I wrote it out step by step. There's a guide.
Well, no. Well, the fun thing is this: when they had this issue back in March and identified it, I identified it using their own instructions.
Yeah, but you all kissed the Furby's hand.
What
You
What are you
all
talking about?
kissed the Furby's hand, so the planned instructions went to shit.
the fuck are you? I never kissed fucking Furby's hand. Fuck that
John, what
motherfucker.
are you talking about?
I don't know what John's on tonight. I don't know what John's been smoking,
Yeah,
but
he's
whatever it
definitely
is,
on crack or something. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
He's having a stroke. I think
whatever
he's having
John's been smoking, maybe I
I ain't got
need to
shit.
try a little bit
I ain't
of
got
it.
shit to do with that dumb bitch.
It's what it is. It's what it is.
Oh, John.
John, uh, whatever you've been smoking, John. Let me borrow.
10 milligram cigarette.
10 milligrams? Your cigarettes are measured out in
That was
milligrams?
it.
Yeah,
10
that's my
milligrams of
choice.
10 milligrams of THC, is that what you're saying?
Not those cigarettes. No.
I don't understand what you guys are saying in chat there. What the fuck is camp?
Oh,
Oh,
that's
so,
Campus camp, gay
oh,
is gay.
All right,
yeah,
James, play him a clip of Alan Carr, Chatty Man. Like we'll just like it's easier to show you camp than to describe
oh.
Yeah, okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
let me see if I can get. Should I go with a short or should I just go with?
Yeah.
it. I mean, just like 10 seconds of him
Yeah,
talking, and you'll
Well,
know.
that's a
Short.
short. I'll go with a short then.
Pull it up quick. Yep, perfect.
All right, so, fuck me. It's most of the people that we talk to that are homosexual are not camp. They won't last a second.
Make a little cocktail, yeah? What about body with a bit of underlying murder to the top? Body? Body? That's what we call it over here, body. Oh, look at you, your old British accent.
So So
Yeah,
so the
let's get
American,
hammered.
okay, yeah. So the American terminology for that would be flaming. That's a flaming gay.
Well, no, actually, camp would definitely be an American thing as well if you go back 15, 20 years.
Well, nowadays they
Wait,
would
wait,
call that
wait,
a
no, I go back.
flamer. That's a flamer, bro. That's a straight on flamer.
Yeah, after knowing and being friends for many, many years with gay people who ended up
I'm in my
what
mid
they are
40s.
in their
I've
late
never
teens.
fucking heard this term. What do you mean? That's like it's
Well,
not a common thing.
yeah, so it is a thing, it is a word, it is a term, and it's people that maybe overindulge in that
Yeah, like
vibe.
Mosman just said it. Yeah, Mosman just said it. Yeah, we call them a flamer, but it's because they're flamboyantly gay. They're like overly gay.
Yeah,
Like yeah,
yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah. That's reasonable. Yeah,
U.S. calls them
It's not a
flamer.
term we say. Like that's not common.
it
Yeah, no.
wasn't. It wasn't common even in my day until some people started to mention going camp, and I'm like, camping? Well,
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I go camping.
yeah, I
That's
go.
yeah,
You out in the
I,
woods.
I don't do that.
I'm not. I'm not
I
shitting with
don't
you.
do that kind of camping.
I'm not exactly.
actually
Anyway, we
let me
all
rephrase that.
grow,
I don't
we
go
all
camping
learn.
or I go glamping. I am well above fucking primitive tent staying and all that shit anymore. Nope.
I'll be back in a minute. But
Uh,
yeah, that whole camping thing from certain people definitely meant something very different back
Hmm.
when. Not cool.
all right.
Not at least not for me.
All right. Shit, I got 2 hours and 14 minutes.
But
We can count down till.
Fuck. Before this event ends. Oh no, 3 days. Oh, I'm good. Double XP ends in 2 hours.
yeah, 2 hours. Yeah. But
I was worried. I was trying to unlock this skin. I haven't been playing very much.
yeah, I'm almost at 300 subs already. I'm at
Hell yeah,
291.
bro. Fuck yeah, James. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Keep
Can't wait till I
sticking
get to
with it.
500.
You keep growing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just keep sticking with it. Keep growing.
Because then I can monetize and get the first level of monetization. To unlock the super chats and stuff. Which I think that's
Yep.
where I'm gonna get a lot of my monetization from. Is probably super chats.
Dude,
Well, hopefully. I mean,
when you monetize, all the girls will come in. Like you'll get heaps of money from like all the girls. OX Cat, like Kuma Kitten, Kuma Cat will definitely be in on it.
yeah. Just remember, James. They take a huge percentage of your super chats.
Yeah, 30%. I know.
What do you mean?
Yeah, and just remember Kuma Cougar, she's looking for a younger man. So
What do you mean?
James,
She's not a coomer.
Yeah, she is.
she's
You weren't
she,
watching the
she's
stream
she's
last night.
she's far too old. She's a Kuma Cougar. And the Emperor has named her that.
Cougar, man.
And
She's not old
stop,
enough.
So,
stop white knighting. Jeremy, stop white knighting. Jesus Christ. Settle down, boy.
so
Settle
to help,
down.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you,
no,
John. You
gotcha.
good?
So to help you understand because John Barrett is right that
I
the
am.
word camp in the American usage of it, we have used it to mean the expression of campy. So, for example, like horror movies that are
Okay.
campy
Yeah.
are movies that are over exaggerated, right? They're over exaggerated with
Right.
the gore. They're not
I got
quite
you.
real, right?
Yep.
So,
In that,
but we
in that
don't
context,
use that word to reflect over the top
homosexuality.
homosexual, or what most people identify as homosexuality. We would call that flamboyant or flaming, as King said, homosexuality. So
Yeah, I only found out about it because I was in good shape and fit and knew some people in that space, and it's like that's not camping. So yeah, like if you go camping, you need a good four-wheel drive, you need a tent, you need a fishing rod. It was a very different type of camping.
You don't need a fishing rod.
You don't
Yeah,
need one.
It helps, but you don't
It
need
helps.
I don't bring a fishing rod when I go
You
camping.
you can have a bow. You don't need a fishing
I,
rod.
yeah,
I mean,
I
gun
don't think
works too. Some dynamite.
I don't think
Gun.
I don't think my bow would have been a good idea. The dynamite, maybe that could have been
No,
handy.
dynamite would blow up your food.
No, James, you throw it in the water
Yeah,
and then
exactly. Yeah, you
all the
don't block.
fish right
Don't,
up to the top.
don't.
That's it. I bring a fishing pole when I
Oh,
go.
fuck. You
Yeah,
know
but
what
would
I'm
that still
When I go
blow the
camping.
fish to smithereens or no?
No, James. No, James. The underwater concussion of the dynamite, it's like a sonic boom and it kills the fish without exploding them. I mean,
Fuck.
some might explode,
No,
but
this is
most of them
horrible.
don't die.
Somebody hasn't watched
That
South
wouldn't be
Park where
very
they
good
throw
if you
grenades
um
in the lake and not realize where that came
I
from.
need to make
Right.
I need to make
Have
it
you not
clear
seen
the
it
two
everywhere?
people that I'm talking
it,
about.
it wouldn't make it
The
good to
two
get the
people I'm
blood
talking
out.
about are the only people that actually, or one out of, or two out of five people that actually wish me happy birthday every year. So they're good old friends.
What's that? Your grandma?
But no, no, two camp kind of guys. Good old
Oh yeah, no,
friends.
dude.
That
I went to culinary school with this dude with
different
super
roads.
super flamer. He was a super flamer. Everybody was kind of weirded out by him, and he had some of the best weed ever. I went to his house all the time. Everybody's like, "Oh, he's gay," and I was like, "So he's got some of the
Yeah.
gangest weed." He was
To be honest,
Patrick. Was his name. Patrick was one of the nicest dudes ever. Plus, he made some of this like the best homemade popcorn. It was insane.
I
yeah,
had
Nick,
two friends that were a gay couple,
King.
and whenever I'd go over to their house or whenever I'd go to their restaurant, because they had a restaurant, obviously one of the guys was more what we call flamboyant or camp, and the other one was more like, just that you wouldn't think gay just because of what he was saying or because he had that list or whatever.
okay. So going camping and camp are two different things. We'll just
Yeah,
leave it at
we got
that.
that.
It's
We got that, John. We got that, John.
Yeah.
We're moving past that.
Well,
And but
and
when the two of them would talk, though, you could tell who was the more.
and in video games, camping is another thing too.
yeah. I'd also like to mention that obviously my last name starts with four letters, Bear. I accidentally, or not accidentally, keep on coming up with dudes saying I'm a bear as well, and I'm like,
Is that why you pronounce it beer, just so that there's no mistaking you for a bear?
that's the way my father. That's the way my dad pronounces it, so that's the way it's pronounced. But the whole bear thing in that camp scene is, yeah, yeah, yeah. I still have a mate. Just until a month ago. Anyway, old friend giving me shit over my last name, and he's camp.
Yeah, but you've been on. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you've been on camera before. You're actually too skinny to be bear.
Mm, he's not that skinny. And
No, but
bear
bears are
comes.
actually like they're.
I know they're typically big, but I think the main thing for bears are that. Well, I mean, we can ask Shiva, but I think they have to be hairy, isn't it? Just they got to be hairy.
Well,
They're usually chubby and
they're
hairy. That's kind of
and
the
they're
idea.
fat. They're chunky. They're chunky, fat, or chunky, hairy dudes
Yeah.
that are gay.
I don't.
They're like what's his name from Game of Thrones that plays the king?
Yeah.
That British actor, what's his name? Eddie something, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite proud that I have lost some weight, but I guess I've certainly been big and hairy and slightly
Oh,
less
fuck.
big and hairy.
Well, now, but see, the name really. There's a lot of different ways you could take it within the homosexual lexicon because
Ew! Stop, John! 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 Shut the fuck up!
On me. I
Stop
didn't
it, Mosman. I'll never fucking forgive you. I will give you shit on your anarchist fucking stance
Homosexual
forever. You stop. Oh, oh my god, Mosman! I didn't take you as such a fucking cunt. Jesus Christ! Oh, I just blasphemed. Oh, that's not gonna work well for me.
Oh
Fucking
man.
hell. Deeper and deeper. Fuck.
Did Mosman rub you the wrong way on that one, Beards?
He just ignored that it could be pulled apart as be art. Wait, is art gay?
Can be.
Definitely.
Shit. Uh oh. Alright, Bubble Boy wins. Bubble Boy wins.
Yeah, what is your fascination with Bubble Boy though? For real.
That's what I call John Mosman. Bubble Boy.
Ah, okay.
Who says that? Because you're the only person I've heard refer to me as that.
He says
Yeah,
that. That's what
probably.
he said.
He says he's the one who
that.
he literally made that reference I guess not even a stream, and we couldn't figure out. We thought he was fucking having a stroke because he just started talking about Bubble Boy, and we're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Was this on somebody else's panel then?
Well, no, it was not even on the panel because the panel was done. We were just chilling in the stream.
Oh, chilling
afterwards.
after the show type of thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, just talking, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, Bubble Boy." We're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
See, I just wouldn't
No,
even question it. I'd just be like, John's got a thing for Jake Gyllenhaal.
I know, right? And now he is now forever connected. Brokeback Mountain. I guess he just can't quit some things, huh?
All right, you're borderlining Wally dad jokes here. You got to stop this, Mosman.
I just don't give a shit anymore, so that's why I'm.
No, Mosman, good one, bro. I don't quite.
Lost this connection. Mid-statement.
I feel like every time he's talking, he's going through a car wash or something.
No, see, the sad part is sometimes he just stops talking in the middle of his sentence. This time, I think he actually lost connection. But other times, he has these weird tangents where he just stops talking. It's like he's talking to himself.
I
John, are you
think
back
my
yet?
reception's fucking up. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Okay, hi.
We have no idea what you said in that previous statement because you
We
stopped.
heard nothing.
I didn't hear anything, so I'm not sure how I'd respond.
Likewise.
Sometimes the best thing is just to move on.
David
It's
just
saying
asked
you didn't
me
hear
if,
it. It was really important. It was like the most important thing we said all day. And none
David,
of us either because we were sworn to secrecy.
David could obviously hear what I'm saying to you lot, and he just asked me if one of you called me meek, and I was like, well, yeah, sort of. And he said, oh, that's like the last word that I would use to describe you.
Alright, well, David's fucking gay, so
Definitely wouldn't be
so David's gay, and we don't care. Okay, fucking hell.
He said I could probably go through the dictionary, and all of the other words might be more appropriate.
Right? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, basically.
Shit. um, Yeah, you're definitely meek. 100% meek.
Meek. Well, you know what they say. Well, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Yeah, but the thing is, well,
Excuse me. Elder line. Welcome in.
maybe they will inherit the
Isn't that
entire.
is? Yeah, but isn't that the I don't know. Isn't that in the Bible or some shit? I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
I don't read that shit.
there is. No, no, no.
Meek
If the
shall
That's
country
right.
inherit.
meek shall
No, that's
inherit
from
the
the
earth, yeah, that's
Beatitudes.
it. That's from the
That's
Sermon on the
right.
Mount.
Beatitudes. Beatitudes.
That's right.
Sermon on the
So
Mount, which is the Beatitudes.
with
And
the
y'all
way
are just
culture, with the way
Gospel of Matthew.
culture and religion, marriages dropping down, so on, maybe that meek does inherit the world. Science.
All right, Jeremiah. Have a great one, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, coom, coom, coom. Keep it going, bro. Coom Club #1.
Yeah, that's never a club I'm going to be a part of.
No,
Just so,
oh,
just so you know.
Okay.
What cult is that?
And we've got a new club. It's the best club in the world. And Anson, or chairman of the board, is the duly elected emperor, and
who's
it's
that?
called Coom Club.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
talking about
Anson.
you're
I
talking
would
about
never,
anus.
I would never work for Ansimp anyway. So
Oh my
Anus
God,
Knowles.
Anus
Anus
Knowles.
Knowles.
Holy shit! I only saw that.
Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Cat called him Anus Knowles. I
I
was dying.
I
nice.
saw it.
Anus Knowles? That's great. I love it, Cat. That was
I
legendary. That was great.
Yeah. Look, Kat hasn't been taking care of the sheep the way she should have, so she's
What
in
the
my
fuck are you
bad book.
talking about? She's been taking care of sheep.
No,
One
she
got
hasn't.
injured. It's not her fault.
It's
She's
all her
trying to
fault.
fix it. Like, she's trying to
Blame
fix it.
it on a fucking animal, not her. Yeah, she's a
Yeah, because it's
human.
fucking wild, bro.
They're sheep. They're fucking animals. They're farm animals. They're not wild. They're not wild.
Wild enough.
So
Free range.
No,
let me
they're
ask you:
not.
John? Is your picture like the Australian version of David the gnome?
No, that
That's him,
is
man.
actually that. Just like tone the red skin down, and that is me.
Okay. So what you're telling me is you're David the gnome, but without a fox, with a dog.
He's got another dog. That's just one of them.
Just
No
one of his
foxes,
dogs.
and as Jeremy said, that's one of my dogs. Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they all look
It's
identical.
just the artwork. I don't know if you remember, there was a Canadian
Linchpin
cartoon called
top.
David the Gnome back in the day, but
Well, I'm Australian, not Canadian, and
Dexter,
gnomes.
Linchpin at the top. I don't know who you are, but we'll have you up.
James, you got to be careful, mate. It could be Joker coming up. Be careful.
I don't think it's Joker. I don't think Joker would have a menorah as his picture.
I don't think that's JoJo because JoJo doesn't really use sock accounts on YouTube. He changes his name on like StreamYard and Streamlabs all the time, but
Yeah, no, JoJo wouldn't.
he uses the same name on YouTube.
Yeah.
Plus,
All right, guys.
JoJo, like I say, wouldn't have a menorah as his picture. That's a menorah. That's
Guys,
literally.
it's always nice talking to you all. I've got to mute in and out at the moment. I've just got a couple of things to do, but
Yeah. Go fuck yourself.
hopefully I'll come back. But be okay. Fucking grow a fucking cock. You fucking fuck.
You fucking fuck.
Exactly.
All right.
Later,
Now
John.
mute up. Great. Now that queer's gone, holy shit.
So you saying like Beertz is a little person, Mosman?
I'm just saying he has like the same kind of expression, with the cheeks and then just with the hat and the beard and
You know, Beertz likes 6.5 foot tall, dude. He's a tall guy.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about within the size. I'm just talking about within the style of the artwork.
He's not as fat as David the Gnome would portray either.
He's not as what?
Fat.
Okay.
David the Gnome's a chunky dude. Look at him. He got his avatar up.
Oh, here's Robert Demeter.
Oh, this fucking guy.
What's up, guys?
Not much. Just chilling.
King, I accidentally backed out of that like right after Bricky left us.
Yeah, he was super mad about it too. He was over here coping for like 10 minutes.
Sorry, yeah. I was like, that's the worst timing to do that, but whatever. Well, how's today going?
Rob. Boy, what's going on, Rob?
What's up?
Just chilling. Started a live talking to Stoic and then everything. So
Yeah, I was there for the beginning, and then I just took a nap. What was that, Jeremy?
Coomer name on Ricky's stream.
Yeah, he still got that Coomer name. Yeah.
What they
did
changed?
you ever-
I believe by then.
Oh no. Did you get Robert? Did you get a Coomer name?
I don't think so.
Now somebody called him out for it. I was still there for that, but I never saw his name ever get changed.
Yeah, I thought Bricky did change it. Oh,
I guess not.
I can't remember.
I'm immune from the Coom name.
I smoke too much weed to remember things like that.
I didn't smoke, but I still don't remember. I was really tired. So who's coming up here with Medora? What's going on?
don't know if he's coming up or not. It's Dexter guy.
Dexter.
Well, yeah, so that's what I was gonna say, James. Is sometimes you can get really cool people. Like on Saturday, we had Trey come up in JS's stream, and he was actually pretty fucking hilarious, roasting Mel.
Oh, are you talking about the gay hand guy?
Can't open
Yeah.
her nose.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was funny.
his name in chat was Trey, but yeah, he was actually like, I was skeptical because I went to go screen him, and I asked him, what your name, whatever, where you come from, all that kind of shit, how old you are.
Yeah.
But then when I told him, I was like, you're not gonna pee bomb us or do anything stupid. I was like, will you cam up for a second? He's like, I don't have a cam and I don't know what pee bomb is. I was like, all right, guys.
All right, you're in.
It
Yeah.
was so super questionable because he came up and his name was Marsh's Gay Hand.
Yeah, I know. I was like, all right, let's just at least take the stream off and protect that.
Yeah.
You to drag him up to the chat and shit. I'm like, oh.
He was actually funny.
Our poor friend
Now I
Mel,
get
forever banned from the Raging Tomato, huh?
Oh, I was wondering about. I saw they were talking shit
Yeah.
about it last night, but I didn't. I was.
Yep,
wondering.
Mel got banned from Tomato. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Forever.
Because Mel thinks he runs everybody's show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He thinks he runs
Right. Like
everybody's
he started bite backing at Sarah, and Sarah's like, not gonna have it.
It's my fucking
That's
show, right?
But the thing is, Mel
Just a few
got to
days ago.
learn he don't run everybody's show.
So would that be a Saturday thing or because Friday he was on the.
I think so.
As one of the he was debating Rob on Friday.
Well, that was
Or did
that was from that panel, Rob, because at the end of the Rob show, it's because he kept on interrupting Rob. Like Mel was constantly interrupting Rob, and then like Mel was like, "Oh, well, you just gave him like a 3-minute diatribe. Like, can I talk? Can I like explain how he's filibustering and spurging?" And it's like, wait a minute, like you're the last person to talk about that. But and Sarah's like, no. I was trying to give him time to answer your question, and but Sarah, and she's like, nope, this is your last time on the show.
Oh, so he's just banned from the panel.
Yeah, so he can't go on the panel. And last time I checked, I don't know if he was booted, if Mel was booted, or if Sarah booted him, but he's no longer on Sarah's Discord panel either.
Right.
Damn.
Booted. Like, yeah, he got booted. He's pushing all the wrong buttons everywhere, and he thinks that I don't know. Like Jeremy, like you pointed out to him in chat, like he was trying to call you a local, and it's like, dude, everywhere you go, people pay to mute you because you're just a big joke. Like,
You are the definition of what a locale is now.
They're not even secretive about it, dude. They have conversations all the time about how they bring him up because every time they bring him up, people pay to take him off. He's great for that as a as a grift. That's what he's good for. So they like to bring him up specifically to have him pulled off. That's what the fuck a locale is.
Yeah,
right,
like,
exactly.
If you want to call me that, that's great.
Definition of a local. Someone who gets paid to get laughed at. Like,
he'd have a better chance at arguing me as a pay pig than he would as a locale. But like, I don't even know how to classify in that realm either. But
right, how could they even classify you as a pay pig?
So like, it would be an easier argument to make.
I'm curious of what that worst advice was, Elder Lion. Mel tried to take over JS's stream by giving some of the worst advice.
Oh yeah. On computer build. He came in there and like,
oh my gosh.
On the computer build, he came in there because right at the end, right when we're about to power the fucker up, it didn't turn on at first. We had no power of any kind. So then he's all, go check the connectors and bend this and do that. It's like, you haven't been here. And then he's like, oh, well, go back and make sure that every cord is connected to every right label. And we're like, we already did all that. We've been doing that for the last 8 hours.
Yeah.
He made a comment about pulling up the manuals and shit. And I'm like, motherfucker, I've got the manuals open on my computer. I've been.
And it was the power strip. It was the power strip.
And I'm pretty sure if Jeremy was there or if
Jeremy was there,
Are You Crazy was there, he had it covered.
They were both there.
Then he started throwing fucking stupid ass trivia out there, like asking what an ALU is and stuff. Like, how the fuck does that have any relevance? Whether or not you know what an ALU is. Now, mind you, I have a master's degree, so that's taught in the introductory classes of what an ALU is, right? So, like, I know what fucking ALU is.
Well, and you could probably fake some of the scientific jargon of what you claim. Yeah.
But my point is that has zero relevance to building a computer.
Right. Yeah.
At least I wasn't that bad of an interruption.
You don't have to know what the components inside the CPU are to be able to put it in the fucking socket correctly.
Right. So, well, and that's where Mel's always doing that with the science, and it's like, and I think like Mel chose the wrong world to try to gatekeep on knowledge there, because between you, Jeremy, and RU, I mean, the computer knowledge there is there, so it's like you're not going to bullshit anybody, At
the end of the day, when they fix the power strip issue.
Hey, hold up, fellas, hold up.
Plug the fucking thing right away, no problems.
Yeah, powered up instantly.
I'm screening Dexter.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Morning.
What we got going on?
Close your
I'm
YouTube.
sorry.
Close your YouTube.
Mute the YouTube. So you're not.
Mute YouTube. You got like an echo.
Oh yeah. 1 second. Hold on.
And if you don't mind, could you turn on your camera?
Okay. Try again, James.
Do you mind turning your camera for like a second to see it?
I'm kind of not in a setting where I could do that. I could put up a picture.
Are you in a strip club?
Say it again.
I was just kidding.
I mean, no one's gonna see you.
Can you hear me? Right. No. I understand. I'm literally not in a setting where I could do so, but I could upload my come back and upload my picture.
No, that's not.
If you want.
No, that's not. That defeats your purpose.
Yeah, defeats the purpose. I gotta make sure you're real.
Echo. Is it echo on my end?
Yes.
Yeah.
I went out and I exited YouTube. I do this too, just for.
Do you have it on? Listening on your iPad or something?
No. Oh, that's probably
just mute the video. Yes.
Check. Yeah.
There we go.
It's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to get you guys understanding on a few scriptures, if that's okay, and I'll get out you guys' hair.
Absolutely.
Second Ezra 6 and 54 through 57.
Second Ezra, what?
6:54 through 57.
Wait a minute, I can't even. Well,
Yes.
hold on a minute. I gotta get my.
Pull it up, James.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go on mute on this because since I am not a Christian, I really can't speak on any of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on. Is it in the
No
same?
disrespect or anything to you there, Dexter.
Yeah, I'm not a Bible person either, but I'll listen to it.
Yes, Second Ezra. I gotta get my Orthodox Study Bible.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. I'm just stating that I have nothing to contribute into this being a non-Christian.
We understand. We understand.
Are you atheist, or are you just not a religion guy, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I'm not atheist. I do believe in God and whatnot. I've just been turned away from all religion of every.
Yeah, organized religion's not that great. But
I'm
we're
not
both pretty
I'm not
aligned.
making that claim. My problem is I've gone to many different religions, and every one of them claims that they're right, and I find that very problematic. That every one of them can be right.
Right. I do agree with that.
I think
Okay.
I think every one of them can have parts of them that are correct, but I think there can only be one that is actually in totality correct, and I don't know what that one is.
Scientology.
It's Buddhism.
So,
Thank you.
so second
The answer was
Ezra.
Mormonism. That is.
Yeah, the answer was the Mormons.
But
So yeah, I don't
second,
really know where you would classify me. I don't.
hold on, fellas.
I don't fit in the
Yep. Sorry, James.
Hold on, please,
Anyway,
fellas.
go ahead, James.
So second Ezra, what was it?
Chapter 6 and 54.
6 and 54. Okay.
Yes, sir. Through 57.
Through 57.
You want me to read it, or you'll read it?
You said chapter 6.
Yes. Second Esdras chapter 6 verse 54. Yeah.
So
He'll read it.
There is no 54 though in mine in the Orthodox Study Bible.
So Second Esdras is in the Apocrypha. It's
Yes.
Ezra. It's just like
Yeah.
Ezra in the regular Bible, but it's his surname is Esdras in Apocrypha. It's canon.
Yeah, but in the Orthodox Study Bible they have the Apocrypha, but I don't see 50 some verses in chapter 6 though.
It's
So that would mean you have the incomplete version, and if they do have some versions that's not fully equipped with all the chapters.
Okay,
Do you have,
you'll have to read it.
okay. No worries. Second Esdras chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, who made us Lord of all thy creatures, referring back to Genesis. Of him come we all. Everybody comes from Adam, right? And the people also whom thou hast chosen. So now it's talking about his chosen people. Verse 54. And after these also Adam, who thou hast made us Lord of all the creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes, referring to the Israelites. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, that would be the Gentiles. In the Yiddish Hebrew, the Jewish people say goy. After verse 55, all this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing but be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. Last verse 57. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen which have ever been reputed as nothing have begun to be lords over us, and to devour us. So I just wanted to know, what was your theological understanding with that? And I say that because, we all understand there's been a lot of replacement theology put out through the earth, and in the scriptures. And, they painted the Lord and Savior to be this loving, caring God. But when you read the scriptures, I mean, man, I mean, it's some places where he's not playing around, man. And this is one of the verses. And this also correlates to Isaiah 45:17. He essentially reiterated the same thing concerning the Gentiles. And this is very kind of mid new for me as well, just trying to build and, learn the true nature of God. So what was your take on that? He literally said he made the world for the Jews, and everybody that's not a Jew, he compared them to spittle. And yeah.
I think he's trying to save the whole world, but I wouldn't say he's trying to replace Israel. I think Israel is going to be the centerpiece of the kingdom of his kingdom, and everything.
Oh, don't tell me, James, you're going into this dispensationalism, Talmudic cult bullshit.
Well, I don't believe in dispensationalism, to be honest. I don't think because look, John, the thing says in Jeremiah 31, the new covenant is with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. It doesn't say with the Gentiles.
Right.
Now the Gentiles can come in, and they always could come in according to the law. The law has always allowed the Gentiles to join the nation of Israel. There was never a time when the Gentiles could not join the nation of Israel.
Whoever you are, I'm sorry, whoever you are, I like you.
Is that because he's saying what you want to hear?
Yeah, exactly.
No. He asked me a question. Let me answer that. No, it's because he's very transparent and upfront. He's not trying to find a way around anything. He's just and I can tell he knows what he's talking about. So this isn't new information for him.
Well, I've looked into, what are you, like Hebrew Israelite, if you don't mind me asking?
Yes, I am. But keep in mind, that it's some people, it's a lot of people who have different sentiments. I know the ADL and the Southern Poverty Law Center painted certain pictures for mainstream media groups, but it's certain Israelites that share entirely different sentiments. Like, for instance, it's a establishment by the name of GOCC, and it's people in their organization of all different ethnicities, Asians, Chinese, Caucasians. So everybody doesn't believe in it. I just don't want to be put in the category or judged or anything like that.
Straightway allows people of all different colors as well. If you ever heard of Straightway Ministry, it's out of LaFayette, Tennessee.
I never heard of them. Interesting.
They're out of LaFayette, Tennessee, but they have a camp also in Florida. Well, and they have a camp somewhere else in some other state. I know Tennessee and Florida, those two camps the best.
Okay, interesting. I'm gonna look them up. And just for transparency, the people that the other ethnicities that are in these organizations, of course, they hold to the belief that Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are Israelites.
Oh, true Israelites, yeah.
Right. So everybody gets along fine. Everybody's kumbaya. But I was just interested on you guys, and it's not because he's saying what I wanted to hear. I actually expected you guys to have totally different sentiments.
Well, the rest of them I can't speak for. That's just how
right.
Well, for everybody else.
You're saying what the Bible says, so no disrespect to nobody. So it kind of makes sense. One more other thing, Acts chapter 13, and I'll leave you guys alone. Acts chapter 13.
That wasn't it. Acts 13 was after the vision, wasn't it?
And verse 1.
Acts 13, verse 1.
And it's okay, man. You got the N-word pass. You'll see why I say that.
N-word.
Oh, well, I can't say that on YouTube.
I say you can, but all right. You want me to read it in?
Yeah, you can read it, yeah.
All right. Acts 13:1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger, and Lucius and Cyrene and Manon, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul. So I know you guys probably thinking,
Wait,
dude,
that
that
word
was
is pronounced. That word is
right.
pronounced Niger. It's a
Right.
country.
I knew you was going to say that. Now you can go to Blue Letter Bible or Bible Hub and fact check the concordance, the lexicon, and the concordance. It's pronounced nigger and it means black. Um, at this time, the country Nigeria, or Niger wasn't even founded yet. That came centuries after. But nevertheless, I think the more important part is you can go literally, and that's my point. I wanted you to get your understanding on this and see if did you guys know that that's literally pronounced nigger? Like you can,
Let's
you
just
can.
stop saying it too many times, please.
Okay. I'm sorry. Niger. I don't want to get you red flagged. I'm sorry. Niger. And I was shocked myself, man. But that word is pronounced as the racial slur, and when you go into the lexicon in Acts 13:1, it means black. That's all the word means. So they were saying it was people that was called that were Israelites, that was prophets and teachers in Antioch. Blue Letter Bible is a very accurate. You can use anyone, but I was letting you know the one I use.
The Blue Letter Bible, yeah, I use that one too a lot.
Right. So if you go to Blue Letter Bible, I forgot the concordance. I could have told you. It's literally pronounced. It's not pronounced Niger. To whoever the individual that said that. This is how you originally spelt the racial slur. The extra G was added to it.
Yeah.
So were you familiar with that, or is that new, or?
I don't think I've ever heard that. I think maybe I have through Straightway. It's possible through Straightway Ministries they've talked about it.
Wow, I honestly thought you was familiar with that. Like, I'm not trying to blindside you. I really thought you was familiar with that. Okay. Okay. Well, then one more question. Because you mentioned.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, you guys. Anything you want.
Why did you feel the need to bring that up?
Well, first off, this is I believe a live Q&A of like an open session where people can join, and build, and just get different, theological.
I understand that. But why did you like what prompted you to bring that verse up specifically? Yeah.
But originally it wasn't.
Just so we're clear, I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist, so Bible's being racist doesn't affect me emotionally in any way whatsoever, right?
Neither am I.
I'm not good. So you said you're atheist, so you are religious by default. So
I'm just going to ignore that nonsense, but the question stands. Like, why did you feel the need to reference? What was the point in referencing that verse?
Right. Well, when I was giving my spiel, remember I mentioned this was kind of new information to me as well, and I was shocked as well. So I wanted to get other Christian scholars or whatever title you guys hold understanding and take on it. I had no ulterior motive in bringing it out.
I mean, I'm not a Christian scholar. I'm an English idiot, just to be clear.
Oh, okay. You're in the UK?
I'm not Christian.
I'm in the England. Yeah.
Okay. Understandable. And just for specification, the reason why I said you was religious by default, because religion just goes into doing something out of habit. So you believe that there is no God, right?
Yes, but I would take issue with your assertion that religion means doing things just out of habit. Because then you could argue that anything that is habitual is a religion. Right?
Right, and that's correct. I can religiously smoke cigarettes. I can religiously drink alcohol. That's why people use those
Right.
terms. It just means to do something out of habit. When you go into the
No,
etymology
do you
of the
know?
word,
Yeah, it comes from the Latin relegare, which means to bind.
right, right. And when you go into the definition, it literally just means to do something out of habit. You know what I mean? And it's also tied to a belief. That's why I said you believe that there's no God. By default, you would be
Right.
religious. I know you don't like the word because it's religious has been overly used and it's tied to the Bible and
Well,
all that.
also because as a matter of philology, the meanings of words change, right? And so the word religious today means not just doing things out of habit. It means having a set of practices and rituals
Beliefs.
and
Beliefs.
beliefs that you abide by, right?
Right. Yeah, we know the forefathers did a lot of changing during the Renaissance era. Unfortunately. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of
Well, that's
things.
just the nature of language.
What do
Well,
you mean?
I would like to say
Well, like
this.
okay, so if you take the word enormity, right, what it
Mhm.
used to mean exclusively was a great evil, but now, due to how the word is being used, it also means something very large, right? Right, and it's just like the meanings of words change over time. Take the word nice. Nice used to mean precise and exact. Now it means pleasant and like superficially pleasant, right? I mean,
Right. I understand what you're saying. Well, it's the English language is always kind of been thrown up in the air because there are about five different theirs. There are about four different twos ways you can spell twos using them contextually. Um,
mhm.
in the English
Uh,
language, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
but can we just get your last question in? Because this conversation could go on forever. I think.
Right. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Language.
Um, this last question I wanted to ask, but it was nice building with you, whoever that was. This last question I wanted to ask you about Romans 11. Um, is it Romans 11? Is it Romans? Oh yeah, no, it's Romans 9. I'm sorry. So this is something, and this kind of be more on topic because you're going into the grafting in, and you were saying that the goys would be able to be adopted in. So I really wanted your understanding on Romans 9 and 4, and I'll start at verse 3, and I'll read this for you. Romans 9 and 3. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to who pertaineth the adoption, that would be the grafting in, and the glory, and the covenants, it's at the end, so it's plural, and the giving of the law and the service of God. The service of God goes into the Levitical priesthood. You understand that they had a Levitical priesthood. And the promises, all of the promises. Whose are the fathers and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, God bless over all, amen. So that scripture literally said that the covenant.
Yeah, and you're going to read verse 6 too, right?
Oh, sure. Not as though the word of God have taken none effect, for they are all not Israel, which are of Israel. And it tells you why in verse 7. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall their seed be called. So when we go to Genesis 17, he tells you what seed that's the seed that would come through Isaac. And what seed would that be?
Well,
That'd
we
be
know but see, this is where now we're going into asking what we understand this verse to be said, because if your thought of trying to make this verse of saying, you're going to do the same thing that apostate prophet does, which is categorically incorrectly use a wrong exegesis on this text, you're going to surmise that this means that the covenant of Christ belongs only to the Jews.
Well, what did verse 7 say?
Rather than what it's really saying, which is that the Jews who should be the ones that receive this have rejected it.
No, well, hold on for a
Because they
second.
reject who Jesus Christ is.
Well, hold on one second. Let's read verse 8. Verse 8 says, that is, they which are the children of the flesh, that would be the goy. These are not the children of
No.
God.
No.
Yeah, hold on. Well, let's finish the verse. But the children of the promise are counted for the seed.
Yes.
So Paul just explained who the children of the promise are. It's those according to the flesh, Israelites. We
No,
just
it's
read
not.
that.
No, you're incorrect.
Hold on. So verse 4 says, who are Israelites to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service
You're
of God and the
misreading this
promise.
verse. Yeah, you're misreading this verse.
Oh, so please explain it to me.
Well, he's talking about the fact that the Israelites who should know these things, who started off being God's chosen people because God chose them, not because of their ethnicity, not because they were Jewish. And that the reason why they had that covenant with Abraham is because what was the covenant Abraham established? He had faith. It's by faith, not by the flesh. It's by not who we are as human beings, but the faith in who Jesus Christ is. And that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I mean that seems to be the clear reading of that text, right? I'm reading from the Orthodox Study Bible here. That is, those who are children of the flesh, though these are not the children of God.
These are what?
Hang on. But the children of the promise are counted as the seed.
For the seed, the promise goes into the children of the Isaac will be called. And no disrespect, but you would have to demonstrate everything you just said in the actual text. Anything else would be redundant.
Well, yeah, I could take the time, but I'm not going to do it on James. James is here without having his permission. But yeah, I could take you through how all this works, because what you are repeating is the same fundamental flaw that most Jews make about their understanding of the covenant, and even evangelicals for that case, about what makes that covenant, which, by the way, what made the Jews his people in the first place is because that he called them, and that they had faith in him, and that they also believed that he would have faith in, they had faith in the deliverer Moses that would save them from their bondage. So what Paul does is establishing these things, and he's saying, look, the Jews who should be part of it, I want them to be a part of it, but they're not. Just like it says in John 1, they were of us, but they were with us, but they weren't of us. If they were of us, they would have stayed with us.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So you're saying that the covenant is for Gentiles as well, right?
Yes, through Christ.
Okay, so last scripture, please explain this scripture to me. Hebrews 8:8. For finding fault with them, he saith, behold, the days will come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, southern and northern kingdom, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. Hold on for a second. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws in their mind, and I will write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be my people. So he said, are you an Israelite?
Am I an Israelite? By what metric do you call an Israelite? Oh,
do you descend from a man named Jacob?
Probably somewhere down the line. Yeah.
Someone's got really bad audio and it's echoing.
Okay, so I'll just bring out this last scripture real quick, because he just said, because probably somewhere down the line. Deuteronomy 32:9. No, you don't descend from Jacob if you're not an Israelite. This is Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Why did he do that though? Verse 9. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So the Lord divided the nations and he gave everybody their inheritance. When you read Deuteronomy 4, he literally said he gave all these other nations fake gods to worship. He literally said that. He literally said he gave every other nation fake gods, idols to worship. So there's no we all share one haplogroup of DNA.
So can I ask the person with the really bad audio, what's the point you're trying to make?
What's your name?
Shiva.
Shiva?
Mm-hmm.
Shiva. So there again, there's no ulterior motive, brother. I'm literally here. This is a platform.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, first of all, can you sort your fucking audio out? Jesus Christ. The question that I asked you was, what point are you trying to make?
So again, well, I feel like you're alluding to as if I have an ulterior motive. That's why I keep saying there is no ulterior motive.
Nobody thinks you have an ulterior motive. What was your intent or
Oh, can you sort the echo out?
I don't hear no echo.
No, of course you don't hear it. We all do. How about if you mute when you're not speaking?
Oh yeah, that might do it. Did you? Yeah, that might do it. Okay.
All right. No, look, I'm not assuming that you have an ulterior motive, but when people engage in conversations like this, generally they have an argument or a position that they are trying to present. And so my question is, what is the position that you're trying to present?
Right. Well, the individual in the beginning, we kind of substantiated that, but I'll substantiate it again. So he asked me if I was an Israelite. I said yes. He said, and then I went on to talk about GOCC, a camp that takes in Gentiles that believe blacks, Hispanics, and Americans are the Israelites. So we substantiated that. He told me about a straightway camp in Connecticut, I believe, or Tennessee. I'm sorry, Tennessee. Tennessee. So he was familiar with the organization I was referring to. So clearly, I'm someone who believes and understands he's an Israelite. First and foremost. Secondly, I'm just coming to ask questions, and I to be honest with you, I like to ask people who are not of the nation to understand their ideology on things, because whether you know it or not, people that look like.
Is it your position that if you're not a black Israelite, you're not a Christian?
Well, what does a Christian mean, Shiva?
I'm asking you.
So I don't think you understand what a Christian is by definition.
Someone who believes that Jesus Christ died and was resurrected?
Yeah, a follower of Christ, correct. So first and foremost, no. Color has absolutely nothing to do with anything. It's Israelites that can look like you. So please don't put color in it. It has nothing to do with color.
Fair enough.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to be exclusionary either way.
Is your position that if you're not an Israelite, you're not a Christian?
No, absolutely not. Non-Israelites can be followers of Christ. Are you kidding me? Absolutely, they can. Why wouldn't a non-Israelite be able to follow Christ? I want non-Israelites to follow Christ. I want people. I actually do. So it's not.
So essentially, what's the point?
He's wanting them to join the covenant, though, and become part of Israel. Though.
Yes. So I guess that could be made a friendly argument. So according to the script, yeah. So according to the scriptures, it's not what I believe. Non-Gentiles can't come into the covenant. That covenant is only for the Israelites. When you read in Ezekiel 36, about the grafting in, when you read that, when that goes into Romans 11, it's talking about the olive branch and the olive tree. So you can't be reconciled back to something you were never reconciled to in the first place. You understand what I'm saying?
But Gentiles can join the covenant.
So is the theological position that Gentiles will be accepted by God?
People that sojourn to join the covenant.
Well, could you show me?
God, that echo is killing me, man.
Can I show you that in the law?
What, you're going to go to the strangers thing?
the strangers, when the strangers dwell among you,
Yeah,
they
well,
have the same law as you do.
so no,
And
it's two
that means
different.
you can join the covenant.
Yeah, well, let me demonstrate that real quick. Let's get Deuteronomy 23 and 19. So it's two different types of strangers. Israelites are called strangers as well.
Not in the law.
Yeah.
They're
Oh
not
well.
considered strangers there because all the Israelites were there.
Well, if you don't believe so, it'd be nice. You're about to learn something today. No disrespect. Israelites are called strangers. This is Deuteronomy 23 and 19. Deuteronomy 23 and 19. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury. So it just said one stranger you can lend money and commit usury. The other stranger, that's your brother, you can't commit usury with him. That's literally what I just read in the Bible. You can read
but
that.
the Bible is full of passages like that, right? In Leviticus, it says that you can buy slaves from the nations around you.
That's correct.
And you can own those slaves as property.
They're called servants. And guess what?
No. If you buy a human being and you own that human being as property, and you can pass that property down to your children, that's not a servant. That's a slave.
No. So let me demonstrate that. Only this. Hold on. Let me answer this. I'm sorry. Let me answer this question really quick. So the only servants that you can sell are heathens. You can't sell your brother.
Yeah. Agreed. That's what Leviticus says. Yeah, agreed.
Right. So what's the problem with that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the Bible is full of passages like this where you can treat Israelites one way,
right?
And you can treat everyone else worse.
You know what it's called, Shiva? It's called ethnic hierarchy.
And is that a good thing?
Of course, according to well, you would disagree because you're an atheist, but God doesn't go with what man thinks. Of course, it's a good thing. Everything is right.
Does that mean that slavery is good?
So no one said that slavery is good. First of all, so when you think of slavery, you have a westernized understanding. You think of rape, genocide, stealing.
Hey,
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, I just think of owning human beings as property.
Well, that's righteous, but when I think of slavery, I think about what was done to my ancestors. But bro, having our kids stolen from us, though God doesn't condone that. So that's why I said,
no, that's not true.
That is true.
God does condone stealing people. You can take captives.
Yes,
right?
Heathens.
Well, heathens are people.
Correct, not Israelites. I told you, Shiva, it's an ethnic hierarchy. So in Deuteronomy 7 and 6, let me show you Deuteronomy 7 and 6.
So does that mean then that slavery is good?
It depends on what context you're referring to. So
the biblical context.
He's saying it's only bad if you do it to people like him, but it's okay to do it to us. That's what we're saying.
I didn't say that. So let's take me out of the equation. So God said. So let's go with his narrative. So God said it's okay for Jews, but it's not okay for. It's okay for heathens, but it's not okay for Jews. That's what God said. You got to take that up with God. I didn't say that. That's what the scripture says.
I'm asking you if you think that's good, because you must have a view on it, right?
Well, of course. So let me explain this to you. In First Chronicles 26 and 29, and in Numbers 31, and it's a pretty common thing that we even do in modern society. So when the Hamites tried to subdue us, we subdued them, and we took their spoils, and we took other females and males as slaves. That's what happened when you conquer a people in war. You take their SHIT. No, it's no offense.
So I'm asking you like a question about the morality of that. Is that morally good or is that morally bad?
So you're asking me if it's ethical. Ethical according to whose understanding? Humans, westernized? Of course, because I believe in the Bible. Yes, that's fine.
So slavery is good.
No, you see, you're trying to get me to word it a certain way, and I'm not.
Well,
Because
it sounds like you're trying to word it that way. You just don't want to say it.
No, so this is why I won't say it like that. Because if I say slavery is good, that's like me saying the sub-Saharan slave trade was good. That's like me saying the transatlantic slave trade was good. Those things wasn't good.
You're not saying it's bad though, are you?
Yes, it was, because it happened to God's people.
Okay, what if it happened to Europeans? Then would it be bad?
If Europeans went into slavery, that would be the Lord's will. So no, it wouldn't be bad.
Okay, well you're just a bad faith, hateful little maggot, dude. Why don't you get out of here?
So hold on. Let me see if you change your mind after I read the scripture. And let's see.
I don't believe in the Bible, but I don't believe in the hateful bullshit you're talking about either.
Okay, so tell me, guys, if this hateful. This is what God said. Tell me if this hateful. This is Deuteronomy 32 and 39. Let's see if this is hateful. See now that I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive, and I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. The sweet heavenly flower throwing God just said he kills, and when he kills, it's nobody that can deliver out his hand. Meaning, when your grandma get cancer and it's her time's up, it's no chemotherapy that can save her when he calls for her, because he's the Almighty. Is that evil?
What's evil is you implying that some people are ethnically more entitled to salvation than others.
Okay, so
and if there is a heaven, I don't think people like you are going to be there.
Okay,
no
so
offense, though.
Sorry, what's your name, by the way? What should I call you?
Dexter. Last thing, I just read what God said. So tell me what you think it is. Deuteronomy 7:6.
Can you tell me the verse again, like chapter 32?
That was Deuteronomy 32 and 39. And now I'm about to read Deuteronomy 7 and 6. It says, "For thou art."
Hang on. Let's do 39 first.
Okay.
Now I'm reading the Orthodox Study Bible, so it might be slightly different translation.
Right. Well, you're atheist. You're atheist. So what? It doesn't matter what translation, right?
I debate Christians, and so I like to know what I'm debating. Right?
Got you.
Now see, I, even I, am he, and there is no God besides me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Nor is there any who can deliver from my hands. For I raise my hand to heaven, and I swear by my right hand, and I say, as I live forever. Mm-hmm.
It's over. He left for some reason.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, probably because I was calling him out on his fucking bullshit.
Thank God. Holy shit, that was insane.
Yeah, what a little fucking piece of shit.
Echo, man. No offense to the guy, but that echo. God.
Well, it was more than the echo.
Well, I think like there could have been quite a good. I've never spoken to a Israelite before. I'd have been quite up for testing his worldview. But that echo was killing me.
I've seen debates between Christians and Hebrew Israelites. So some hold it out, some don't. Hold on, fellas. Welcome back.
Hello. Have you sorted your audio out?
Sorry, what would you say, Shiva?
Have you sorted your audio out?
Yes, can you hear me better?
No, you haven't.
I don't know why I was doing that.
We can hear you. We hear the echo.
Do you have headphones in?
No, I have no headphones in. I don't know why you guys getting static. No YouTube pages are open. This is literally the only link open.
Okay. Right. So what's happening is that I think we're hearing the StreamYard audio that's going into your phone's microphone.
Yeah, come on, echo cancellation. Hold on, look on echo cancellation and see if that helps.
Yeah, if you go into your StreamYard
settings.
That don't help. I don't think.
And
where
then
it says
go
more,
to your audio.
Okay,
and
settings.
Then turn on echo cancellation.
Your echo cancellation's already on. I looked at it.
Yeah, it's already on. I said it's already on.
Put some headphones on or something. Do something. Anything, please. For the love of God. I can't hear anything you're saying at all.
So I think that there are two. If you want to continue this conversations, there's one of two ways that you can do this. Just
Is it better?
For our sanity.
Is it better?
That is better.
Yes.
Yeah, that's 100% better.
Now leave it alone. Whatever you
Okay,
did,
I put it on speaker and
yeah, that's way better.
okay.
So,
You were reading Deuteronomy
verse 39 of chapter 32 of Deuteronomy. So that's
right.
kind of like God saying, "I do stuff," right?
Yeah, he said in the premise, he's letting you know he's responsible for killing. You know,
So does that mean that people don't have free will then?
no, free will is a Catholic ideology that came from Catholicism. That's nowhere in the scriptures. I can demonstrate that as well.
Oh no, I'd agree with you. Free will is not mentioned in the Bible. Choices
Okay,
are.
okay.
Yeah.
Everything is already
Can
ordained.
I ask you? Do you think God is just?
Absolutely.
Ooh, I agree with you there.
Okay.
Everything is ordained. I'm not Christian.
I can't agree with the everything's ordained. No.
Free will does not exist.
No, I gotta say
yeah.
free will because that wouldn't be. That would make. I have to say, in my opinion, that would have to make God unjust if He ordained everything.
Well, I got a question for you.
Because that doesn't make sense how He can ordain everything already and He be just.
Yeah, I mean, well, in Proverbs chapter 26, he said he reserved the day. He already have a day reserved for the wicked.
But that doesn't mean He preordained everything that the wicked were going to do and made their choices for them.
But James, hold on, but James, that means
a day reserved.
Hold on, James.
It's the great day of the Lord.
James, but that means He knows who's going to be wicked.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
For the wicked. It's reserved for the wicked. It doesn't say who's going to be wicked.
So can I ask, absent free will, what is wickedness?
James.
Yeah.
I don't know if James, let me ask you a question. If you don't believe it's free will, let me get your take on this. And this might be something new to you. Romans 9 and verse 9.
I believe it's free will. What are you talking about?
You said you don't. I mean, you said you don't believe. I'm sorry. You said you don't believe in predestination.
Yeah, I don't believe predestination. I was raised predestination, but I don't believe.
Okay, well, everything is literally predestinated, and he demonstrates that right here in Romans. And this is just one place. So tell me what you think of this. Romans 9:9. For this word of promise at this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. It's referring to Genesis 25. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac, our possessive pronoun, our father Isaac, for the children not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, James, they haven't done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, who was to her, Rebekah, the elder shall serve the younger. Esau is Jacob's older brother. That's what that's referring to. Verse 13, as it is written, it's written in Malachi chapter 1. Jacob have I loved, the patriarch for the 12 tribes of Israel, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then, James? Is there unrighteousness with God? Is God unrighteous because he loved Jacob and he hate Esau? God forbid. God forbid is an old English way of saying hell no. Excuse my language. Verse 15, for he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy on, and I will have compassion on whom I have compassion on. Meaning he does what the hell he wants to do, when he wants to do it. And Esau, and going into Esau is, I don't want to offend you guys, but that would, I don't know if you guys know this, but that would be your forefather. You guys descend from a man named Esau.
Oh, Spanks.
I can prove that with history and archaeology and prophecy and his historian.
I mean, that would take
it wouldn't.
Quite a long time. Can I ask you if God is just?
Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 second, James. Hold on 1 second, James. Did you hear that?
Just because prophecy is predestined doesn't mean everything's predestined. I'm like I think the Orthodox view on that. The prophecy should be predestined.
I don't know about that, bro.
But not everything in general is predestined.
I can. Would you like me to prove that as well with another scripture that everything is?
Yes, please.
Give
Okay.
us the scripture. Why not?
Let's get
Let's
Second
go.
Ezra chapter 5 and verse. Let's start at verse 23. Verse 20. Verse 23. Second Esdras chapter 5 and verse 23. And said, O Lord, that bearest rule of every wood of the earth, of all the wood of the earth, and all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee only one vine. He chose one vine. And all the lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit, meaning one region, one landmass. And he's go further explain. And of all the flowers, therefore one lily. So now, if you didn't know, the Lord's favorite flower is a lily. So he's saying how he showed out of all the flowers on the earth, James, dandelions. I mean, I can't even think of lotuses. He said his favorite flower is the lily. Predestined. Verse 25. And all the depths of the sea thou hast filled thee one river. He said of all the bodies of water, the river is his favorite body of water. Weird, I know, right? And of all the builded cities, thou hast hallowed Zion. Zion is synonymous with Jerusalem. They can be used interchangeably. It's the same thing as Jerusalem. He said that's his favorite city out of all the cities. Unto thyself, possessor. Verse 26. And of all the fowls that are created, thou hast named one dove. That's his favorite bird, dove. And of all the cattle that are made, thou hast provided thee one sheep. He said, all the cattle, that's his favorite animal, sheep. Verse 27. This is the important part. And among all the multitudes of people, so out of every race on this planet, thou hast gotten thee one people. We know who that one people is. And unto this people whom thou lovest, thou gavest a law that is approved of all. Verse 28. And now, O Lord, why hast thou given this one people over unto many? It's talking about giving us to the other nations while we went through all the stuff we went through. And upon the one root hast thou prepared others. He said he prepared others. And why hast thou scattered thy only one people among many? Verse 29, and they which did gainsay, kind of like a little bit what's going on here now, thy promises, y'all was kind of just gainsaying his promises, and believe not thy covenants, have thy trodden them down. And if thou didst so much hate thy people, yet shouldst thou punish them with thy own hands. Now when I spoke these words, the angel that came to me the night before was sent unto me, last verse, and said unto me, hear me, and I will instruct thee, hearken to thee the thing that I will say, and thou shalt tell thee no more. Last verse, I'm sorry. And I said, speak, O my Lord. Then said unto me, thou art sore troubled in mind for Israel's sake. Lovest thou that people better than he that made them? We really could read all that, but I'll just stop right there. So he's he was saying, I don't know if you can decipher it, but he was saying how he already prepared all the nations for us to give us to them, for us to be scattered. It's not coincidence so-called black Spanish Native Americans went through what went through. It's curses. When you read the book of Deuteronomy 28, God gave curses that would be on his people forever until his second return. Getting shot. He said in Deuteronomy 15, he said, will be cursed in the city and cursed in the field. Well, when I look at every nation, what nation is cursed in the city? These are all predestined things, James. So I don't want to get too long-winded, but he said he already prepared all of these things. We can't alter anything. They're already prepared. It was already sought out. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean everything is predestined. That's again prophecy. It's going back to that's prophecy. It doesn't mean every action that I take is already.
This is just modernism. All this is modernism. You're just applying things that may or may not have already occurred, and you're applying things that happened to the Jews just to whatever random category you want to.
So here's why I'm not.
Because whatever you're saying that black people have went through, I mean, almost every culture has went through the similar thing, and you're echoing really bad again.
So that's incorrect. So do you know when the last human zoo was closed, Shiva?
That's not Shiva you're talking to. That's Everline Man you're talking to.
Or whoever that was. So the last human zoo was closed in Belgium in 1958. So you
Okay,
tell
I
me
don't
every
understand how this
nation
has
on
to
the
do with anything that you were talking about.
because you see everything that we every nation wasn't in human zoo. Really? Name a nation, another nation that was in human zoos. I'll wait.
James, click the
I don't even know what you're talking about with a human zoo. I don't even know this, whatever this concept of this human zoo is. This could be something that you've made up.
Traveling circuses used to have freak shows, right?
Well,
You
That's a
can
bit like a human zoo.
look it up. You can look it up right now. We can
well,
see if
this
I made it
conversation could go on for a while, and the original intent of this stream was not necessarily to talk about the Bible with open panel and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, and we can talk about this some other time and get more into this when you get better audio.
Okay.
So yes. Have a great one, Dexter. It was great talking with you, but please
Great
get
talking to
better
you guys
audio.
too. I'll definitely be in touch. Thank you.
See you later. Get some headphones.
Yes, please.
My word. Do you know, I think I quite like Hebrew Israelites. I want to debate them now.
I wanted to actually interact with a Hebrew Israelite, and I finally got to interact with one like on here. Now, Grant, I've called a camp before and asked questions, but I never got to really go in depth.
Well,
and really
I wasn't going
talk.
to come up here and like try to square up with him or nothing, but like he fucking straight up lied.
Honestly, the whole time. I can see how someone whose entire lineage is rooted in insecurity would find those beliefs comforting, though.
Yeah, this is an American idea. This is not something that's prevalent anywhere.
It's kind of sad, really.
I don't know. I kind of love the guy.
I mean, he's all right. He wasn't a rude person, but he did.
He was good at pretending.
He was trying to say that there
cordial.
was no ethnicity. He was trying to say that there was no ethnicity in the beginning, and then as he got further and further through what he was saying, eventually it became all about ethnicity.
Yeah,
I think if he gets some headphones, he should come to Verbal Combat.
Oh yeah, that would be fun.
That'd be an interesting show.
He won't last. He won't last with that.
You try to feed him up against the potato.
I could.
Well,
I debate him with the potato.
Well, I do declare, boy. He couldn't handle calling no potato. He might have to take on the sergeant.
Colonel Potato, that was your best act, Sheila.
Did you like the Colonel, James?
I did like the Colonel Potato, but
everyone liked the Colonel.
Well, I mean, he was speaking James's native tongue, so yeah, he's definitely gonna.
James was on board from the outset.
James was like, he talks like me.
He talks like my granddaddy.
He's just a little bit more Texan style.
Represents my peoples.
Oh,
that is kind of like Virginian a little bit.
Well, he speaks like a mate.
The best part was being on Shiva's stream when he talked about it. Before he actually put it, I didn't think you were actually going to go do it, Shiva. And then Colonel Potato showed up, and I was like, "Ah, shit!"
What? When I was talking about going on as a character?
Yeah,
yeah.
Because that's when Effigy did his accent, and I still think about that accent to this day. Effigy does the craziest Cajun accent. It's insane. He was definitely down from Cajun country.
Yeah, the only thing that's kind of annoying about it is that Shiva did go with the southern accent, which is really the easiest accent for British
It's the only one I can do, Jeremy.
The master.
Yeah.
I'm not going to attempt a New York accent. That would be even worse than that really bad Southern accent.
That's a fun one too, though.
Try Midwestern.
That was pretty good.
That's where you go. Is just the Midwest. It's just kind of the nothing of the U.S.
Just plain American.
Pretty good with your Southern accent to me.
Oh, I'm glad you liked it, James.
No, but James, that's the thing. Southern accents, like when it comes to acting, that's the first thing that English actors are told to do is do a Southern accent because it's the easiest one for them to actually to mask the British accent.
Yeah, because of we're more closer to speaking British style.
Well, no, it's
technically true.
It's the inflections. It's the inflections.
Yeah, like all of the same like vowels and stuff are you can cover them up.
We're closer to speaking British English.
No.
Yeah, that's technically true though. It's less it's been modified less than like the typical northern accent.
No,
agrees with me.
No, James, it's because typically the Southerners have the same kind of teeth as the UK folks do.
Yeah, that's why.
Wait, no. The UK has better dentistry than America per capita. We have better teeth than you guys, so get fucked.
I know I may lack some teeth here, but I ain't.
That's because we have the Southern guys holding us down, Chiva.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, per capita. Well, Southern.
Yeah,
boys.
exactly.
We should just deport the Southerners to England.
I would go
They don't have room anymore.
I would go to London.
No, we've got loads of room.
Problem.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh,
what are you
well,
talking
so
about?
I don't know. I just know that there's been a lot of immigration. I don't really know that much about it other than that.
Do you know how much fucking? Oh my god! Look, like the cities are quite crowded, but they're cities, and it's in the nature of cities to be quite crowded. Do you know how much rural space, like countryside, there is in the UK where there's virtually no one there?
I honestly don't know the size that well. I just know that like our land is a lot bigger than Europe is in general, but I'm not sure how densely populated it is in other areas outside the city.
Jeremiah, Indiana's Midwest, so you're kind of in the general no accent area of the state.
Yeah, I'm kind of ignorant on that, to be honest.
I mean, we could, if we made the entire country into a city, we could fit a lot more people in.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Did you know that if you took all of the space out of the human bodies of everyone and then compressed all of the matter down, every single human being would fit inside an object the size of a cube of sugar?
What? Damn. I actually never heard that
empty
one.
Space.
Right. What a world.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I've actually never heard that one before. I forget what we were talking about before that guy came up. Oh, like Bible stuff, right?
I mean, we're also talking about it when he came up as well.
Yeah, it just took a very like specific turn, I guess, at that point.
Yeah, I mean, given that there's a lot of leaps in that claim you're making though too. So that's not entirely true. Like you couldn't actually take all the people and compress them down into that because if you think about it, when you from a physical standpoint, like you can incinerate the body, take their ashes. You can't even one person. You can't actually.
Well, yeah, but no. But I'm talking about. If you removed all of the space,
you have to remove space between the atoms. In which case, that would
and also inside the atoms.
That would go to and that would go to anything. You could narrow that. That doesn't even have to be people. You could narrow that down to.
Yeah, I know, but like it's a
Like that dirt.
No,
You just the atomic.
agreed. Like similarly, I mean, if the sun was made out of bananas, it would still be just as hot. It just wouldn't burn for very long.
Yeah, I'm
just because of like the forces
the
creating
point
the heat
is
to
like
begin with.
that whole leap is like you can't actually compress that down because if you could remove,
I'm not
all the
suggesting you can.
that would be a different. It'd be a different thing.
I'm not suggesting that you can.
Just if it was.
You're just saying if you could.
Yeah, you know, obviously, like we can't remove the kind of mostly empty space that's present inside atoms, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or can we?
Not yet.
I can't.
Not yet.
Give it a few years.
I only know of one entity at least at present that has that capability.
The Incredible Hulk.
No, God.
That's
Ant-Man. How does if Ant-Man goes subatomic? How does he breathe?
He breathes
That's a good
subatomically.
question.
Well, yeah, but James, the oxygen molecules would be larger than
Bigger
his.
than him. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's assuming that they can't shrink.
No, he literally wouldn't be able to breathe.
But that's assuming the
Well,
molecule can't shrink.
that's why he. Well, that's why he's got that mask.
That's where I was getting ready to say.
No,
he's breathing free shrunken oxygen.
You could presume that he took the oxygen with him.
Well, only if he had an oxygen tank.
Or
Right.
hang on though. Wait, that maybe
Unless it's like an oxygen diffuser.
That's where I was going to go. The other thing is that the mask or that can take the air molecules and literally shrink them down as he's breathing.
No. Now you're just exegeting Marvel.
Well,
Look.
No, I'm
if
just
that were
speaking on potential possibilities here. Like
if that were the case, if that were the case, it would be a matter of canon that whatever he interacted with would also shrink. But that doesn't happen.
No matter what he interacted with. That wouldn't
His
be
helmet.
relevant,
No, it's only having to do with his helmet and the breathing. Like, if you look at his helmet,
right, but
there's a breathing apparatus.
The oxygen molecules. Right, but if
It's
the
a
oxygen
diffuser.
molecules are larger than him, how are they going to enter his helmet?
But what difference would it make in canon how he gets this oxygen?
You just gotta have faith.
But, well, because if he's shrinking to subatomic sizes, he's smaller than an atom.
See that?
Yeah, but what relevance
This
does
is
it
all
have to
fiction,
mention
so I don't
it,
really
though?
give a shit to understand the mechanics of any of that stuff, right? Like it's not going to happen.
And it's not
That's right.
relevant.
In fact,
to
would
the
he
fact
even
he's
be able?
Ant-Man,
Would he
he's a
be able to
hero.
see?
What's relevant?
No,
why is that
technically he
relevant
wouldn't.
to him being a hero trying to help people.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Ant-Man is just.
Well, yeah, no, James, no one's disputing that.
I'm disputing it. I'm asking, what's the relevance?
What's the relevance?
I mean,
because you
Look,
clearly think it's relevant to
in
be
the
asked
Marvel
a question.
Cinematic Universe.
Well, you clearly think it's relevant
In the
to
Marvel
ask a question.
Cinematic Universe, they slap the word quantum in front of everything, referencing science.
I think it's relevant. Because he's a superhero, so what's it matter? He gets his oxygen.
He's not a superhero; he's just a hero.
Well, hero, super.
He doesn't
he's
have
a
any
superhero.
powers.
He's got power.
Ant-Man doesn't breathe when he shrinks.
He holds his breath the whole time?
He has the ability to just not have to breathe.
Oh,
That's
how
a
convenient.
That's a huge not breathing period.
Yeah.
A huge not breathing period. Considering
he suddenly
So,
gains the
if
ability to
he's-
not have to breathe.
You can't refute
If
it.
he's in the quantum realm,
I guess.
if he's in the quantum realm, does that mean that photons are going to be larger than his iris?
I guess.
That's true too.
So how does he see?
He suddenly gains the ability to see.
He probably does that through his goggles.
He had
His little face. thing. that he wears.
It's like when you start messing around with like stuff like being sized down to that degree and like time, like you can really just like make everything really illogical really quick with fiction.
Yeah, because fiction allows for it.
Down.
Fiction allows for you to make things logical according to the fiction, because the fiction's logic doesn't have to apply to the same.
No, I know. Sometimes it gets very strange.
Only if you say it's magic, James.
The universe.
Yeah.
Only if you say it's magic.
Exactly.
There's a whole fucking society in the quantum realm, right? Like they had like aliens and fucking robots. And
Yeah,
all kinds
magic
of
aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Magic robots.
They're magically allowed to exist when they ordinarily wouldn't be able to exist.
I mean, they rebelled against fucking what's his name, the one dude.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Hang the wanker.
That's the one.
I can't remember his name now. He was
Kang the Conqueror.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of comic book knowledge. I know enough to like kind of pretend like I know what I'm talking about, but not really.
I'm going off the movie.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
If it was in the movies ever, or maybe a cartoon, I maybe saw it, but I didn't read
Same.
much.
I haven't seen a lot of the more recent movies though. Like after like the Infinity War, I kind of stopped watching.
I don't
more of the
even think
movies.
I saw.
I don't even think I
any of the
watched.
comics.
I don't even think I watched.
I saw
Oh,
Blackton America, Brave New Boredom.
I've
the other
seen a
week.
small bit of the comics.
My whelm was definitely undered.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That was such an amazing movie. Me and Jeremy watched that one.
I've never heard of it, but it sounds great.
Wait, what did we watch?
Captain America, Brave New World. It's
Oh, yeah,
aggressively bland.
Yeah,
Uh,
I agree.
Oh, it's been on movie night.
That wasn't.
No, that one.
No.
We do King and I do ad hoc movie nights all the time.
Oh,
Sometimes we watch really great films like Corrective Measures with Bruce Willis and
Yeah, you want a flick, Shiva? You want a flick to watch? I'm telling you, man. Corrective Measures with Bruce Willis, man.
I've got a
it's
flick for
pretty
you
awesome.
to watch.
what year was it?
one of the best movies from
2024,
Oh wow.
No, I don't think it was 2024. Was it?
or is it 23? It's 23 or 24.
So it was
It's
really
pretty
recent either way. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
been the last couple of years, but I don't think it's that recent.
Maybe it's
So
23. I
okay,
guess.
here's a flick for you guys to watch. Legally Blonde with Reese Witherspoon.
Legally Blonde.
Little did you
James,
know,
you haven't seen it?
No,
little
I
did
have
you know,
not. I've never even heard of it.
I own that on DVD. James, you want to borrow it?
I mean, I actually quite
No.
enjoyed it. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait,
It's
It's
like
a fun
a
movie.
legal comedy, right? Something
Legally
like that.
Blonde, Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde, or the third one, Legally Blonde?
I've not seen the
My
third
goodness,
one.
How many
The
blondes are
second
there?
one isn't as good as the first one, but both of
The
them
third
did
one.
make me laugh out loud.
You might like the third one.
Wait, is that how you hooked up with your dude? Did he do the bend and snap?
The bend and snap. James, have you seen The Princess Bride? It's got romance, it's got kissing.
That's a really good movie for real.
Yeah.
That's inconceivable.
Yeah. It has
No,
funny,
I've not
comedically
seen
short
whatever
actors.
movie you just said no. I have
You haven't seen The Princess Bride? What the fuck is wrong with you?
James,
Stop the
you
stream
really do
right
need to
now
see
and
it.
go and watch it.
Yeah, honestly, James.
All right, ad hoc movie night right now.
Yeah. Okay. It's an emergency one for James right now.
Well, hey, how can it be a movie night when it's only like 12:21?
Because of the
Well,
emergency designation.
She was 5 hours ahead of us, so it's
Yeah, I mean, it's always
but-
nighttime somewhere,
but-
James.
But,
Right.
but you said movie night.
I mean, Beard went to
though.
bed like an hour ago, so
Right, and James, technically it's my nighttime. It may be, 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Holy shit! But it's like 11.
Sorry,
PM.
did you just say 11 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's noon here. Yeah.
To be fair, Shiva. To be fair, I've been up since 4 o'clock yesterday, so 4 p.m.
Yeah,
the
but this is
afternoon,
noon
okay.
based on how he works on nighttime. So
So the way I do is I just flip it. So really, it's like 11:30 p.m. for me.
even though it's really 11:30 a.m., but
Right.
You know what I watched last night, which was actually it's more fun than you think it's going to be based on the title alone. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Sounds terrible.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, it sounds really
horrible.
bad.
I mean,
It sounds really bad.
There's a few things that are absolutely terrible, but for the most part, it was not a bad movie.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. It's not a great movie, but I mean, if you like D&D, there's lots of points when you can go, there's a thing I recognize.
Yeah, that's what the whole movie is. Yeah, exactly. That's
is
what
it
it
the
sounds
one
like.
with
Yes,
Chris
it
Pine,
is.
yeah.
Chris Pine.
Pine?
Well, I mean, it's the only D&D movie there was, but yes.
No, that's not true.
No. It's the only movie that is named Dungeons and Dragons. As
No, that's not true.
There are other Dungeons and Dragons themes.
Wasn't there an animated TV show based on Dungeons and Dragons?
Jeremy, Google Dungeons and Dragons, Jeremy Irons.
Oh. I've never heard of those.
There are two of them. They're really, really bad films.
Well, then that's why I don't know.
You dodged a bullet. Or 2 bullets.
Although Jeremy Irons is quite enjoyable.
No, yeah, Jeremy Irons is a great actor, but yeah.
See, look, Jeremiah knows.
Oh, yeah. He thought it was good, though.
James, did you get that chair in your room yet, bro?
Yeah, I got it.
Let me see it.
I just don't have the arms on it. I just got to put the arms back on it.
So he's got an armless chair.
Nice, dude. That's awesome. That's a nice looking chair, dude.
It's bad. It's red.
I mean, it's not as nice. It's a nice chair.
He's trying to be like easy and get the red chair.
You should have your
No, this
James.
is the one that Are You Crazy gave me.
James, you should have your chair
red,
do.
though. I do like red like Easy does. I do like red. Red's
James,
one of my
James,
favorite
you should
colors.
have.
It's not my favorite color.
James, you should have your chair
Red
do
and
a
blue
one.
compete for my favorite. So.
James, you should have your chair do a 1v1 against Josh's chair.
Technically a 2v2 and win.
It'll lose.
Yeah.
It's gonna lose.
The battle of the chairs.
James's chair is not chair, and chair can't be beat.
Yeah, there's only one chair.
There's only one chair.
It's like the ring, but with
James's
chairs.
chair would be wannabe chair, and wannabe chair can't beat chair.
Nope. Trust me, there's others that have tried.
There's one chair to rule them all.
What chair tried to beat chair?
All of them.
Just by existing, any other
We
chair.
don't know of them. We do not speak of them anymore. They ceased to exist.
Yeah.
But
Chair-
maybe it could be like Jet Li's the one.
Exactly.
Is the one. Well, there can
Or
only
maybe
be
it's more
one.
like the Highlander, where the other chairs
Yeah,
have to be
there can only be
destroyed.
one.
If your chair challenges to chair will destroy it and then absolve it and absorb
Yeah,
all of its
exactly.
Chair McCloud
Exactly.
shall
Just
win.
like the one.
Chair McCloud shall win. I'm gonna go Chair McCloud.
How many Highlander movies were there? I feel like there's a lot, and not all of them were good.
I mean, the
Were any
first
of them
one was good.
First
I
one was
was gonna
good
say,
for
were
sure. Yeah.
Any good? I don't even know if I've seen the first one.
I actually have.
The first movie, I think I've
Laserdisc.
seen that one.
Oh, Laserdisc, nice.
Fuck yeah, dude! Laserdisc,
Hell yeah.
like the big 12-inch.
Yeah.
A record. Yeah, the record
Early
DVD.
DVD format, basically.
Yeah, the DVD that was the size of the record.
How rare is a player for that these days?
About as rare as a Laserdisc.
Laserdisc player or They're
Oh.
extremely rare to actually come across a working Laserdisc player.
Right, yeah, that's what I meant.
Obviously, I have one to go along with the Laserdiscs. But
yeah.
He's lying.
No, I do.
Jeremy don't have shit.
I actually believe Jeremy.
No, see, this guy, he wants you to believe he's got like a game room in his house, and then he wants you to think that he's got like this.
He does have one. I've seen his game room, sir. He does.
He's lying. He's lying. And then he wants you.
You saw the game room in the basement. You did not see the console room upstairs.
I was just gonna say.
Well, okay.
And then I was just gonna say.
One game room, okay. That's the point. At least I've seen a game room.
That's what I was gonna say. Then you got him up here trying to act like he's got a console room, and then he's got like some server in his basement, acting like he's got all this shit.
You want to come up if you want. The server room has been seen, King.
You ain't got shit.
Yo, Chris. Welcome,
you live
Chris.
in a small studio apartment.
Small studio 4-bedroom house, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's right. You got all your dogs in a small little studio apartment.
Land.
You got an above ground pool.
In ground. 20 by 40, 8 foot deep.
10 by 5, 3 foot deep, and he's got to hire a lifeguard with floaties. I know you ain't fooling me, bro.
Wait, I've got a lifeguard with floaties.
Damn, that's a safe lifeguard.
It's 3 feet deep.
But I still have a lifeguard with floaties. See, that's fucking.
That's an unconfident lifeguard.
No, that's just ritzy right there. The fact that I have a lifeguard. 3 foot deep pool, what kind of slam is that, bro?
Hey, whatever you spend your money on, that's your problem. I'm just saying.
Do you pay that? Like, how often do you use the pool, and how often do you have to pay the lifeguard?
Believe it or not, the funny thing is I've lived in here for 12 years, a little over 12 years. I've actually been in my pool less than 20 times.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it seems really nice, but like, yeah, just taking time to go and actually do it and enjoy it.
I still open it. I still open it. Last year I got it relimed. Cost $7,000 to have the.
I would use a pool if I had one, just because it's really good exercise.
I just open it every year so that my nieces and nephews have a place to have like private pool parties and shit.
Yeah, that's based. It's like the perfect way to exercise because like you work out your whole body and you're not putting like that constant strain. Like when you're running, you're like wearing down your joints. Obviously, you don't really have that with swimming, which is nice.
I mean, it depends on how quickly you smoke them, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Shiva.
Man, what month are we in? We're in May, aren't we?
May, yeah.
Dude, we're like we just hit
5 months.
Where the fuck are you living?
It's been 5 months since I've smoked weed.
I just did about an hour ago.
Cool, man. I am smoking as we speak.
I still keep being tempted. Like, every now and again, I get tempted to ring my dealer.
I tried. I tried weed like 24, 25 years ago.
Minutes ago.
Didn't like it.
No, I hate it.
Yeah, some people, it gives like really unbearable anxiety.
No. For me, there's a few things. One, I've never liked the smell of it. I think it's always smelled fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it's like a skunk.
People say it's an acquired smell, and over time you get used to it and like it. But like,
love it.
That I don't smoke, and whatnot. Like, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be a smell that I'm gonna ever get accustomed to. So I'm just always going to hate that smell. So there's obviously that. Then the same reason I don't drink is the same reason I didn't care for weed. Is I don't like being out of my normal mental state, right? So weed just kind of makes me tired, but at the same time, it like makes things funny to me. I don't like that. It's like drinking.
I like the silly.
Drinking alcohol makes me well, it depends on which alcohol. If it's like tequila, it makes me want to fucking fight everybody and everything all at once. Or if I drink other shit like fucking Jim Beam or drinking a beer, it just makes me fucking pass out. But at the same time, it makes me want to fuck. So.
Hell yeah.
But at the same time, neither one of those are my normal mental state, and I fucking hate that when I'm not in my.
An alcohol shelf is a real utility drawer, huh?
So I just I just don't mess with any of that stuff. I don't have any stances against it. That's why I don't go out and say, "Oh, don't drink," or "Don't." I don't care. You're fine. I have no problem with you doing it. I just don't do it.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am with drinking. Like, I don't really drink that like at all, but I have no problem with people that do it. Obviously,
the only thing I have against smoking is like drinking. If you want to have a beer right in front of me or any sort of alcoholic beverage right in front of me, I don't care. That's fine. Go for it. But if you smoke, especially if you smoke pot, I'm gonna ask you to go outside, or if you're
that's
like
fair.
at my house, I ask you to go outside or away from my city.
That's reasonable.
Not in my house.
Right.
I don't want to smell it.
For someone's house that doesn't smoke, that's like beyond reasonable. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, you probably wouldn't want to come in my house because I guess it smells like weed in my house.
It's 24/7 clam bake, dude.
Well,
I grow. Well, see, I grow, so naturally it just stinks like weed at all times. It smells like fresh green marijuana, not smokable. It's fresh green marijuana. That's what it smells like. About 90% of the time in my house.
Yeah, well, and the issue with with weed too is the smell. It does linger for a good amount of time after you smoke it.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, definitely.
Chris is giving us a BBA down there from chat.
Yeah, Bull Burners assemble, united by flame. I love marijuana so much. All the smells.
I don't love the smell. But I don't mind it. So I'm kind of like neutral to it, I guess.
I love each and every chirping. I love all the different smells, and I can't even put it. It's like a connoisseur. That's why I feel like I am when it comes to smells of marijuana and tastes and flavors. It's like a wine taster. Like I can smell 100 different smells in one plant. It's so fucking amazing.
Are we gonna start having like sommeliers, but for weed, like at like restaurants and stuff?
I hope so. Chris already knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I know you're talking about it too. I have friends that are like that.
I think it's interesting though. So like, if you follow the trends, like the trend has been like smoking is banned in like restaurants, and they're expanding that. Like Ohio went no smoking, so like you can't even smoke in bars and bowling alleys and shit, right?
Right.
And there's other states that have those laws too, but
Nevada is like the only place, yeah.
It's been like that
just
for years.
Vegas specifically.
But
the only place
they do that at the same time they're legalizing smoking weed. So it's like, we're here, you can't do this in any public place.
I know.
But hey, we're gonna expand your repertoire of things that you can smoke.
I think they'll start opening it back up again. Yeah, I think they're gonna start moving in the other direction too, in some cases.
I'm going to get going. James, thank you for having me. Gentlemen, thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, later, Shiva.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, good evening.
Have a good day.
Always a pleasure, bro.
Have a great one.
Yes, the bud tenders. The bud tenders definitely like sommeliers because that's their job.
That much less gay.
Yeah, it's a lot less gay.
Finally.
Why does everything French sound gay?
They just lost all of their representation.
So what are you doing, James? What are you up to, James?
Editing a picture.
Oh, picture, huh? New Antichrist photo?
Nah.
Gotta add your tits to your AI girlfriend.
What's going on with your avatar, man? Why aren't you using the new one you have?
Yeah, I noticed
where's
that too.
Where's the
Oh,
AI one? Animated one.
I decided to quit using that one.
Why?
Too
nice.
too
Go back
whimsical.
to this one for a bit. No particular reason. Just figured it'd be better to go back to this one for a bit.
I like.
This is the one for my channel. You know.
Fair enough.
And it's got my logo on it, so it's like.
So you were talking to Stoic last night?
Yeah, I was talking to Stoic last night. Yeah.
It was more like this morning.
Or this
Right, I
morning.
suppose.
Yeah.
Well, it obviously started at a words panel, I assume, and then you carried over.
No, I didn't start on words panel because
Oh, okay.
I didn't go on words panel last night.
I think Stoic just hangs out here.
Well, no, he doesn't. He started hanging out here last night. He ain't been on the panel till
Okay.
night.
Usually Stoic found his own little corner over on the words show.
Yeah, I go over there every once in a while.
I just been
It's fun.
I've been talking with him and everything, just listening to him and everything, what's everything going on.
Yeah, man, that's cool.
I just let
Just
him
curious.
talk.
That's all.
You know, I mean, it happened publicly when he talked about it on the words chat, so you know what I'm talking about, King, about him and stuff going on. You know?
Yeah.
There you go, James. I'll help promote your channel for you.
Oh, are you posting it somewhere?
Nope. Change his avatar.
He changed his avatar. Antichrist.
James, you've been passing out your website still?
I should check the hit trackers and see if anybody's actually.
I forgot about that. The website. It's probably all just like people like from the in joke that have visited it.
I don't know. Let's go see. Let's go see what.
There's millions of you, and they're all people who just accidentally spell Antichrist.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Yeah, there's like a whole Satanist sect that keeps going to the wrong website.
Yeah, I don't know what
analytics right now.
on that. Let's go see if they have any.
Yeah. Go see if they got any type of what they got over here.
This is gonna look terrible.
Currently, I set up MFA on here. Lovely.
Ooh.
It is a prototype, so it's meant to look terrible. This is gonna look terrible.
And what do they have here? I don't want all sites. I want the Antichrist.
Is it .com?
Anti-crust. Yeah,
Crust.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go there right now.
Hey, you gotta make sure you put a dash in it.
Like a hyphen?
Yep, hyphen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to work on this a little bit more, but hey, just note this is a prototype. Oh, that's right. I gotta go under my avatar.
No, apparently I have to. They're not giving me analytics in that regard.
Stupid.
Wait, no.
That is stupid.
Oh, wait, that's not true. Hang on. They're.
Oh. Upgrade to the Pro plan, Jeremy, just for $20 a year.
Dude, this thing actually, in the last 24 hours, there's been 59 unique visitors to the anticrust.com.
That's awesome.
Well, you're about to have. You got one more now. I just
196 total requests in the last 24 hours.
That's awesome. 196.
Let me edit my.
That means you have people that are revisiting it, James.
I know HTML. I used to code websites when I was younger.
In the last 30 days, he's had 1.24 thousand, 1.24K visitors.
Holy shit!
Total requests 20.67K.
Hey, I need to
Dude,
buy that
wow.
website.
He did a nice job for you. I'm reading the little write up that he did. It's nice.
James, you fucking science actually.
That's pretty good.
I gotta
20,000
compare this with my other one just to see.
I definitely need to buy that website.
Yeah.
But check out my little thing here though.
Actually, then again, though, if I look at it in the other way, my domain that doesn't even have content, no page, no nothing. It's just my personal domain that I use for like all of my stuff internally at my house. That one has gotten 90 visitors to a non-website, 257 requests.
Well, that's hey, mine's doing better.
It's not doing better. Mine's actually doing better. The one that has no content is actually doing better. Well,
wait a minute. You said how many for mine again?
You're doing double. You're doing double over the last 30 days. You're doing double, but in the last 24 hours, I'm doing more.
Oh, okay. Based on 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah, 30 days. I've got 2.12K unique visitors.
and you have 10 times that amount.
10.85K total requests. So you've got about double the total requests. I don't remember what the unique visitors were.
20 something, yeah. Oh yeah, no, you didn't say what the monthly visitors were. You only said what the requests were.
No, I did. I said both.
Oh, the unique visitors. Oh yeah, that's right. I can't remember.
Hey, what do y'all think about Cherry McCloud?
What?
What do y'all think about Cherry McCloud?
I'm not sure what that is.
I don't think that works, James.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Cherry McCloud doesn't work. Why?
Let me hear your voice. Let me hear you.
Why? I gotta do the voice.
He's trying to be a knockoff of Puffy, dude.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's too similar.
Puffy.
I see.
It's a Puffy and Chair knockoff. It ain't gonna work, bro.
Yeah. Come on, James.
I know I gotta do the voice, but I gotta
be original.
Yeah, no, James, I'm beating you in every metric, actually. So if we look at, in the 24 hours, I'm beating you in every metric. So unique visitors, Anticrust has 59 in the last 24 hours. My other domain, my personal domain, has 90. For total requests, Anticrust has 196, whereas mine nothing at it has 257.
I just realized, dude, the hyperlink that you have for Join the Movement links to an Amazon page for Uncrustables. That's actually really funny. I didn't expect that.
I don't get how I'm even getting that though. It's not even an actual thing though. Like
I have no idea how my domain that I don't even advertise or anything has more traffic. So the unique visitors, even the unique visitors,
well, you don't even advertise the one for the Anticrust either.
That's true.
And it's getting all this traffic, like.
Well, there's a lot. The interesting thing is, though, so looking at the last 30 days, unique visitors, you have 1.24K over the last 30 days. The domain that I have that has nothing added has 2.12K visitors, or unique visitors. So I get more unique visitors to that domain, but in total requests, yours has 20.67K over the last 30 days. And my domain that has nothing on it has 10.85K.
I wonder what all those hits are.
But could you?
I don't know. I don't have analytics enabled in that regard, so this is all I get.
Yeah.
Could you build that into a proper site? That site is doing so good.
Could I? Yes. Will I?
I think it's all right. I think it's all right the way it is.
Oh, Jerry. I love you, bro.
Is that a dark chair though?
Yeah. Will I?
No. Yeah, it's kind of dark. It just has a little bit of red in it.
The page is a joke page. Like, I'm not gonna fucking spend time to actually make a proper website out of it.
Why not? It's doing so good. And
Its shoddiness adds to the humor.
It could be so much better though.
Oh no, you're right. It could be. But what's my motivation for doing that, James?
Yeah, but could you imagine the money you could make off that website?
That he could make?
I can make just as much money off of a legitimate website with a better domain name that was something that I actually had some sort of
actionable.
Like the other domains that I own that I don't do anything with.
Yeah, but seriously though, you can make a lot of money out of that website if it's getting that much traffic.
Yeah, I make a lot of money not doing anything with web.
Darn. I can't convince you.
To do exactly because you want him to make you money. That's what
No,
you.
James,
That's what you're saying. James.
I don't want to get a small portion considering it's his website.
James, just learn it. Learn
I get a
HTML.
small portion.
So James, that sounds like you need to negotiate.
Yeah, James, I've had jobs doing web development, and I've had jobs doing web hosting, and neither of those are particularly interesting to me.
They're not.
Well, if that's the case, then I can't even convince them anyways, no matter how much I negotiate.
No, it just means you have to offer a greater incentive.
Right.
What would be a greater incentive, though? That's the
Money.
question.
That's the question.
I don't know, James. That's not up to you.
money and benefits, but the money would have to be substantially more than I currently make to overcome the.
Well, there's no way I could guarantee that. No way I could guarantee that. That would be it's like investing in the stock market. There's no way I can guarantee you're gonna make money.
No, you could guarantee I'm gonna make money. You have to pay me. You would have to pay me.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can only pay you based on what is sold.
No, you will only pay me based on what is sold. You could pay me again.
Yeah, but I can't. No, I can't do that. I'm not that big of a business.
James, are you paying attention here? Write this down, James.
Capital.
Like
Jeremy's teaching you how to
my
bargain.
current employer does not pay me based on the sales that we do, right?
But your current employer is a company that's bigger than me.
Yeah, they employ like
a company of one.
They employ like 80,000 people.
A company of one, not a company.
Some of them paid hourly, some of them are paid salaries and all that. Yes, I am salary, and I make the same amount whether the company is extremely profitable or if they're not.
See, they had a loss with that whole salary thing.
I will not take a job that is based on commission. They can pay a bonus that's on commission, but I'll never do a job that is just solely based on commission.
That's the quickest way to rob yourself.
No, it's not. No, commission's not terrible. It's just I just won't do it. I like the assurance of knowing that this amount is going to come in.
A guaranteed pay.
Everything's up to date with NVIDIA.
If I get a bonus, based on sales, and all, that's great. But guess what? I don't factor that into my my budget. So when the bonus comes in, that literally is bonus.
Exactly, great. That's a bonus. That's not exactly.
Get it together, NVIDIA. I want my stocks to go up.
Because the problem when it's based solely on commission is it fluctuates. There's never a standard that you have to go by or that you can go by.
Yeah, James, my stocks haven't changed at all. They're literally just a flat line.
Yeah, well, at least mine's been going up last couple of days. But the thing is, though, NVIDIA sucks. It's not going up.
One of these days they'll go up.
But the rest of my stocks have been going up. I'm actually positive $41.
Yep, mine's just been a flat line for Friday. Ain't changed at all. No up, no down, just flat.
That's nice.
Yeah, except that that flat line is down from the day before.
Damn.
It's a flat line, but it's a lower flat line.
So it's not insulated then. Shit.
can't let the dividends come in. They're going right back into the stocks.
Yeah, I need to pull those out. I actually don't reinvest my dividends. I put them into a high interest savings account.
Yeah, but you've got probably a lot more investments than I do at this point.
Well, I just like the high interest savings account. The fact that they give interest payouts monthly, and if you get the high interest savings account within certain payout tiers, it's quite advantageous. It's not a gamble. Like you can do way better in the stock market than you can with a high interest savings account, but the high interest savings account is like there's no loss. You never lose money there. You're not gambling. You're always going to get the interest every month.
Yeah. You have to DM me which one you use because I'd like to know where I could get a
Well,
high savings.
they're all relatively the same, but Capital One has them. I use US Bank for one. Credit unions have high interest savings too.
Well,
They
what is high
actually
interest though?
high interest. They just have a higher interest payout
Yeah,
rate.
but what is the interest payment out though? Like is
My
Based on
yeah, it's based on the market. What the interest itself is based on the market. But where your normal bank account, if you have if your checking account is interest bearing, they usually pay out at like 0.01 or 0.02 or 0.03%. Like it's barely nothing. Whereas like my high interest savings account currently pays out at 2.9%.
nice. Okay.
So I actually get a legitimate percentage rather than a percent of a percent.
I can't.
Well, hell yeah, dude. That's better than just getting less money.
CDs are better than a high interest savings account, but like there's stipulations on those that where if
Yeah.
you don't go for the duration of the CD, then you have penalties for not or not meeting that duration. You don't have
Yeah,
that
and then once
for
and
savings.
then once they're locked in too. That's another thing about CDs.
Yeah, that's why I prefer VHS.
Yeah, same.
Very funny. VHS is old school. CDs are better.
Wasn't there like micro cassettes at some point, or was that only for music?
No, they have micro.
No, there was.
That was for
Oh, yeah.
videos? Really?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Handheld.
I better remember VHS. So I mean, I guess that's
Well, they
why.
had the micro cassettes that were used for like the little handheld voice recorders that were real popular. Were like,
Oh yeah.
like when my mother was a college student, she had those. She'd bring it into class
Yeah.
like that before
Yeah.
they had digital recorders.
Like the thing from Home Alone 2.
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
that was
I
that.
had
No,
one.
the Home Alone that thing. That was the Talk
Or-
Boy. That
yeah, no,
actually
that was a
regular
full-size
size cassettes.
Right, yeah, white. It was a white tape.
Oh.
I had one of the recorders, like the voice recorders, because I had like I think mine was one where you
Oh,
could record.
actually, answering machines used the micro cassette as
Ah,
well.
yes.
Oh
yes,
yeah. I remember that from Seinfeld.
No, from my house.
Yeah, from your house too. There was a
No.
Seinfeld episode about it. There's a Seinfeld episode about everything.
Yeah, speaking of old shit, dude, I actually have a working VCR even.
Really?
Yeah.
Still today. Wow, that's old tech.
I know.
I
don't even have a VHS cassette, but I have a working VCR.
What do you need
I have an old
for
tube
that?
TV that has a built-in VCR, like one of those like 2-in-1 TVs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember those things.
That's what we got. A little, like, whatever, 10-inch or whatever the hell it is.
I no longer have
Yeah.
any CRT displays of any kind. In fact, I had. It's funny. I had an old Mac CRT monitor that was in my garage for I don't know 8 or 9 years because I couldn't get rid of it. Like you're not supposed to throw it in your garbage can to go out.
Right.
e-waste is the thing that they don't like, and if they see a CRT, they'll refuse to take the entire, even like a CRT TV or whatever. They'll refuse to take your trash altogether.
Because they want
Really?
the rare metals out of it, like the
Wow.
gold and stuff.
No, they just it's the computer chips in them don't they don't
Like degrade, like, well, obviously they're not biodegradable, but
yeah,
like,
they don't. That's the things they don't degrade over a certain amount of time or whatever. So it's just really bad for
right,
landfill.
that makes sense.
So they have to refuse that because they want you to recycle it. But I hate the fact that like recycling companies charge for recycling.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's why I think a lot of people don't do it.
But Staples, at least a couple years ago, Staples, and they still do parts of this, but Staples has a recycling program. Any printer, any old computer, and so they'll take a lot of these e-waste components and you just give it to them and they'll take them off recycling. Actually, printers they'll give you a coupon discount for to buy a new printer if you give them an old one for e-waste. But they had on their website their policy literally stated in there it's like the shit that they'll take, and they had very explicitly on there it says we'll even take CRT monitors and TVs
Oh,
at this point in time. Now the stores will tell you that we won't take them. So if you ask
right.
anybody at the store, they'd be like, "No, we won't take it." And they tried that with me when I went in there and said I had this monitor I wanted to get rid of. They're like, "We don't take monitors." I'm like, well, your website, your official website specifically says you do, so you're going to
Right.
take it. And they didn't like it, but they fucking took it.
Well,
Yeah,
good.
you know what they did with it? They threw it in the
I don't
dumpster.
care.
I'll bet.
Yeah, they
I don't
probably
care.
did throw it in the dumpster.
They're like,
I
throw
don't
this bitch in
care.
the
Not my
dumpster.
problem. I did the good thing and put it to an e-waste recycling program.
Yeah, true.
What they did with it at that point, that's on them.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I guarantee you they threw it in the dumpster.
Well, that's the thing is even the recycling companies. You send your shit off for recycling. If it's not, if they can't actually deal with it, they just ship it off to the landfill too.
Yep, that's exactly what to do with it.
Even recycling gets really fucking confusing and annoying too, because like your shopping bags, you can't recycle them. And if they
Nope.
see, if you put those little plastic shopping bags in the recycling bin, they'll refuse that because those bags, while they can recycle them, their machines can't recycle them because they fall off of the conveyor belts and all that, and then they jam up the system. So they refuse to take them because the machines can't take that from them. And then it's really cool, like 3D printing stuff, all that, the filament poop, as it's called. The PLA plastics and all that is biodegradable. It's great, but it's only biodegradable in a like an industrial composting bin. You can't I can't put it in a composting here and biodegrade it. And recycling, you can't. It can only be recycled with itself. Like I can only mix a bunch of PLA plastics together. If there's like PET or TPU or any other kind of plastic type in there, it won't work.
Okay.
Yeah, recycling is a scam.
It really is. That's like sad because it doesn't have to be. That's kind of how a lot of things are.
To quote JS, I don't believe in recycling. Big recycling's a scam.
Yeah, dude, it really is though. Mostly.
Well, because you know what we do with all of our recycling? We ship it to another country for them to just throw it in the garbage. Like,
Yeah, who doesn't? No, they throw it in the ocean.
Right. They just turn
worse.
it into a landfill. It's like, yeah, everything just turns into garbage.
I don't know. We're over here voting on expanding our landfill.
Yeah, we should dig deeper.
Well, just imagine, yeah, like what it's gonna be like.
They're looking to give it more real estate.
Yeah, dig it deeper, dig it wider, start it on fire. I don't care. Do it.
Yeah, start it all on fire. Truly the best way to recycle. I mean, just imagine like how the 100 years from now, like we're just. I wonder like if we've been going up or like still like if we plateaued it all on just the amount of average like waste that we
Well, see,
produce as time goes on.
you ever seen Wally? The Disney movie
Oh,
Wally?
you're asking me. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Wally. No, I haven't, but I know like about the movie.
Yeah. So in that movie, so essentially that's what it is they leave Earth because there's so much garbage that is cluttered
Yeah.
because this company it's called By and Large or something like that. It's like a whatever, and
James.
they put so many satellites in the atmosphere and all that shit,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what. So Wally is a robot that is on Earth gathering up the garbage and cubing it up and stacking it in these piles, and
Right.
the entire Earth is filled with disposable garbage, and that's why they live in a spaceship up in the whatever.
Hang on.
Yeah.
James, Chris is in the back.
Oh, James.
All right. I didn't know if it was like actually not there or like just
Jaime.
like away from the computer. So he must be away.
Jaime.
Isn't that,
that's James in Spanish?
Jaime.
I think it is.
No, that's actually not Robert.
Oh, it's not.
No, that's Jamie.
Oh, my bad. What's James then?
I would guess it'd be like Himes, but I don't.
Is it just Hames? It's Hames.
Hames.
So I actually I have a question that like kind of has to do with like gravity physics. So like I'm sure you guys are probably aware when we do space launches, we have to account for every single piece of debris, no matter how small it is, because of the speed that it's rotating around the Earth. And like one little piece of metal would go like a bullet through any spacecraft. So it's all really, you have to be very careful. But just if someone wanted to be a dick, like a country, couldn't they just send up like a massive cluster bomb and just doom the entire planet? Because we wouldn't ever be able to leave the atmosphere again without dying. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that would work that way.
I don't.
No, because they would eventually, like if it's going to be up in that way, that if it's in orbit, it's going to be in orbit until it'd be in orbit for a little while, but it'll eventually come back. We just had that with the Russian.
It burned up in our.
Oh, so there's not an orbit where it just maintains and doesn't eventually go in or out.
Not without some sort of a mechanic to actually keep it there. That's
okay.
That's the thing we had just recently. Within like the last week, there was a Russian satellite. Well, actually, it wasn't the satellite. It was supposed to be something that was to go to, I believe, Mars. It was supposed to be like some research thing. It was supposed to go to Mars, but it suffered a mechanical failure during launch, and for several years, it's literally been in orbit of the Earth, and all of the other pieces to that actually have come back to have fallen back to the planet, but the last piece was just came back last week. Might have been the week before, I can't remember. But no, if it's in orbit in that case, if it's just debris that's just kind of floating around without any interaction, whatnot.
Yeah, then it leaves.
It's going to come back to Earth.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I guess that's what I was asking.
Wait. Either it's going to come back to Earth, or it's going to
shoot out,
go further away from Earth. In fact, this is even, and you could argue, well, how about the moon, right? You could make that argument there, but go back and look and research science. The moon is actually leaving us.
I'm aware of.
Actually,
it used to be huge.
No, it's increasing. The distance between the moon and the Earth is increasing.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm saying like back, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago, that it used to appear bigger in the sky because it was physically closer.
Well, it'd be probably more than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
James, are you back yet?
I think it'd be more like centuries ago we would be able to observe.
Yeah. I don't know that much about the timelines and stuff like that.
But it is in fact going away because there's no interaction that's there that's correcting the course of
Yeah, and that's why James is not on the moon. Because if we built a colony up there, it would just fly away one day. I mean, maybe by then we'd be able to keep it. I'm not sure.
Well, what would be the benefit of building a colony on the moon?
Well, it would really like, as far as like just like purely like being pragmatic, the only real use for it would be in military installation.
The moon? I would see. I mean, I could see it as like a stopping station. But
boy, sorry, Puffy Mc.
No, there'd be other reasons to that too. So think of it even as an exploratory thing, right? So
yeah,
we've sent signals out into space, kind of like a beacon of like, hey, we're here. Is there anybody else? Right? Would it not be advantageous to do that from a remote planet as opposed to your own?
Yeah, it would.
Hey, we're here, and all of a sudden you're sending this beacon for violence.
Also, if we eventually start building massive solar arrays to like directly collect sunlight in outer atmosphere rather than like it getting like filtered out on its way down here, wouldn't they be like a lot more efficient in space?
They still got to come here. How are we gonna get in here then?
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
So no, I don't think it'd be anything for that. But I do think it would be advantageous to set up.
Obviously, a giant wire.
If that's going to be the current or the giant wire that somehow magically rotates around.
It makes as much sense as Ant-Man breathing.
Otherwise, we'd have to sync up the Earth's rotation with whatever that
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, there's got to be like ways to indirectly transfer energy. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah. By the way, to also point on that comment about the space debris used as a weapon, right? You got to remember, nobody would actually do that intentionally.
I know.
It doesn't mean that something couldn't go up there, explode, and then just kind of be
right
orbit.
Yeah, it would be dooming everybody. Yeah.
As an intent, yeah, they wouldn't do that because just as much as Americans want to explore space, China wants to explore space, Russia wants to explore space. There's other countries that want to explore space, of those who can, and then those who can't. Like that, if they can't explore space, they're not going to go up there and say, "Well, we're
exactly." Yeah, it would be more of like a nuclear like type of mentality. Like it would just be a bitter like I lost and now so did everyone else kind of thing. That would really be the only thing that would make sense.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at it in this, we've got like the space station, which is joint between Russia and U.S. and
the ISS. Yeah,
other nations have had their astronauts going in and out of the space station and other stuff as well. So even like it's not advantageous for them to
not at all
that exploration when they're also getting the benefit of being able to take joint measures for.
Yeah, I agree.
What's up, fellas?
Yo, what up, Chris?
Hey, Puffy McCloud. My bad, I had to step away.
No, Buffy. I'm fucking tired. No, Buffy. I just wanted to come up and say you guys. No. I was Buffy last night on Raging Tomato.
I know.
But
yeah, I was waiting. Actually, hang on, Chris. Since you mentioned that about Raging Tomato, I was totally waiting for somebody to actually send a donate to fuck with you because I was immediately going to counter it.
To fuck with me.
She kept telling people to like pay to pull you off or whatever.
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to do that. I was going to counter it.
I don't think Sarah liked the Puffy McLeod too much, so
She
I
doesn't. She
don't.
hated it.
No, she hated it, so I don't think I
Zip-Up
should do
didn't
it
care much
again.
for it either.
No, she asked me not to do Buffy again, so I was like, all right. I was just trying to help, but anyways. But dude, I just wanted to come up and say, you guys' fucking recycling there sucks, bro. We have like in the industrial areas, we have like electronics recycling, bro. I took like old fans, like cables, like anything that works with electricity, bro. I took it there. And then the dude's like, okay, they look at everything, they're like, yeah, here's your cash. And they like pay me money for it, bro.
Yeah. Do
Like,
you
how
want
the
us? Do
fuck?
you want us to argue with your point? Because we agree that it's garbage here. It's
Yeah, we
Yeah,
know.
like, I
That's
don't
exactly what we
Yeah,
understand.
we
said.
agree with that. Yeah, but they
Yeah,
still pay money, but it's like probably not as much as they do there.
no, but I mean, like, why do, like, you guys, like, yeah, there's a lot, but they're like, no, they just throw it in the
I
trash or
don't even
something.
care
And
to
I'm
be.
like,
Yeah, I don't even care to be paid for the recyclables. They could just take it. Like half the
no,
time, if I have shit that's got value that's still usable, like I usually just offer it to like
dude,
friends or people or whatever, just to not throw it away. I
but
don't
dude,
care
like,
to get something back for it. I'm done with it.
when I took like old straighteners and all of that tech and stuff that was fucked, and like an old fucking fan and shit, it's the fact that they pay you is not the reason I do it. Actually, I got good money for everything because I took a whole haul in my pickup. But the thing is, if they're paying you that they're gonna use it for something, because why would they give you money to just throw it on a trash in the
Yeah,
trash?
no, that's
So
true.
if
Yeah.
they're paying you, they're actually
Yeah.
using it for
So,
something. That's
so
what's
Chris.
nice.
Yeah, no.
Right,
So
right.
Chris, the reference I was making to them throwing in the trash is the plastics. So our
Yeah, yeah,
plastics
yeah.
get to the Asian countries, and the Asian countries they can only recycle them to a certain extent, and the rest of them they just discard. And then that's what I mean. Is like that's our recyclables get sold to other foreign countries. Our spare
Right.
T-shirts and all that kind of shit gets sold
Yeah.
to other foreign countries. They do what they can with it, but so much is coming in that eventually they end up discarding it. So a
Yeah, it's
lot of
like
times
there's
it's just turning into garbage, but we just sell it to other people and make it their problem.
like in
No, I
China,
get
like
that.
with Super Bowl outcomes and stuff like that, when they pre-build like Super Bowl victory T-shirts and stuff like that for both teams, they give away the one that didn't win to like China. So there's a whole bunch of Chinese people with like shirts like
Yeah,
that shouldn't exist.
misprinted shirts and yeah, just tons of crazy
Yeah,
shit. And yeah, a lot of it they do reuse, recycle, and they do their best. Like that's what they have those. Like there's like little pop up villages and shit that are built around these cultures of recycling and shit, but they can only do so much that they get overburdened because there's we're a country of crazy asses. Just consume,
yeah,
consume, consume. So they
yeah.
can't keep up. They can't manufacture it fast enough to turn it into a
We have
profit.
to consume and discard it. Like it's
Yeah,
the whole
because
idea behind our
what are they doing?
economy.
What are they all doing with plastic bottles and shit? They're
Yeah.
repurposing it and selling it as jewelry, and they're doing the best that they can on their side, but there's only so much that they can do. Like
Our
it's
economy
crazy.
runs on creating waste, basically.
I don't know, guys.
Absolutely.
Don't be knocking my my super awesome Joe Darns, okay?
Jordans.
Yeah, exactly. That's all over the
Yeah.
place in China.
But that's all I had, man. I'm gonna go shower and wake up before fucking I gotta do things. I'll see y'all funky people later.
Yeah,
Sounds
are you
good,
doing
man.
a stream today?
Nerd Zone, cause Chase
Oh,
said
hell yeah.
family stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it actually got pushed back a day or not. That's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely hang out.
All right, you guys keep well. James, thank you for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, King Jeremy.
We'll see.
Well,
We'll see.
Have a good one, bro.
yeah.
Later, dude.
Have a great one, Chris. Take care.
Yeah, no, recycling's a scam.
It really
Yeah.
is.
I'll correct
Yeah.
that. Recycling in the States is a scam.
But I mean, hey, I make some money.
Yeah, in the United
Almost
States.
every facet of our lives, like in contemporary today's art, is a scam in a way.
No, if you might make money, but here it's a scam. It's a total scam for me. Like, there's no way to make money for recycling here. It's
No.
I paid for them to take my garbage, and I have to pay more for them to take recyclables.
We can recycle our pop cans here, but it takes so much, and the effort is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like we
getting
get
all the
nothing.
cans up.
We crush and load in a trailer full of pop cans, and we get, I don't know what, $30.
Yeah.
Well, so they do in
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Go
It's
ahead.
hard to get money on pop cans. It really is.
Yeah, there's a Seinfeld episode about that too.
There are states like Iowa. So when you if you go buy a 12-pack of Coke at Iowa or whatever, if you buy something that comes with canned goods in it or canned beverages in it, whatever, they actually charge extra for buying those there.
Oh,
and
God.
they have a recycling value to them, right? So you have to recycle them. And the extra charge that they charge for you buying those is essentially a deposit for the recyclability.
Jeez.
That's why they give. That's why they give you so much.
They pay you back the amount that it's literally printed. Like you'll see on some cans, they'll actually have like a value printed on them.
It's almost like a rebate or something.
Well, yeah, you'll see.
Based on that, when you send them off for recycling, that's your rebate that they give you back.
You'll see it on some plastic bottles will have it as well.
So you
some
literally
plastic bottles will have it. Yeah.
That's your motivation, is to get your own money back.
Still a scam.
Then it's even more of a scam there then. Because you're probably getting taxed on it too, no matter how, even though it's a small amount.
Oh, I'm sure they're getting taxed on. I'm sure there's sales tax on their deposit money.
Yeah, the whole system's designed to keep us dependent on the system, and gas. Basically, we're getting financially waterboarded. Most people, with every paycheck.
That's like property tax. I swear, property tax is a scam too.
Yeah, everything is. Yeah, it's just designed to suck as much money out of the average person as possible.
It's so ridiculous.
I almost get it. I almost get it for property, your land ownership. I almost get it for that, but I don't get it when it comes to my camper and my 2 vehicles. Property tax on those to me makes no sense whatsoever. So when you buy the thing, you have sales tax. Great, fine, and you don't pay property tax at that point. The sales tax is all of that. But then every bit after that, they give you a property tax that's based on the assessed value of those things. For what reason? Why am I paying for if I store it in my garage on my land that I paid property taxes for, I technically paid, if it's in that, if it's in the garage, it's covered under the same taxes that I paid for the land that the structure that it's stored in is taxed for. So why am I paying property taxes because I have this thing that is stored in a thing that I paid taxes for? It seems like such a fucking scam. I just don't get it.
Yeah. It's a lot worse in some states than it is in others.
And then if you don't pay it, they can come seize it.
No, they put you in jail.
Right, they literally put you in jail.
All your property.
They put you in jail and seize your property.
Yeah, and they get free labor in jail.
Yeah, that would be an embarrassing thing to admit that you did to get in jail. When they ask, oh, what are you in for? It's I didn't pay my taxes.
Yeah, I almost understand it for land ownership. Almost. I still think that that's a bit of a scam too. But when it comes to
it's 100% scam,
things like that, the taxation there is just, to me, is just so fucking absurd. I there's no, I don't. I had no idea the logic would come into play to make that a legitimate
The logic is to fuck
property
people.
property tax on my home that I haven't improved, and I've been living here for over 10 years, keeps going up every year, and you're going to tell me what is the reason? Because somebody in the same town, fucking 6 blocks over, found somebody to buy their house really expensive because they said it was a
I know.
lakefront property because there's a lake 2 miles away. Like,
right.
You know what's even more fun is so our property taxes for like our vehicles and stuff, because they are only because they are value-based assessments. Because of that, we can actually use those taxes that we pay as a deduction when we itemize our filings.
that's
great.
nice.
That's great. It lowers our footprint. Well, except for when you do that, that then makes if you get a tax return, that makes your tax return show up as income, so we can tax that in your next year's filing.
That's so retarded.
It's crazy.
Yep.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, you can say that about a lot of different aspects of society right now.
This is why I don't like all the crazy tax laws and IRS and all that stuff in general. I wish they'd do away with all that shit and just say sales tax on everything. Done.
Yeah. Honestly.
Get rid of tax. I agree.
Yeah, let's get rid of the internal robbing service. Let's go for it.
Dude, that's what it is.
I mean, that's what I call it, and that's just what I've been calling it.
If we're gonna do taxes, I'm okay with a flat percentage. Just saying, this is it. Everybody pays 10%, or everybody pays 15%, or whatever the number is. I'm kind of okay with that as a rule. I would prefer it to just be just a sales tax on everything, and that's what it is.
The most successful.
That's what I think. Sales tax on everything, because at least you can choose to pay that taxes.
But if they're gonna do a thing where their hands are in your pockets, just taking whatever the fuck they want, like it makes to me, I
can tell you're not the only one that's upset about it.
I don't care how much
food you can choose to pay.
I don't care how much you make or don't make, or what spectrum you fall, whatever. This is what you make. This is what your burden is. It's the same percentage all across the board.
And that's what I mean. I don't think the forefathers, when they thought up the whole no taxation without representation, they weren't thinking, taxes in every step of the fucking process.
Yes.
Literally,
they were thinking no taxes.
Like literally, when it comes down to it, and you break it down for what tax you get, and then like the tax on your income, and then the tax that you pay for all your sales tax shit, and then all the extra taxes on top of that, plus you over the year, then you have to do taxes on that. It's like you get tax on tax on tax. It's like your money means shit now. It's like you actually do it.
Income taxes was brought on by what was it? FDR brought in.
What's also, I mean, the other thing I look at is the government, the social programs that the government offers, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not unilaterally available in that. So
correct.
If you make X amount to put you in a certain bracket, you are ineligible for the same benefits that somebody else in a lower bracket is eligible for. And I'm going to use the example of crazy thing that happened back in 2020. I'm going to use that as an example to show what I'm bring to light. One thing that I'm particularly referencing. So in that time, they did the stimulus checks that came out, right? So people got those things blanketly, whether you were infected, whether you weren't affected, didn't matter. You got those as a blanket thing. You're going to get this much money. If your tax returns this year, which would have been last year's tax income, or last year's taxes, as long as neither one of those went above a certain threshold, you blindly are going to get these things. Doesn't matter if you were off work or or if you lost work or not, did lose work. Either way, you're going to get this much money because these were your tax filings in earlier this year, which is last year's income, or last year's taxes, which is the year prior. That's determination. So, like in my case, I'm above the threshold. I got nothing. Now, I didn't lose work, so I wasn't impacted in that I lost income or anything. But the sheer thing is I wasn't eligible. So had I did lose work, for me, is when it comes to representation from those social benefits, it's hey, fuck you. You should have prepared for this
exactly.
however long you're going to be off work.
Right.
You
Well,
should have
and not
that because you make this much more. Well,
right,
but
and
it's
not
also
only
statistically proven that when you make more money, you actually spend more money. Yeah,
well, exactly. But at the same
100%.
time, Jerry, when you're in that higher tax bracket, the tax burden is higher on you, so you pay more into the tax system when you're higher up on that bracket naturally. So it's like you are funding these programs that
But
they
then
are
they do
excluding you
less for
from.
you. They literally write it out where you're not even eligible to benefit
That's
from
what I'm saying.
when
That's what I
you are
mean.
impacted from other things, or if you're
Right.
impacted from other things.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
I'm fine that I didn't get anything from those. Like
Yes.
I don't need it. I'm perfectly happy to get that. But I think of plenty of other people who didn't have impact to their day. Like a lot of people that just continued working and things like that. Like that was just a bonus they got for nothing. Like they were already doing what they were doing. Like you
Yeah,
just based how
it was a
they're.
bonus for me. It was a bonus for me. I was ruled as a whatever worker.
And so you didn't,
Whatever
yeah,
it's
you
called.
were essential. So you didn't lose work. In my opinion, you shouldn't have got it. You should have been
No,
in
I
that.
agree. 100% agree.
Like I'm not
I
pissed
took
that
it.
you got it because it wasn't your
Right.
decision. It's just like, but if
No,
you want to ask my
yeah,
honest,
no,
you
I
shouldn't have been. You
1000%
shouldn't have got
agree.
it.
At the time that all that happened and everything went down, I was working more than regular people were because we were still short staffed. So I was still putting in overtime when they were laying people off. So
Yeah, just like
I didn't
yeah,
need it.
just
It
like me.
wasn't
The fact is, it's like I don't claim that I should have got it either. Like I don't. I'm
right.
fine with my ineligibility, but my ineligibility I think should have been based on the fact that I didn't lose work. There was no reason. I never lost income, so I didn't need to be eligible. But like, had I lost it, I was still ineligible, and I think that's not a fair equal application. So why is it fair that I have a higher burden when I'm just deemed ineligible for benefits when things come to potentially being needed?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk about taxation without representation. That literally is.
Yeah. So what you're saying is we need to
Exactly.
start dipping some tea in the ocean. Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're saying.
Hell
Dip
yeah.
that tea. Dip that tea. Let's get rid of the taxes and all.
The
Nah,
metaphorical tea. I'm ready to spill some metaphorical tea.
Let's restructure the taxes. Not get
I'm
rid of
not
them.
saying I'm not
Let's
saying
restructure.
that. I don't think that there's any better country than the U.S. So I would not want to rebel against.
Sadly, that's
Jerry.
true.
I would
Yeah,
not want
that's
to
the
rebel against us in that regard. But for these reasons, I do think that our current taxation system
Jeremy,
has to
come on. Come
and
on,
we need
Jeremy.
to reform
Jeremy,
that.
get on board.
Jeremy, just spill some metaphorical tea with us. What the fuck, bro? We're trying to
Yeah,
save the taxes.
yeah.
You're being too nice, Jeremy. We're spilling some tea. We're
You want
saving the
real
blood.
change?
Spilling some tea.
You gotta spill tea to make an omelet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I could say spill tea for
Nah, you gotta crack a couple eggs like an omelet
not spill
first.
some tea to form a new nation.
James, you missed it all together.
Well, that was a joke, but the thing is, you gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
You're right.
You're correct.
But then we'd have to change the metaphor for that.
Yeah, then we're cracking eggs, but we're spilling tea right now, James.
Yeah.
Ha,
It was
ha.
actually like it was like two metaphors deep, actually.
Very funny.
But yeah, no, I mean I'm down whenever tea starts getting spilled, I'm ready to jump in. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I got to think about the what the end game is for the tea spillers to determine whether or not I'm actually going to be on board with them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
Like I said, I'm not in favor of, like, if it ever came down to be, albeit weird, if crazy minds are listening to this and thinking that. I am in no way, shape, or form, and ever, like, I can't compare any other country and say
It's
that
true.
they're in a better situation than this. So I would never advocate.
No.
I would never advocate for anything that says we've got to tear down the government
infrastructure
now.
Yeah, no.
It's sad how true that is. Yeah, somehow we're still the best.
So I'm never in favor of anything that's gonna be an advocate of forming a new nation out of the rubble of this one. Like that would never be. I'm all about America in every way.
I like to optimistically think that it would be something more that you cast out the ones that have bastardized it and leave it all else as it is.
Yeah, hold on, wait. There will be no rubble. America's too great to ever be reduced to rubble. It'll never happen.
No,
it's more about purging the specific people that are making it bad.
Don't
Rome
understand
thought the same thing, sir.
redneck
Rome
hillbillies
thought the
down
same
south.
thing.
They
It's
will
rubble,
fucking
sir.
follow everything if they got to.
Well,
Rome.
who defends the country? Like American citizens, just like us.
The North,
know?
Jeremy.
Rome.
Jeremy, who took out the South to
Rome,
begin
people,
with?
remember Rome.
North. That's it. You let them crazy Southern rednecks rise up, and the North will stomp their ass down and put them in their place like we did the first time.
Remember Rome. Rome thought it was so great, but that empire fell.
Well, there's a lot of technology that makes the circumstances a lot different.
I don't know. I think the North is weaker now. Look how much look how close they are to Canada. I think there's been some.
Hey, I'm right on the Canadian border. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, everybody said that. Everybody said that the first time too, but come wintertime, they can't handle
it.
That's true.
We can handle the heat. They can't handle the cold.
Yeah, and you know where
I do complain in the heat.
You know where they go when it's cold? They go south.
Yeah.
Right. They go home.
Hey, I stay here. I stay in Buffalo all year round.
Which goes to my point that the South is stronger now.
They do have more firearms. I mean, it depends on what would happen? Like, would we just like let the military bases fall in the states that they fall in, and then do it based on that?
Where are the major military bases?
They're all in the South. Yeah, exactly.
No clue.
Most of them. Yeah.
Are they? I actually don't know.
They are. Yeah, like there's a lot more of them in the South. I mean, like Texas and like.
Well, I mean, when you
Carolinas, especially.
When you go into boot camp, you have the choice of two locations: Texas or Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia and the Carolinas have a lot. Florida, Texas.
I mean, technically, those are boot camps. I mean, I wouldn't. Are those like?
There's a lot of Air Force bases and stuff like that too.
Military bases,
major military installments are mostly south.
Yeah,
then
true.
you also look at other things like space. Well, we got space exploration come out of Texas.
Florida.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
Florida's a great place for it because it just falls in the ocean.
I was genuinely asking. I don't know. I have no clue. So that's why I was asking.
I mean, obviously, you have military all across the country, but when it comes to like
there's some in New York,
major military bases, they're
heavily in the south.
They're mostly south.
It is, yeah.
We do have. I guess the Fort Knox is here in Kentucky, so I guess that's Midwest.
South. That's south.
I think there's a lot of like federal headquarters, like agency headquarters in the north.
Kentucky is
not the
it's
South.
actually Midwest.
Kentucky's not south.
No, Kentucky is right on that border. It's like that cusp of border. There's parts of Kentucky, like more southern Kentucky, that kind of align to that. No, I'm happy to be Midwest, so I'm not coping. But
Yeah.
there are parts
No,
of
that's what I
Kentucky
mean.
that
That's what I
people would
mean.
align with being Southern, but no, Kentucky is actually a Midwestern state.
Oh, I didn't
And
realize
if
that.
you go back to like slavery times and things like that, Kentucky was a neutral state. They were not. They were
Oh,
not
Yeah.
north
So
when
they
it
were,
came to
so they
the
were,
war.
so they were Southern.
We
See,
we
that's a
as a
bunch of
state we honored
neutral.
if
Neutral's just another name for an enemy.
you were
Robert.
if you were a free slave, you
They're
were.
just France. They're just France of the United States.
Yeah. Yo, we don't need a Switzerland jamming everything up, dude.
Although interestingly, and this might be the thing. What's interesting or important about Lincoln is Lincoln was from Kentucky,
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
and
in a
the
log
thing is,
cabin, or so I heard.
the thing is about Lincoln is I've said it before, but Lincoln didn't actually want or care to free the slaves.
No, I 100% agree. I know a lot about this too, and you're
You
right.
don't have
Yeah,
to agree.
he let West
It's
Virginia.
factual.
It is
did not-
factual.
he did not actually want to free the slaves or care to.
When he made that, yeah, go ahead.
He tied his own hands to free the slaves by having them join the forces to unite because that's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to unite the nation again.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
he wanted to win the war, and this goes to my other point and about the South. He needed the slaves to join the Northern military in order to be able to
and the Irish immigrants
and the Confederate or beat the Confederates in the Civil War.
When he made the Emancipation Proclamation, it specifically didn't free slaves in West Virginia, which had just been brought over as a Northern territory. So he literally let them keep their slaves just because they were on his side.
So even Lincoln was technically neutral on the topic of slavery. He just tied his own hands to free them.
It was convenience
because he needed them. He needed them in order to win the Civil War.
That's why I don't get when people like just ignorantly say like Civil War was 100% all about slavery. It's like, no, it really wasn't. Like, I can see how if you don't use your brain, you might come to that conclusion, but it was about a lot of things.
It was nothing. It was pretty much not even about slavery.
It was the same thing. The revolution was. It was taxation without representation.
Slavery was
There's about the North making the South their bitch.
It mostly just came to the North, the government overstepping boundaries.
On the
top,
but that was the underlying symptom of what they were trying to overstep boundaries on. It wasn't like slavery was the.
No, but slavery.
No, it wasn't.
Slavery wasn't at the crux of it. No.
You wouldn't have had all of the commoners fighting in the South if it was all about slavery, because none of them owned slaves. It was about their like identity as like a separate culture.
They're trying to be a separate nation. They're trying to be a separate nation.
Small, because that was what really started the national government growing into this large thing that it is today.
Yeah,
they were trying. They were trying to divide the country and secede into their own nation. And we didn't allow that to happen.
I think we're a lot better off whole. I mean, I couldn't imagine.
In all of that, just for listening ears now and in the future, none of us are advocating that slavery should persist or anything.
Oh no, that obviously too.
Yeah, obviously not. I don't like the idea of slavery.
The end result,
just could you imagine?
It's just.
Could you imagine World War I and World War II if there was two separate countries, like, and one of them was against the other? Like, world history would have been so drastically different.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if the Confederacy side with like the Nazis, for example, like the outcome would be so different.
What was it? There was a show. Actually, it's on my watch list. I can't remember. There was a show
Man Up in the Castle. Man Up in the Castle.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I've seen that show.
I know that one too.
I ain't seen all of it. I've seen part of that show. I really need to go back and finish that show, man.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna fucking
They had
love
the
it.
Japanese being victorious too, right?
Great, from what
in California.
It's really crazy. It's a really fucking weird show. But yeah, it's
who wrote that book? I don't remember.
No idea.
Oh, I for some reason I thought it was someone like famous.
There's a lot of gruesome stuff in it.
I'm sure
I'll tell you that.
Let me look it up here.
At least on the it seems like it's more gruesome on the German side of the whole series than it is on the Japanese side.
Germans and the Japanese weren't really that close. It was a convenient alliance for them.
Yeah, it was. But I'm just saying it's more
based on Philip K.
gruesome
Dick.
on the German.
Oh, it was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's like actually one of my favorite authors. I'm sad that I forgot that he was the author. He does a lot of really good books. He did Blade Runner too.
Yes. Yep.
But I'm saying in that series, it's more gruesome on the German side than it is on the Japanese side of the occupation.
In what way do you mean?
It seems like there's more violence from the Germans' perspective.
The Pacific
they got more
was a lot worse.
violence.
James, how much of it did you watch?
Probably 4 episodes.
Oh yeah, there's 4 seasons, bro.
Do you mean in the show or just in the 2 theaters?
At this point? Wow.
There's 4 seasons. It's over. There's 4 seasons.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was 4 seasons though. Wow.
Yeah.
Because at the time it wasn't 4 seasons. It was still coming out at the time.
Yep. So
watching it, man.
So you go back and you watch seasons 1 and 2, and then you come tell me who's more gruesome, and I'm gonna laugh at you.
Okay. So the Japanese are more gruesome than I.
They were worse in every conceivable way in the actual war.
They don't make it. They're pretty good at not sugarcoating anything. So I'm not gonna ruin anything. Just watch it, bro. It's a good show.
I can't watch none of it now. You fucking ruined it all for me.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
I've been seeing it past the first season.
It's I don't know. It was really weird to get into, and I don't know. I was halfway through the first season. I was like, I don't know if I want to keep watching this, and then I got hooked. Like, yeah, the second season hooked me in, and I binged it. So I waited till it all came out.
I did the same thing with Westworld. I only watched the first season and didn't catch the rest of it.
I still need to go through and watch Westworld.
First season was really good. I really, really enjoyed the first season. I don't know why I never watched it
Speaking of shows, King, that Murder Bot is actually only one a week episode.
God damn it, Jeremy! What the fuck, bro? So now we can't watch it for a whole year.
No, they'll be done. It's only 10 episodes. They'll be done by July.
Oh, fair enough.
July 11th.
It's such a good show too. They did so good at hooking you in the first 2 episodes. They did a really good job.
Only July.
July 11th is the last episode.
I gotta figure out what day next month I'm gonna do my birthday stream. Everybody does a birthday stream.
What day?
I don't do a birthday stream.
No, I'm not gonna tell you what day my birthday falls on. I'm not gonna go that far.
What day of the week?
Oh, that'd kind of give it away, wouldn't it?
No, because there's how many days in the week? No, James. How would that give away?
Well, you would know. You would be able to figure it out when you.
Yeah, you look at the calendar.
Well, no. You would have to, if you say the birthday, like when you did the birthday stream, you would then figure out. But it's funny because at the same time, he's probably going to say what day it was when it happens, anyways.
No, I'm not. I'm going to leave that a secret.
Why?
I ain't going to go that far on the internet. I mean, one day, yeah, my birthday will be out there if I get into politics, but I ain't going to go that far yet.
You want to know when my birthday is, James?
No, because you don't need to be saying on the internet.
Monday.
Oh, nice. Well, happy birthday.
Well, that only me a lot.
Exactly.
I've already said my birthday on multiple streams, kind of.
No, literally, it's Monday, next week, Monday, Memorial Day.
Mine's April 3rd.
Well, happy birthday early, and I'll say it again next Monday.
I don't give a shit.
I don't know.
Once you get past 30, it's just like, dude, I do not even care. I don't want to think about it.
Once I got past, once I got past 21, it's like, what's there?
Yeah,
after that? Like,
it's all downhill from there.
Then I learned at 25, your car insurance and stuff like that drops. So it's like then I had
Right.
that.
Which is a
Once I hit
I
which is
did
a
enjoy
lot.
that.
it's
That's
Yeah.
a
like,
lot.
Honestly, I don't care about it either. I could
oh,
just
it did
have
drop
some.
quite a bit for me, King.
Mine did. Mine keeps going up.
Mine dropped a ton. Yeah, because I've
I
never
could
been in
just
an
have some.
accident.
I
I
haven't
could just
either.
have a dinner.
I have a completely spotless driving record.
Then what
No
you need to
accidents,
do,
no tickets, no
what you
nothing.
need to do then is shop around, because if you stay with the same
Yeah.
insurance, they'll like F you. So you
Yeah,
get
dude,
deals by switching
it's
from
so
one to
crazy.
another
Yeah,
every
so
once in a while.
I was jumping around for a while until I got with Progressive because now they do this thing where it's like every 6 months you're with them, they put $25 into an account that goes against your deductible. So right
Yeah.
now, technically, I don't have a deductible because I've built up so much of this money in this account that
Well,
I
yeah. They
won't
can
have
come
a
up with
deductible
incentive.
if something happens. But
Generally, your premium is always going to be high
right,
unless you like constantly like shop around.
right, well, yeah, right now the biggest thing is I'm paying for a vehicle that I don't even own because if I remove the vehicle from my policy increases by $40 a month.
That's so dumb, dude. What the?
I was
Wait a
like, but I
minute. You
don't.
can pay for a
I even
vehicle you don't even own.
Yeah, I even told my insurance person, I was like, I don't even own the vehicle. I sold it. And they're like, uh-huh. I was like, so if I remove it, my insurance goes up? They're like, yes. I was like, okay, well then just leave it on there.
Well, is
Which
it
is
up
based on
for?
the
Wait,
entire
wait a minute.
concept.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Is it up for a month or is it
Yeah,
up?
the multi-vehicle. So that's one thing is when there's with the insurance, the way they run that is they give you multi-vehicle discounts. But okay, dog.
Oh.
My dog is now dreaming and howling in her dream. But
You just hear her.
That's like what Def Cat does.
The multi-car discount applies where you have one more vehicle than you do licensed drivers on the policy.
Oh well, I have
multi-car discount is substantial.
I have 4 vehicles, and I'm the only driver on the policy.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know how that works out.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're the only driver on the policy.
Yes. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, I would assume your wife could be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Your wife, like,
She don't drive.
she don't drive.
Where's she driving? She sits straight up in the basement until I tell her it's time to go.
Okay.
I'm playing the Oblivion remaster right now.
How is it?
Dude, I like it. Oblivion is so much fun. Because I've been playing Skyrim for so long.
I've heard very mixed reviews on the remaster.
Well, I think I can probably say exactly why they're mixed without even having read them, because a lot of people, there's 2 different groups of people that are expecting 2 completely different things from the game. People that played the original appreciate it for just the graphical update, because gameplay wise, like the further back you go with Elder Scrolls, the better like all the RPG mechanics are. So they kept getting more and more simplified as they went on. So Skyrim is like so simple compared to like Morrowind, for example. And they left the remake or the remaster, like they changed nothing except for the graphics and a couple of like quality of life things, which is the perfect way. I think there's like more casual players that were expecting it to be like more of a simple game like Skyrim, and they don't like it for that reason.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I have no idea. I'm just going by what I've kind of heard around. Like I troll a few gaming channels, and so I just kind of watch them and just hear what they've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously like nowadays there's like people that play games are just like so many different groups of people that want different things out of video games and stuff. It's not just like one standard nerd archetype. So it makes sense.
Dude, I sit and I gay bash this kid. He's 19 years old, and I just sit and gay bash him while he plays video games. He's not. Listen, he's not even gay, and he gave me a wrench.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
It's
Is it like a smaller?
funny. It's so funny. He's
Hey, you
That's
get a rent for
hilarious.
gay bashing him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
This
gay
is
We gotta
bashing.
loud.
clear this up. We gotta. How does
Yeah,
that work?
it's
Well,
so
he's talking
funny.
about in a video game. He's not really
Yeah,
doing
in
that.
a video game type
Yeah, I
shit.
know that, but I mean, it's like you're
What do you
gay
mean?
bashing any video game.
Yeah.
No,
So
no,
you
no.
gay?
Pay your rent.
He's bashing while in a video game. So he's not, and while someone plays another video game. So he's not actually doing anything wrong because it's not in reality.
So So James, do you understand what gay bashing is?
What is gay bashing? I thought you were calling. Ain't that like calling him
Okay.
gay or something?
Yes, it's making fun of him because he's gay. You know,
But he's
saying
not.
very, very obnoxiously stupid things to him, calling him gay, calling him a queer, calling him a fairy,
Yeah,
telling him
while
he's
he's
an
playing games on a
he likes to
stream.
play. Yeah, while he's playing video games. Yes. And
Well,
he's not even
yeah,
gay.
I got you. I know what you're talking about.
It's more like an
Right.
Xbox Live,
So
like Call of Duty lobby.
I pretty much just troll this kid because he came across my stream one day. I don't know how I ended up on one of his lives. I really don't. I was just there. I thought I was going somewhere else, directed to somebody else's channel, because it was like an after stream thing kind of thing. And then
Yeah,
I
it's like
ended up
a
on his
raid
channel.
thing.
Right. But we didn't raid. I was the only one who ended up there. And I was like, okay, let's see what this kid is about. So then I started making fun of him, bashing
Yeah, it
him,
happens sometimes.
and then he just was a really good sport about it. And then I left him alone for a little while, and then he went live because I subbed to his channel. I went live, and then I went into his thing once, and I was like, "Oh, who's this fucking queer?" And he's like, "Hey, Blackout, I haven't seen you for a while." And I was like, "Oh, so you missed
For a
me?
while?
See, I knew you." I was like, "See, I knew you were fucking gay," you know, like. So I just went out,
That's
just
funny.
kept going on him, and next thing I know, like. I had to fucking tell him, I'm like, dude, I don't really hate you. I don't even care what you like. I know you like little boys. Oh, shit.
In video game.
He's still, all while he's playing, he plays like The Walking Dead, Among Us. He plays like this other weird game. It's Loot or something like that, it's called.
Oh,
I don't know.
with the broccoli?
No, it's like he's like
Dude, with the
he's
broccoli. He's hard.
no, it's called Repo. That's what it's called. Repo.
Oh,
Repo.
yeah.
Oh, Repo. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, he plays that. He plays just a bunch of random games, and like he plays it with other players, and he streams while he's doing it. And
That's cool.
like it's funny because we just some other dude in his chat made because he did a freestyle. He did a freestyle where he was rapping about being gay because he's
That's pretty funny.
embraced. Yeah, he's kind of embraced the troll. It's absolutely hilarious. It's just
Damn,
like,
dude.
yeah, he's like, what is wrong with my fucking chat right now? And then the other trolls we do is we'll go in there and just be like, oh shit, we can't hear you, dude. What's going on with your mic today?
Someone beeping?
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
who's
you get the
beeping?
donates.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Like
That's my
That's
fault.
you.
Why am I?
Yeah.
I should be muted. Why is this not doing this?
Uh-oh, Jeremy, what are you coughing in the mic like a dick for? God damn it.
Well, no, I'm
Also,
supposed to
hit
be.
those like, hit the like button if you like the show as well. Hit the like
Yeah,
button.
dude. Inconsiderate.
Like is a free thing.
Yeah,
Donating
okay,
is
Jeremy.
not free,
I
but I
try.
would enjoy the donations.
Sometimes I don't hit the mute button quick enough.
No, I'm on mute. It's apparently, I guess,
Not
this
working.
thing decided to use my webcam for my microphone and not my HyperX.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah,
Because
I can hear you pressing it.
I'll probably get a lot more money when I get monetized.
Yeah, do I sound totally different now being on the HyperX as
Yep.
opposed to the camera?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
100%.
You still sound like a 10 out of 10 compared to that other guy's audio from earlier, though.
Right.
Well, other
Either
guy's
way.
audio was terrible.
Dude, that was unbearable.
I can't stand listening to myself talk, especially when it's on a delay.
Yeah.
No offense to the guy. I mean, I enjoyed the conversation. I wanted to have more of a conversation with him.
I meant offense to him.
But I mean,
He was being a little weasel.
Echo Jones, right?
well, I enjoyed
Echo
figuring out
Jones, the
their
Israelite.
doctrine to understand it, see if I could break it down. Because I want to do kind of like because I don't agree with all their doctrine when it comes to the Bible, and I want to kind of break it down like someone that I really like how he debates like Hebrew Israelites. His name's Vocab. So I want to break
Yeah.
it down like Vocab does, but with my own understanding of
Yeah.
what I'm.
Some people are interested in like
the
furthering
Bible.
their knowledge and actually having an honest conversation, but some
I mean,
people aren't.
That
Some
guy
people
wasn't
just want to
interested.
talk shit.
That guy
Yeah.
wasn't interested in that.
Most Hebrew Israelites, once they're in the
well,
camps, they're
see,
not that interested in
well,
actually
I thought. I mean,
increasing their knowledge
I
unless
just
they're
want to
talking
point
to other
out.
Hebrew Israelites.
I just want to point out one thing though. I found it odd how he would fix his mic and everything would be going good with his mic until he would be getting put in a corner on his own position, and then
Yeah.
magically the echo would come back.
Yeah.
Well, no, I can go even easier than that. Look, he went up and when everybody was asking, it's like, "What's your intent? What's your purpose? What's going on?" He's like,
Yeah.
"I've got no motive here. I'm just here to learn, right?" But then,
Yeah, which is bullshit.
Yeah, right. Because then later on, like not even 5 minutes later, there was something he started asking you guys, and then he goes, "Well, you about to learn something today." Like,
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah.
here to learn
He's
the other
talking to
ideology,
me about that.
that's
Dude,
not the
I
statement you're gonna make.
sniffed him out fucking
Right.
immediately. And
But-
like I was trying to hold my
About
tongue
to
for a
learn
while,
you
but
today.
then yeah.
So I just gave into the troll, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I love this dude."
He was pretending to be nice. He's not a nice person.
But I don't know how he got me as a Hebrew Israelite just because I was talking.
He's probably just searching up like people
it
talking
says-
about religious things so he can
Because it says
like,
talking.
spout his hateful
about the
bullshit.
Bible.
Yeah, but see, that was not. It wasn't supposed to be an open panel thing. But that ain't. I don't think that's where he got that I was a Hebrew Israelite. I think he got the idea because I started talking about how I believe in certain things and they happen to align with Hebrew Israelite doctrine.
Well, no, I think
Yeah.
Jade. I think he wasn't even listening to you. To be honest, I think
No.
he came up here, and then when he started spitting the bullshit that he was, and you actually had some idea of what he was saying because he was using some whatever you guys were talking, some heretical
Hebrew Israelite
scripture.
doctrine. He was using Hebrew Israelite doctrine.
Right,
He was
and
a
you were
Hebrew
familiar.
Israelite.
Right, and you were familiar with that. It surprised him because I'm sure he thought he was going to come up here and then be like, blah 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 blah, and you'd be like, "Oh, I've never heard of that before." Preach,
Oh no,
preach.
I've heard of it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But you're
he
like,
also probably
I've
expected
dealt
us all
with
to be
I've
religious.
seen several camps in their theologies. I've seen a camp in New York. I've seen a camp in, like I say, Tennessee. The one that I mostly have seen their doctrine, Straightway Ministries in La Fosse, Tennessee, and they also have a camp in
right.
Florida.
You know what?
I think it was Georgia was the other state I was thinking of that they had a camp in too.
You know what? You know who else had camps and believed in racial supremacy?
Yeah, honestly.
Me.
Yeah. Jeremy.
No, try again. Mustache man.
And me.
It's honestly
You're
a
not
really
mustache
pathetic
man,
belief.
Jeremy.
You've
That's
already
not
stated
mustache
you
man.
That's
The
not
fellow
anything. That's
artist.
planting. There's a difference.
I got a mustache
Where?
So
Where
do
you
I.
got a mustache at?
on my face.
I have a mustache right now too.
You got a
Actually.
mustache
Where they
on your
usually
face?
are.
I haven't really noticed.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
I don't typically look at your face like that.
Dude, I've had a goatee for
Well,
like
he
only
tends to
5
sit.
years.
He tends to sit pretty far from the camera.
It's a goatee. It's not a. I don't let it grow too long.
Oh, okay.
I just shaved like after the first time in a while, and I left the mustache just because I do that sometimes for fun.
Like at most, it's like
Shave my
a
mustache.
centimeter. My facial hair is like a centimeter
Jeremy.
at most. I don't let it grow long.
I mean, Jeremiah.
I have issues where if
Yeah.
it like I hate mustache, facial hair getting in like
Jeremy,
food and shit like that. It's so obnoxious. Like
Yeah, I can feel that.
I can't stand hair in my food at all. But I constantly hate
Hey,
that.
cat, welcome in.
I constantly find myself chewing on my beard hairs, but I don't want to cut my beard. I love my beard so much.
Dude, you're literally the reason. One of the reasons, like your shit's one of the reasons I don't like to have long facial hair.
Yeah, it's
Like,
so
it is so
obnoxious.
disgusting that one time you're eating on fucking camera and shit just fucking fell right into your beard.
Which is odd that he ate on
It
camera.
was just dangling there for like
all them times he's gotten
2
on me
minutes.
about eating on camera, and he eats on
You said like some white shit just dangling in his beard for a couple
James,
minutes. So
I've
funny.
never said anything about you eating on camera. It is about you eating while not being muted. So I'd have to listen to you eat. I have no problem watching you eat. It's listening
Oh,
to
you
you.
can watch. Wait a minute, you can watch me eat, but
Yeah, because
hearing
I can
me
look
eat.
away. Yeah, I can look away, but when you're in my fucking ear, it's different, bro.
Well, I thought it was both hearing and seeing.
No.
Because I remember you saying something about looking at me eating.
No.
You're off camera. I'm pretty sure you said that a few times.
No. It was hearing you, James. It was
You sure?
listening
Because
to you. Promise. Because you chew with your mouth. You chew
seeing
with
and
your
hearing.
mouth open. You chew with your mouth open, bro.
I do. I admit that. I've been trying not to do that. I've definitely been trying to get better at not chewing my mouth open. Because that
Yeah,
is
be
very
better,
disrespectful to
James.
do that.
Be better.
You bet.
Be better.
Be better always.
Cat must
Yeah,
have
come
got
up
her
if you want
3
to,
hours.
Cat. Yeah.
She must have got her cat nap in her 3 hours of sleep that she gets for the day.
Dude, I do the same thing though. Me and Kat are almost the same person in a lot
You
of
guys are
ways.
crazy. I can't do that shit.
I can't
Like,
do
I've
cat
been
naps
trying.
either. I gotta sleep for 8 hours.
Yeah, no, she's
I
still.
don't. My body's used to torture.
Yeah, see, how old are you?
34. I just turned 34.
I'll give you 4 more years, and I'll catch up to you.
Hell yeah, I got 4 years left.
Because
I
it
recently learned.
sneaks up on you too. One of those times when your alarm's set, for like 3-4 hours, you ain't gonna hear it. And
I
the
recently
next day
Yeah.
it's gonna be 5 hours, and then it's gonna be 6 hours. Next thing you know, your body's gonna be like, you need 8 hours, or guess what? You ain't gonna get up.
So I recently learned that
Yeah.
I'm awesome, dude, and that even at my age, I still don't have like sleep apnea or snore or any of that stuff.
Yeah, me either. Well, I guess
I don't either.
I have
That you
I have
know of.
RLS.
I
So
happen
no,
I happen to know for a fact that I don't.
me
Did you do
too.
a sleep study?
Yes,
Yeah.
Kind of.
I've done a laboratory sleep study. I have RLS.
I didn't do all that. No, the apparently Samsung, my watch, and I've got the Samsung watch, the latest one, and
Oh, yeah.
and those will they have the health app has features to monitor your sleep. So while you're sleeping, it'll check your heart, but it'll also listen for signs of breathing, so sleep apnea and snoring and things like that. And when it detects it, it'll actually record it for you so you can listen to it when you wake up. But if it doesn't detect any of that stuff, then it will it'll just give you a notice telling you that none of that was observed. It's pretty interesting.
Right. It's crazy.
So it's kind of like a sleep study just on your own. That's cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, with the disclaimer being this is not an official.
Right. But it basically is. You just can't get a script for like a CPAP machine from it. Probably that's the only difference.
Well, it would be good. It'd be a good help to get to the next step to get the CPAP machine, because literally all they do for sleep studies, they just watch you sleep for 8 hours.
Yeah, they like
And
hook
then
you
when
up.
you start snoring, when you start snoring, they wake you up and they say, "Here, put this on your face." And then if
That's just weird to me.
it works, it works. Yeah, but see, me, they didn't. I don't know why they even did it, because I told the lady I didn't have sleep apnea. I told her it was RLS, and then I slept or whatever. I woke up and she's like, "No, you don't have sleep apnea. You didn't do any snoring." I was like, "Uh huh." She's like, "But you definitely have restless limb syndrome." She goes, "You twitch like crazy." I was like, "Uh huh. Yep, that's why I'm here."
Damn, dude.
I twitch like crazy. Like, it's like it's been described that it looks like I'm having a seizure in my sleep.
I was literally just about to make a joke about that. Damn, it really is like that.
It really is. But you know what? To be honest, I don't feel any of it. I'm sleeping. The only time it gets really bad, the only time it like tortures or gets bad for me is when I get really, really tired, because then my brain is really tired, but then my legs and my body isn't. So I can't fall asleep. Like, it's really weird.
I hate that.
your body like jerks and twitches. Like it's like you're having a seizure, but you
I
can't
always
figure
wake
it
up
out.
in the exact same position I fall asleep in. Like my body gets paralyzed like immediately. It's like the opposite.
What's RBF? Cat, you're using a weird thing. I don't know what that means. RBF. I think I've heard of that. What is that? I don't believe that. Nice try though. resting bitch face.
Yeah, well, we can't rule it out because we just have the one frame of her face.
So resting bitch. What is our
you have
wait?
to show
What is
us your face
RLS?
to see if it's resting bitch face or not. We'll have to see your
Restless.
face for evidence.
RLS is restless limb syndrome or restless leg syndrome.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
It's a sleeping. Well, yeah, it's like I was just explaining. It's just this thing where your legs you get restless when you sleep. One of the affecting things is when you sleep, when you do fall asleep, you have these involuntary muscle twitches throughout your body. Typically, it happens in your legs, but me, it's throughout my body. But yeah, it can be pretty miserable when you're falling asleep. They don't know what causes it or really how to prevent it.
It's got to be
But
like a neurological thing.
typically, they provide Parkinson's meds for it, but when they were giving them to me, all they did was they literally made me nauseous. So I'd wake up in the middle of sleeping feeling super sick. Yeah, Mirapex. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no,
More like
maybe
Mira puke, right?
Yeah, I would wake up absolutely sick from it.
Yeah. I mean, it's never going to be
Like
nauseous,
in the
but
middle of
waking
it would
up
help
like
me
that.
it would help me fall asleep, but like after like 3 hours of sleep, I would wake up violently ill, puking.
I don't have that problem. I was when you were talking about. There are times I'll go to sleep and like I wake up and like my I forget what it is, but like my leg muscle will be like locked, so I can't, and it hurts. I have to like stand up and walk around to like loosen my leg or my. It's not my actually it's my ankle. It's not my leg. It's actually just my ankle. I have to actually walk around to get my ankle back in a position that it won't fucking hurt. It's like a muscle spasm where it's like locked in position.
Like a Charlie horse.
Kind of. It may actually be a Charlie horse. I was listening to what you were talking about. Like, is that what I have? Because I just thought it was always just like a muscle strain or something, or Charlie horse or whatever.
Damn, dude. I didn't realize there were so many issues with sleeping. That sounds like it sucks. I've been pretty insulated from it so far, but I'll probably just my thing. Well, except for my heart condition, where I have a defibrillator implanted into my chest. That's the one thing.
There we go. That's it.
That's the one. Yeah.
All right, that sounds right.
I'm a cyborg though. It's pretty
Cat
cool.
and I are like the same person.
See, yeah, cat. See, that's why we needed you up here. Right when you came in right at the perfect time. See, it's like her ears were buzzing. She knew we were going to get on this weird topic.
Yeah.
Well, we got on this weird topic because you came here, dude.
Yeah, we actually did. Well,
if you weren't here, we would be on some other topic. We'd probably still be talking about movies and video games.
Yeah.
You ruined the guy prattle, Cat. You ruined
Yeah,
it.
Cat. Get out of here, Cat.
Damn it.
You monster.
Get out of here. Where's the spray bottle?
This garage talk is forever tainted.
Panel killer. yeah. You're just a chip off old Mel's block there. A panel killer.
That's a different type of panel killer.
Hey, that's a different kind of panel killer because Mel is not a
Mel gets banned from panels. Cat doesn't.
Mel's not a she. Mel tries to pretend to be a she, where a cat's a she, not.
I don't. I kind of find it hilarious. I mean, where's he gonna go?
You know, I was fucking loving the other day when finally I just fucking muted Mel. Like, I muted him, and I didn't even wait for JS to acknowledge this. I just like mute.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, during the computer build thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking muted him. And I paid to mute him, and then just fucking muted him.
Hell yeah.
Jeff was like,
Josh was so distracted. I'm sure he didn't mind.
Well,
no,
I mean,
it was within the rules.
JS
Yeah, exactly.
JS said himself as soon as he was turning it on and all the lights and shit started coming on, like after he switched the plug, and he and Mel would not shut the fuck up. JS is like, "You're ruining this moment." He's like, "You're ruining it."
He did say that. Yeah.
Fucking kidding me? I was like, "You're ruining all
It
this."
was fun. It was honestly fun watching him get so excited about it. Like that is a really cool moment for somebody, especially when they've been saving up for that long.
Yeah, and that's when I was fucking dude. I was so pissed, dude.
Yeah, dude, I could tell. Yeah. I don't know.
Like
I
it's
could
fine if
see
you want
why.
to come in. It's fine if you want to come in and add stuff. I like even all that. You guys were like gassing me up all night long, and I'm like,
sorry.
I am not the know all of all things here. You know,
but you do know a lot about computers.
Stuff that I do. Even when he was going through that, there were things I was guiding him that were not in through the instructions. I was guiding him in through different orders and stuff like that, just based on my own. All of those things that I don't claim to be the all authority on any of these things, right? Mm-hmm. But like immediately he just came in and just started like it's almost, and I called him out on it. It's almost like the fucker just opened up a Wikipedia page and was just rattling off details.
That's what it always is. I feel like,
it looks like he had a repertoire of
ChatGPT.
That's exactly. That's what I was just going to say. It's ChatGPT. He's already said multiple times. He doesn't have Google. He doesn't have an internet browser. He uses ChatGPT. That's what it is. That's why he always has like bullet points. And then if you grill him on the bullet points, he stops talking for a little bit, waits to hear what you're saying, so then he can type it in to ChatGPT and then get more bullet points. And that's why when he's rambling off his statistics and his little fucking all the shit that he knows from the studies, they're only bullet points of the studies. He's never actually read them.
But it was just cleaner. The guy come up and started talking about shit we covered, like stuff we'd actually addressed.
Yeah.
And he was going through that shit, and I'm like, motherfucker, you were here for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You have no idea what we've gone through already. And then he
keeps track of people.
Then he did the one thing, like the fucking the big hypocritical thing. He put up the statement about made a comment about not looking at the manuals. I had them up. But then he went through later on. He's like, if you've done this, why do you need the manuals, motherfucker? Like you said, you gave shit to not have the manuals, and then you give shit to have the manuals. JS didn't look at the manuals, but I did. And even when I build them myself, I have the manuals on hand because there are things that the manual will give me. Like my vision's not the greatest, and I can't zoom the motherboard in. I can get my phone out and navigate the motherboard. So it's much easier to open up the PDF document that has the manual, zoom that motherfucker in so I can see where stuff is. Then I can look for it on the motherboard. So I still use the manual on the computer for purposes. So I have it open even when I do my own builds. I just don't go through and read line by line every bit of detail because I don't need it. Just like NJS was doing his, I needed the manual because obviously I can't see the inner details on every little thing on his system. But I could tell him where that little metal port was in the front of the motherboard that he couldn't find for that connector. I didn't even see what the connector was. I just knew where it went.
Yeah. In your shoes, it's very easy to see like how you would be frustrated by that because especially given like that you were doing it for like 8 hours and then they came in at the last second.
Yeah, like RU knows a thing about a thing too, and even he when he was trying to say stuff, he deferred to me. It was a given.
Right.
It was a given that JS was leaning on me to guide him on the whole build.
Right, and I
Yeah,
even said that.
absolutely.
And nobody
I even
tried to
said
overstep
that.
that except
I
for fucking
Right,
Mel.
I blew up on him. Eventually, I blew up on him, and that's what I said. I was like, dude, literally read the room. I was like, the decorum all night for the past 8, 9 hours is Jeremy has priority for speaking. Yes, we can have these side chats and these mumbles and these fuck arounds, but that's the whole point is for these two to communicate. We are just here in the background to add our help and support where we could. And then that's what got me so pissed off is
Well, then it came
immediately
up.
when we got to the powering on of it, he immediately went into did you make sure to connect all the right wires with all the right labels and then these pins and then there's this and I was like it's a power issue. Settle the fuck down. I was like,
Well, then he started
plug it
giving shit
in.
about then he started giving shit about the topic. Like, this topic's boring. Like, look, motherfucker, the topic of the fucking chat is this build.
Exactly.
Don't give a shit
Honestly.
about your fucking TV shows and all that other bullshit.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I don't have a problem with Mel at all, but yeah, I can see how like that would be annoying in those circumstances. I try to be nice to everybody, but it's hard sometimes.
I mean, even I tried to respect the fact that that was what it was about. Even when I was talking about my when I went off
No,
on my
it's cool.
side
It's cool to be up there and shoot the shit. Like that was
conversation
that's what
about
everybody was
That was
there
the whole
for.
point.
Yeah.
That was
Daddy and
exactly the
everything,
whole
but like
entire point.
I didn't
mean,
say it while you was talking though. I respected it, and then I said it while you wasn't talking.
that was the whole point was there was a certain level that for that specific stream that we all were maintaining. And it was very simple. Jeremy was to help guide JS. If JS had a
Right.
question, he would ask a question, and we all knew Jeremy would answer. It wasn't a hurry up who can answer it quickest.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeremy's the answer. Like, Jeremy's the answer. If Jeremy is unsure or needs reassurance or something, which he didn't, then RU is the backup. Otherwise, the rest of us are just pigeons. We're just there
Yeah.
for fucking making noise. Like that's it.
I
We
built a
literally
computer
had
before,
no
but
control
I
in the
mean
build
Jeremy and
whatsoever.
RU know more than me for sure.
We had no control in that build whatsoever, other than
I mean,
to add our
I've been building computers longer than most of you have been alive.
Yeah, that's fair.
No insult, no insult or anything mean there, but
No.
I've been building them since I was like 8 or 9.
And exactly, and that's exactly my point. Is
Yeah.
so it wasn't we weren't there for helping him. We were there for the moral support. And then Mel showed up and was trying to prove that he knew some kind of knowledge, and was like, "We're not here. It's not again.
Yeah.
It's not a dick measuring contest."
It was a
And that's
bad
what all
environment for that kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. It's oh, let me prove that I'm smart, and then he comes off. Well, I was just trying to help. It's like, no, you were trying to come
Yeah.
in here and correct everything we were trying to do because you thought you knew better, but you haven't been here to know that we
I think
literally
they want
touched all this
in like
crap.
almost all circumstances they want to like try to prove that they're intelligent to everybody else on the panel in any given circumstance.
Guys, I have
and that was about
I've
go
got
ahead.
I've got a work call that somebody's pinging.
Okay.
me.
I'm good.
Talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later, Jeremy. Have a great one.
I'll be back. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna mute here, but I'll be back
Yep,
when
yep.
that's done.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, but it was just a bad environment for that specific type of thing because it was like it was already kind of stressful because Josh is doing something that's really important and you don't want to make any mistakes. And there's just a lot of people on panel talking and yeah.
Yes, Cat, you were very, very integral to that build. You're absolutely correct. There's no
Is Cat
doubt
even
about it.
there?
Yeah, she showed up at the end.
Did she?
Yeah. For like 10, 15 minutes, I think she said.
Oh, like after Meldon?
Yeah. But yeah, so that's what I mean. I understand what Mel's original intention could have been, which was to come in. But the problem is you can't come into a build stream when we are literally at the power up stage. When we started in boxes, everything was in boxes, and we're at the power up stage, and then try and put your 2 cents in. It's too late. You're too late.
Cat, you missed me being mean to someone earlier. I was actually mean to somebody earlier. You missed it.
You should have heard Kat. She was swearing and everything.
Damn, dude. I'm sad I missed that.
She was getting crazy.
Hell yeah. I heard her say the F word on Anson's panel.
She said the F word just a little bit ago.
Really?
2 hours ago. Yeah. And she was all glucking and shit. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so. But yeah, no, she said the F bomb.
It was well, I guess if I were to describe the interaction, like it was like one of those black Israelite people or Hebrew Israelite people,
Hebrew
basically
Israelite, yeah.
coming on here just for no other reason other than to spout like hateful like rhetoric, like and say and basically just imply the whole time that because of his ethnicity, he's the only one that's going to get salvation after death, and that we're all like not basically, and that it's okay to enslave Europeans, but not Africans or Native Americans, and just a
Or
bunch of
Hispanic.
bullshit. Yeah, and I just like I completely just like I just ran a train on that son of a bitch. I just hate people like that, honestly. It's pathetic to have views like that.
Right.
Because it's obviously just based on insecurity. But I don't really want to go too deep into that.
Yeah, it was a different side of Berto. Let me tell you, Ken.
Yeah, that doesn't happen at often. I think that's literally the first time online, like almost ever, that I've actually like had to like get kind of like stern with someone like that. Because it was just stupid. He was just pretending to be nice to everybody while like, yeah, I don't know what his intention was, but
He was being a snake.
I wasn't here for it.
He was being a snake.
He was being an absolute snake. And it's just hard for me to like keep my mouth shut when people like that are around.
Well, that was the biggest problem. That, like I said, that was the biggest problem for me. Is we kept asking him over and over again, "What is your point?"
And he was being disingenuous the whole time.
Right. What is the intent? Oh, you guys think I have some hidden motive? No, that's not what
it's like
we're
you
saying.
obviously do.
We know we knew that's what you were doing, but that's not what we were saying. We were not even asking that. We were trying to. I'll even admit I was trying to leave a slight possibility for an open mind.
I was, but then like after a certain point, it just became so obvious, like who he was and why he was there, and that's when I just I couldn't like keep quiet anymore. But whatever. I hate getting to the point where I have to act like that with someone though, because I just try to not be like that.
Oh, good, Dono. Bring more of that Rob out, and let's go take on a VK, bud.
Dude, I could. That's the thing. Like I could like, yeah. No, I could be really bad if I wanted to, but I don't like being like that anymore. I was kind of a piece of shit when I was younger. Dude, I'm just here to spread peace and love, bro.
Yeah, but see now, but now you can be a piece of shit with all your friends.
Yeah, dude, I could. Yeah, it might be a bad influence on me, but I could flip a switch, but I don't really want to. That's kind of one of the reasons I haven't gone on VK, because like I don't want to like get into obviously we're all friends there.
Right.
But I like just like stepping back and just like being funny and stuff like that more than getting in arguments.
No, I hear you. That's why I've kind of taken a bit of a break from VK as well. I kind of just sit more in the chat now and participate on that side. As much as I love the debating, like it's come to a point where when I'm up there debating, I kind of want to fuck around and not take it serious. And
same.
I don't want to be a detriment to the show, because it's to like a lot of the times. Well, I guess I'm interested to see how this new theme setup is going to go, because if I find some good topics, I'll jump up there just because I love me some blood. But I don't know. I feel like it's kind of become where I want to troll a little bit.
No, I know that's how in like 95% of all situations, I'm just trying to make jokes. Like I don't really get serious very often. Like when like a serious subject comes up, like sometimes I'll like do that and engage with it. But Kat, what's your plan to win VK? What's your strat? Just being you with your accent, is that the strategy?
Oh shit, he's gone.
What happened?
Disconnected. Well, I guess he.
I keep accidentally doing something. I think this application doesn't work that well on my phone, like the other ones.
Might not. I don't know.
But I'm just gonna not touch my phone anymore.
So, in fairness, if she can argue even somewhat okay and is cute, the Simpsons vote for her anyways.
Everyone in Chattery loves her anyway because
she
she's
has
like
to show her face. She doesn't have to be cute. Those
yeah. Well, the voice. People
gotta,
like the voice already.
No, she's got to be cute. And here's why I'll give you that example. We have examples of this, right? So Floor, JS's wife.
Yeah.
She has one. She is, I'd say, objectively attractive.
Disagree.
Yeah. I think she's cute.
I've never seen his wife.
I can accept that you.
So I can't even get my opinion on that.
Attractive,
but I
say
wouldn't
objectively because the majority of people would find her to be attractive.
But even
say ex-wife,
and she has one.
In the present, when she was on VK, I wouldn't say she was attractive. She wasn't. She was wearing a sweatshirt, freaking.
She wasn't being sexy, but she was pretty.
She's not like model hot or anything in that regard.
It was. I swear. What I know partially, yes. There's because there's simps and guys are gonna simp just because they see, oh my god, a girl. You know, just if it's a girl. What I think the biggest thing on Floor's thing was she used JS's reputation of being there and then pushed off this whole I'm a traditional wife. And that's not who she was at all. And that's what everybody else, because that's what she kept saying, all those things that a standard based trad wife would say. And that's what all chat was like, oh yeah, she's a base. Oh yeah, this is a base female. And she actually had some good ass arguments.
Her big claim to win was the one thing where she got in the 1-on-1 with it was her and the black dude, and the black dude made a statement of like,
was it Beans?
People? And she's like, wait, what do you mean, you people?
I forget who that was. I remember that at VK though.
that was so great. It was so great.
You people.
Being a Hispanic female up there, and you get called.
I don't think.
Like, wait,
I don't think that guy ever came back.
Dude, because he got smoked by Floor.
It was so hilarious, though. But no, she won. She won off of Simps. But at the same time, then you go to look at Paige, for example, right?
Yeah.
Paige is. Paige can argue. She argues quite well.
She's a litigator. She's actually like.
I think she argues quite well.
She really does.
Side by side between the two, there is a significant lesser value of attractiveness.
Jeremy, hold on, Jeremy. Did you see Paige the last time she was on VK?
Yeah.
When she did have her glasses and she was actually wearing makeup and her pearls and everything.
I didn't say she's ugly. I'm just saying.
I would think if you put her side by side with Floor, I would guarantee you more people would be more attracted to Paige. I bet.
No, Floor's also.
I haven't seen Floor in a while.
Floor is also Latina, and that in itself is a certain attractive level to the majority of American men. Again, I'm not saying to you. I'm saying in generality.
I think I'm talking to a bunch of freaking Latino loving simps up here.
Wow.
I do love my Latino women.
Half of my girlfriends have been Puerto Rican. Literally half of them.
I didn't
vote for her. But the point is I'm just simply stating is a side by side between Paige and Floor. Paige has been on VK multiple times and hasn't even gotten close to winning. Floor has been on there one time and she won.
Yeah, well, again, circumstances were completely different. The show has been completely different,
Yeah, that was a
and
while ago.
I can guarantee
Well,
you,
hey,
I can guarantee you, if circumstances, if Paige was up on her first
skin
show,
color don't matter as much as
had
personality.
things gone just a
Just saying.
little differently, she probably would have won it, Jeremy. And you know she would have won it.
I don't know. I mean,
Guys, little
I
Latinos.
You
I
know
really
she
don't
would have won
know.
That's all.
I think.
it.
Well,
You must have respect
She
for black
killed like
people.
she was killing like
They
4 or
have good
5 guys. She
personality of a
just didn't
housewife,
happen. She didn't
or at
make
least
it to the
traditionally
final
they.
vote.
yeah, but hang on. Look at like Cat this Friday. They didn't even fucking. They don't even fucking know her, and yet
Right.
immediately they hammered the shit out of her with mutes and stuff.
Mhm.
Now, did I think she had any chance of winning? No.
Right, but you got to remember, Paige's first time there, she had the Crucible crew in the chat as well, so she had that entire chat backing her. She was gonna win.
She still
The
got bullied.
assassin took,
She still got
the
bullied.
assassin took her out. Yeah, she did, but the assassin ended up taking her out.
Oh, I
And that
didn't
was the
even
only
realize
reason.
that.
Yeah, that's right. There's a 1v1. Wait, but not by plan. The assassin took out the winner. He didn't know who was
Right.
gonna...
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
But she's been there multiple times and she's never even come close to winning. Assassin hasn't always taken Paige out.
True.
Paige
Very
has never gotten close to winning. That's
I
all
thought
I'm
she
saying.
did one time. Maybe not.
That her very first time. That was it.
I think Paige
Yeah.
could win though if she keeps coming.
Well, see, that was one thing that bothered me. I don't know. That was a couple weeks ago that happened. There was really great debates. Paige was up there. There was a bunch of really good. A bunch of people from Crucible came up there, and like right before the finals, they're all just like, "Okay, well, we're done for the night. Goodbye." I was like, "Wait, what the fuck?"
Yeah, yeah.
All 4 people who carried this whole show with all the debates, the ones who all won all the 1v1s, you guys are all just like, "Okay, well, we're done for the night. We're going home." And you're just like, "What the fuck? You just done? Like, you're not even gonna finish the show out? Like, what the hell?"
Yeah.
It sucked because then it went to the standard, 3, 4 people who are always there. And I think Chris won.
Yep.
Pretty sure he did.
You're not wrong.
So.
So who do you think's gonna have the next character on VK? Like the next potato or what was Mosman trying to do? Was he doing
James with Chair McLeod?
Chair McLeod, dude, don't do that, James. Get something. Just look around your room and pick an inanimate object and just do a theme based on that.
The chair is an inanimate object.
But not the chair.
Not the chair, but it's an inanimate object.
I hope the characters actually get banned. I think that's getting.
You don't like it?
I think it's getting to be too chaotic and disingenuous.
Yeah, I can see that. I did love the Jason Starfire though. That was really funny, genuinely.
Yeah, but it is getting to the whole thing where, and as bad as entertaining as it is and all of that, if everybody just brings in all these different characters to debate, right? Then what it does is it actually makes true the whole circus thing that that Grid claims on VK. If literally
you're right.
Just debating and portraying characters that it's not their worldview, it's nothing but a joke to them.
Yeah, well, it's still that's part of. I agree with that completely.
No,
but
a lot of the comments they're making and stuff like that is just for the laughs and entertainment. They're not actually trying to present real argument.
But couldn't the actual character come in with their own worldview though?
Right. Well, see, that's what little bit. That's what Jason did a little bit until it went to the abortion one. Then he started taking the really stupid claims and shit. But that's what his intention was to hold the exact opposite view of everybody of all of his actual views, as was Shiva's. Shiva was to be a Christian and to argue from a Christian standpoint. The problem is when you get dragged into the 1v1s, they get dragged into the muck, and then they resort to the using the character and being like, "Well, I'm just a potato, boy," or
I'm
like
just
that
a
kind of thing.
simple potato.
It's like Chris, like his fallback when he's puffy is, "I piss on your crops." It's like, okay, great, dude. You want to make an actual
Yeah.
argument? I piss on your crops. It's like, and then yeah, Shiva was boy, and then freaking yeah, JS saying, "Oh, turn all the babies gay." Like that's not like his actual viewpoint, and nor did he have an actual argument for any of it. And at that point, when you're arguing against that person, what are you really gonna do? Like all you can do
Yeah.
is laugh, and when you laugh, then you're gonna get voted off.
It is ultimately like harmful. I agree, but I like how like chaotic it is, like too though, like that, because it's just like the fact that like, oh, anything can happen tonight. Like that's a good
true.
element of VK.
That is good. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the characters do bring entertainment value. They're great for entertainment. I just think for what the show is,
I do love the
actually
characters.
bring
They're
truth
very
to the whole claim of being a circus.
Yeah.
Well, you're in luck, Jeremy, because I'm gonna go up as a clown next.
Yeah, go up as Scooby Doo.
No, I did that for Halloween. I'm gonna go up as a clown. I'm gonna argue VK as a clown. You'll see.
What's the personality of the clown gonna be?
You'll see.
Okay. All right. That's fair. I will see. I'll watch it anyway, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, you all see. It's up there. I've been working on the voice. I mean, you'll see. But we'll see if it actually comes to.
So one thing they do have on on Cuddle Combat though is apparently you can pay to pick who takes the affirmative position on a topic.
Yeah, I've been there for the last couple of them.
You can pick the topic, and then you can pick who takes the affirmative to that topic. So, like the other, I can't remember if it was this past week or the week before, but Ansimp actually did this where he picked the topic and the affirmative, but he chose the topic of being, the Steelman topic about the about religion and Jesus comes from psychedelic.
Yeah, and he made him do the opposite.
But he made Abe Dinkus take the affirmative on that.
Right.
And Steelman had to argue against it.
You mean Anus Knowles? Yeah, I know. I hate that guy.
No, his name is Nipple Anson.
Yeah, Nipple Anson.
But yeah, no, I think that's kind of cool. Like to make
Kat.
to challenge people to take the affirmative. That would work when we have these. But see, that's the problem. Is there's a lot of debaters who go on VK that wouldn't.
Yeah, me. I would drop. I would leave. Right. I will not argue. Even if I can argue against my own ideology, I will not argue against my own ideology.
Yeah, it just feels dirty saying some things. Yeah.
I just won't do it.
I
Right.
do it all the time.
One other element of the show is that it's almost it's almost exclusively funded by Kat. That's another element of Grid Show.
Right. Yeah.
It's sad how true that is.
Yeah.
Well, good for you though. It's good to support like these channels so that they can keep doing it because it's entertaining for us.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. I just had to. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Sorry if I sound crazy. I'm still in bed.
No, you're good, dude. We're all kind of crazy.
Must be fucking
probably
night. Always I still in bed.
Yeah.
Well, I worked all night.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not far from bed, but
I'm I can reach my bed.
I am in my bedroom.
Did y'all read my strategy to win?
I did.
Is Eric? Oh yeah,
and I agree with it.
That's the king strategy. It doesn't work.
Oh, what do you mean it doesn't work?
King
I
has
think
muted
it would work for
everybody, and
me.
King has muted everybody, and solo voted and all that stuff, and he still hasn't won.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Pay to win
I
doesn't-
just mean like
pay to
the
win doesn't work.
calling everyone else gay aspect of it is what I was talking.
I mean, if the game has changed a little bit since I was doing that, but I specifically stopped doing that because everybody started bitching and crying about it.
Yeah,
Being like,
yeah.
"Oh my God, you can't solo judge your own 1v1s." I'm like, "Oh my
You
God, I'm
technically
just playing
can.
the game. Like I
Yeah.
paid to reverse my solo judge, you bitch." Like, but no, they didn't want to do that. So then I was like, fine. Well, what really got me was being called the pay to pay to win player, and I was like, I don't have to pay to win. I can win an
Yeah.
argument. So I've proved that
Right.
multiple times. I can win an argumentation. It was just really fun taking people out when you're sitting on panel.
No, I guess yeah, I can imagine.
It's fun being like, oh yeah, I sent that $100 in. Good night.
I think it would
Well,
work for Cat though, the strategy.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, they wouldn't be as bitchy towards her.
I think everyone would
Yeah.
take it as like the joke that I meant it as, because I really don't care about like winning or anything.
They wouldn't care either.
It would just be a joke.
Yeah.
It would
No,
just be a joke.
you'd be fine.
But I paid to fatality a few people last week because I was annoyed.
I remember because the guy's microphone at the end. Yeah, I remember that.
I missed it. I
What'd you
passed
do?
out. I literally woke up.
I woke up right at
woke up just in the end to see Chris take the win. That's it. That's all I
Yeah.
saw.
Like right before, it was like right before that.
And Easy was
I have been
freaking out about
bitching.
the polls.
I have been bitching at Orthodox guy all night about his volume being
Orthodox.
too loud.
What?
I never saw him
Orthodox
come
guy
up.
was
That's why I was sleeping for that whole thing.
Yeah, he came up and then
I had been bitching, like, turn your volume down. Like, you're like so much louder than everyone else. It's driving me crazy. And he was like, no, I don't listen to women, so I fatalityed him.
Yeah, he's like make me or something like that. And then he just gonna
Yeah, no,
fatality.
I got there right at the end, right when it was the last 2v2.
Yeah, here's a little thing you'll know. For me, if you don't see me actually actively chatting in chat every once in a while, like if there's a long time, just assume that I stepped away. I went to I've got a little couch here in my office that's like 4 feet away from my desk. Just assume that I went over there to watch it, basically to get out of my office chair and be over there. So
That's
I'll be
how
over
it is
there,
for me too.
and I just passed out.
Yeah,
Well,
if I'm not chatting, I'm not there.
If y'all don't see me in chat, I'm not there. Like, I'm usually only there when I am working. So, like, this week I probably won't be there because I'm going to be off work and I'm going fishing. So,
That's
I won't
cool.
be.
Well, good for you.
We're only good for you when you're working. I see how it is.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, what the hell?
Uses
I
us,
gotta
uses
remember
us to
that,
get
Cat.
her-
You just lost
Yep.
all kinds of
She
cool points.
uses us to get her money. She uses us to get her money by passing her time, and then just tosses us to the side.
We're
on
only
her
of interest.
Yeah.
We're only of interest.
We're just like a bunch of hired
thought-
clowns, basically.
We thought you were a friend,
I
Cat.
told Flo to dance monkey when I send him money, and he will. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Flo doesn't care because you're a woman, and also Flo likes money. So
For you and shit, like.
Huh?
I said, if you give Flo enough, he'll fucking twerk for you.
But no, like on my
that
off
literally
week,
happened.
on my off week, I typically try to like be outside, like I do stuff outside. So
No, I get it. I respect that.
Yeah, but you can bring your phone with us. You don't have, or with you. You don't have to like fucking.
Yeah, why don't you start streaming with a
I only care to
GoPro?
hang out with you guys when I'm working.
When you go fishing and stuff, stream with a GoPro on your own channel.
See, it's all cope
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean that's expanding the viewership. The fish might like PK as well.
She usually hangs out with us at night anyway, so it's cope for her to sit up here and act like she's doing all this stuff at nighttime when she can be hanging out with us.
well,
I'm just saying it's rather selfish to keep us to yourself only while you're at work. You could share us with the nature and things like that.
Yeah, we want to watch you fish.
They might like the content we're delivering as well, Kat.
Yeah,
pop
I
in
caught.
from time to time.
Yeah, I caught a fish on JS's stream, a walleye.
Yeah, he does ice fishing.
That's cool. I
That
probably
is really cool.
will. I do have a GoPro, but I don't think I have a chest mount for it.
Oh. Well, I
That's
would watch
okay. You
it.
got
I
two
would hang
hands.
out.
You can fish in one hand and hold the GoPro in the other.
Would you cook and eat the fish on the stream too if you did? Because I would watch that because I always get hungry when I'm fishing.
Yeah, I typically cook if I catch something.
Nice.
Especially
I would watch it.
Especially when my house is finished down at the lake, because I'm gonna have my dock is gonna have a big grill and stuff on it. So.
Oh, that's so cool, dude. If I was your neighbor, I would party down there like every day.
I'm only a few hours away. I come down there for some fish sandwiches.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
I don't eat fish.
Anybody's welcome.
You don't eat fish. No.
Hey, I don't eat things that swim.
And if you go to Cats for fish, that's terrible. You gotta go to Cats for barbecue.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Both sound so good right now. I haven't eaten in like a day and a half. I think I've been really abusing my body the last day or so.
And the only time I'll do fishing is if I'm on a boat. So like if I go kayaking or canoeing or
I have a boat.
Something, I'll fish
There
on
you
a
go.
boat. Like I don't go to the side of the water. And
We can
fish.
get you there, Jeremy. She's got a boat.
I have a boat.
What kind of boat you got, Cat?
A big one.
It's
a yacht.
No, it's only 20. It's only 23 feet. No, it's like a hybrid between a like fishing and ski boat.
Oh, that's cool.
So you can do both with it.
My mom has a boat.
The cabin cruiser.
No, it's not a cabin cruiser. It's a center console.
Go down below. There's two bedrooms.
I literally live on an island, so there's boats everywhere here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually thought about buying a houseboat when I started building my log home that's on the lake because I was like, oh, that'd be cool to have a houseboat.
You don't want a houseboat. If at best you want a cabin cruiser or something like that. You don't
Well,
want
it would have been very difficult to take 11 dogs to a houseboat. So.
Oh yeah! Oh my god. Jeez.
Well, actually,
yeah, that's a nightmare.
I would only be taking 9 dogs to the houseboat because the 2 of them stay with the sheep. So.
You're as bad as my mom.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even kidding, dude. Like, what it was, there was something she said the other day, and she made a statement. It's like, well, that 19 dogs over here, and I'm like, what? Like, why? What? She's like, well, this many are mine, and like, no.
I didn't want it. I didn't want this. I didn't want this.
She said, I think she said that there were 19 dogs there, but then when she ran the actual count, she had 21.
I don't know people with that many dogs unless they're breeders.
They're not
usually.
hers. They're not all hers. Only like 12 or 13 of them are hers.
That's still a lot.
My mom is a foster for an animal rescue organization, and she always takes the pregnant dogs.
Yeah.
So she ends up with the puppies.
That makes sense.
I'm
Does she
basically
sell
running
them?
a rescue over here.
Yeah, that's cool though. If you have the space for it, why not?
Well, a lot of my animals are.
Most of them are all ankle biters. There's only one that's not an ankle
Oh,
biter.
that's the worst. Little dogs I don't like very much.
Yeah, I can't stand ankle biters.
Well, 2 of my dogs have seizures. One of them has his paralysis issue.
Yeah. It's sad how many breeds have like medical issues like that. Like it's sad to see.
Yeah, well, ankle biters have small dog complex. They fucking bark at the air.
Oh my god, I hate it. Yeah, that's why I don't like them. I mean, I don't hate any like creature or anything like that, but they're just annoying.
Yeah, I like ankle biters for other people. Like you got an ankle biter, fine.
Yeah.
It's your dog, not mine.
My dogs are pretty well mannered as far as barking goes, unless my neighbors are out on their side by side, like near the property line. They don't like that.
I mean, mine are pretty good. Google gets a little vocal every once in a while, but the other ones you don't hear. I mean, Zeta's more vocal when she's sleeping than when she's awake.
I just have 2 cats. I don't have dogs.
Oh. Well, Sparky doesn't like it if anybody gets too close to me. So,
That makes sense.
like, even my mom, he'll position himself between me and my mom.
Yeah, some dogs are really like protective.
How many cats you got, Cat?
I don't have any cats. I've never had a cat.
All right, cool.
I got 2 of them.
Just checking.
Yeah, one.
There's one that runs around at my barn.
Yeah, but that's fair. That's feral. That's not yours. I'm okay with that. You get more respect for the fact that you don't have pets.
He's a furry cat.
I used to have a mini pig that used a litter box.
Oh, well.
Cats are little cows.
I don't mind. It's not the fact that litter box usage. It's the fact that cats are fucking vindictive assholes.
That pig was
cats
so
are chill.
sweet. He was so sweet.
You ain't pissed him off, then, Robert. Go make your cat
Yeah,
mad.
they love me. Yeah.
Oh,
Go make him mad. That motherfucker will find a way to.
No, I know. They're funny. Like,
Most likely in your laundry
when they get like that.
And
Yeah.
that shit don't wash out for like 10 loads. You gotta wash that shit again and again and again and again to get rid
My
of
cat I used to have at my dad's house would go in the upstairs bathroom and like attack the toilet paper roll to the point where he like went through the whole roll and just ripped it to pieces. Like he would just do that every time someone put a fresh roll in there.
Dude,
It's
my cat
funny.
would lay in the toilet bowl. Like he would angle himself in such a way that he wouldn't be in the water. He'd be right above the water level, but in the bowl.
They like running water a lot. Like I have to turn on like my my bathtub faucet for them to drink a lot of the time because they don't like drinking from like stable
Stagnant
or like
water.
stagnant. They're funny. They're like little meme factories.
They're assholes, man. They're just outright assholes.
Sparky goes out on the boat with me, and I swear, if he jumps in the water, I automatically catch a fish. I don't know if it's like the splashing, but every time he jumps in the water.
It's because he's an ankle biter, right? They're trying to go at him and they get caught on your fucking hook.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's dinner.
Like, oh, food. Oh, shit. What's this thing?
How big do the fish get where you are? Like in that lake or whatever?
So I'm fishing for striped bass, so they can get up to like 30 pounds. I have caught a 40-pounder in that lake before.
That's big for a lake.
Yeah, I bought the piece of property right across from where I caught the 40-pounder. So I was like, oh,
yeah.
I'm going to build my house right there.
Yeah. Gonna get his children or whatever.
Yeah.
Or her.
Mhm.
I haven't fished in like over like almost 2 decades, I think, actually. I used to do it so much when I was little.
You gotta do it.
It's been a long time since I've gone fishing.
I loved it though. I was good at it, even as a kid.
I go glamping at least once a year, but I don't do routine fishing.
That was one of my bonding. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. Go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just gonna say that was one of my bonding things that I did with my grandpa. Was fishing. He taught me really good how to fish.
Oh yeah, man.
I'm going fly fishing on Friday.
Absolutely, fly fishing. I've never done it. I've always wanted to try it.
I've never done it either, but it seems cool.
I know I'd be really good at it.
Fishes.
I know he does. I've seen him. I've seen his videos.
I took some lessons. I took lessons when I went to New Zealand. And
Did you ever go
I
spearfishing?
I know the technique. I know how to do it, but I've never done it.
I mean, I can fling a lure left and right pretty easily. That's not a big deal, but I don't catch a lot of fish in the air. So
yeah.
No, it's about
most of them are actually in the water, not the air.
It's fun, but like it actually is fishing. It's not catching. Like a lot of times on my lake, I don't really even consider it fishing because it's just catching because it's so easy.
Really? Oh, you got like a cheat lake? That's funny.
She stocks her lake. She fills it up, so like there's so many in there. There's just like food.
Yeah.
Well, no, if it's
No, but I have sonar. I have like 3 sonars, and like so it's
Oh.
it's really
Yeah, so you're cheating, dude. I still respect it though.
fly fishing is more primitive and relaxing.
definitely.
Yeah, that's where you just have like a bobber on the surface, and then you just like whip it when you get a
Nope.
bite, right?
A
No,
fly.
No bobber.
You tie a fly.
Fly on a hook, and then
Oh.
you use. It's completely different. You use a slack line method instead.
No, it's weird because they like fling it around a bunch before they put it in the water.
Well,
That's to like pull some line out, and there's like a mending technique that you use to cast.
That's why I was making the joke about catching them in the air, because the bait is a fly, which generally they make on their own. Like they don't just go buy those things; they usually make their own.
They tie them themselves. That's part of the cathartic effect of fly fishing.
Yeah, I didn't tie my own flies, but my friend ties flies, and I got flies.
Sweet.
So cat can't be bothered to do her own flies. She gotta.
I'm not
showing break her nails.
I'm not a very patient person.
Well, I would still, no matter how bad you're cheating, I would still watch the stream if you stream fishing.
Cat's like, I got money. I just pay somebody else for the flies. I just want to be able to fling it around and get some fish.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, I may be exaggerating. What I like now that I'm thinking about it, there are some days you don't catch shit, but there are some days where you could catch like 50 fish.
Don't catch shit.
Are you out there like all day doing that?
When I go fishing, I don't care to catch anything because like I actually prefer to not catch anything because then I don't have to bother with taking them off the hook and releasing them.
You just say going on a boat and drinking.
Well, I don't drink, so going out.
Oh yeah, you don't.
Going out on a boat, flinging a line, just leaving it.
Yeah, well, it's relaxing either way.
Fishing without actually fishing. That's what I like.
See.
On a boat.
See, I need to go fishing with you, Jeremy, because I need a sober driver.
You know the funny thing is, I've never been to DD for anybody.
That's what I mean. I love to go fishing, but part of the reason why I stopped going summer fishing and sold my boat was because I was the one always doing everything. It wasn't enjoyable to me. I was always one setting the anchor, driving everywhere. Like I couldn't sit back and have a beer because I don't believe in drinking and driving. So I could never do that. I couldn't just sit back, have a beer, chill out on the lake. No, I was always drive, find a fishing spot, set everything up, get everybody's lines ready, get everybody's fish going. I hated being the captain.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I've never been brought along as the DD for anybody.
Well, you and Kent got to hook up then.
Well, the problem is that they don't want somebody sober there. They want somebody they can drink with.
No, fuck you.
Fucking alcoholics don't actually want to be responsible.
That's probably true.
Yeah,
to an extent.
I never was the official DD because I didn't go out with my friends. But at the end of the night, they would be like, "Can you come get us?" And then I would.
Oh, that's the worst.
Well, yeah,
the
issue for that, the issue on that for me was, most of when all that would have been transpiring, these friends of mine are all still partying, going out to the bars and shit like that, and I'm in college, so
Oh yeah,
they're not gonna bother calling me because I'm probably in bed because I got school.
Well, see, mine were all friends like in college, but I was the only one with like a very demanding like course load.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they were just out all the time, and like there were a few times they called me and they're like one night they were at a bar and we're hanging out with Jason Aldean, and they were like, "Please come." I was like, "No, I'm good."
I like we were just hanging out with Jason Aldean.
Well, this was like right before he got super famous. he had come to our
choir the next night, and
he had come to our city for a concert, and just randomly went into this bar that my friends went to, and they were like, "We're hanging out with Jason Aldean, come on," and I was like, "No, I'm good."
I actually don't even know who that is, to be honest.
It's a country singer, and he's like,
You ain't missing nothing.
he's really
Jason Aldean
famous.
is one of the few country artists that I actually like.
Oh,
Mhm.
really?
Yeah, he's super famous.
He's terrible.
In the last couple years, he's
I get mixed
borderline.
reviews here.
He's borderline hip hop. Borderline hip hop.
Hip hop.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Hip hop. Yep, it's not country.
Well, that
Oh,
sounds
it's
way worse than country then.
genre, but it has a little bit of a hip hop vibe to it. So
Hey, okay,
I don't like the sounds of that.
Remember? Okay, Rob, you remember Shania Twain and what she did to country?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all. That's all I gotta say.
You people are sick. I don't mind country, but I don't like a lot of modern music at all. So I don't like modern hip hop or anything that's kind of spawned off of it either at all. I hate R&B too.
Yeah, no, can't stand it. I don't know. I'm just a metalhead.
Yeah, I like more like stuff like that, like rock and metal.
Like I don't know. I even for a while there, I got even to like the shit that you can't even understand, like the deathcore shit. You're just like
that was
I
my
don't
whole
even
high school experience.
I'm
When I was
just
in high
like,
school, I went to a concert, like a metal show, like every weekend.
the noise made my head feel good. Like it just made it just silenced everything else.
Oh, come on, King. We know you like. We know you're all about that screamo.
No, actually, I do love classical music.
Yeah, me too.
Like I listened. That's all through college. All I would do was listen to classical music when I did studying because I couldn't listen to anything with lyrics because then I would sing it and I couldn't write when I was singing.
Yeah, I did that a lot with video game soundtracks.
Get you some Chopin and Beethoven.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh,
Beethoven.
Some
Chopin.
Mozart.
Mozart. Chopin.
Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Sorry, accident.
Teacher Kivitsky.
And Bash.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Don't forget Bash.
Accidentally dropped.
Yeah, what'd you say, Kat?
Accidentally dropped. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Wait, can you?
I thought you were making a funny joke.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Your audio cut out for a little bit, but you're good now.
I think she's struggling to hear us. Actually.
Oh, really?
It seems that way.
Delayed.
Oh, it's delayed? Oh, no.
Delay. Drop and come back, Cat.
Yeah, just drop and come back.
Just talk slower. If we talk slower, then
Come on, man. I can't do it. James changed his profile picture back to that one. That's fun.
Yeah. I like it. I like this one better.
I do too.
I like it too. Yeah.
James, are you even with us here, buddy? You've been quiet.
Jaime.
I think he could put the like because he said he wants to. He put the other one to advertise the channel. I think he could put the same thing over that one and use that one. I just think that was nicer.
I like that one. Yeah.
It has more graphic appeal for
Well,
your
he
channel.
looks nothing against
Aesthetics.
it. He looks 10 in the photo on this one.
Yeah.
Behind
it's because he's like shaved.
Behind the Uncrustable, he looks 10 in that photo.
What do you mean 10?
He looks like he's
10 years old.
Oh, 10. I was like, 10? What do you mean? Like, Tin Man?
He looks like a tin man. Yeah.
Right. I was like, no.
We lose the cat.
To me, as much as I love James and his unique look, his current James Life's Talk picture, it looks like a freaking inmate photo.
Mugshot.
Yeah, no, like an inmate ID. Not even a mugshot. It's an inmate ID photo.
Not even, yeah.
Oh,
We're not
I
even
would
getting all
be
the angles
This
in.
is this is the one that they do on the brick wall when you're inside the building. This is after your mugshot. This is the one that if you've been good enough, they can make you an ID with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't have experience other than an overnight stay. I don't have experience behind bars.
I've never been behind bars.
I got arrested at gunpoint, but I never went to jail or prison.
Yeah, no, I the when I was a bouncer at a dance club, one of the guys I worked with, like they got into he and the managers and one of his buddies got into a fight with some customers as they were leaving, and the main kid that they got into the fight with, he actually got busted lip and stuff like that, and went to the hospital and all that. Well, the city arrested everybody who worked that night. So I worked that night.
Yeah, no, I've never been arrested. I once had a debate with Fredo on state versus private prisons, and in that argument, we argued about shit, and he brought up the fact that he served time, and asked he asked if I was ever inside, and I said yes. I wasn't lying because I worked at a jail, but I wasn't an inmate.
Right.
I was on the other side.
James, come back, James.
So I've been in corrections.
I went on a field trip to Attica in New York when I was in 11th grade.
I will never go back to New York City for as long as I can help it.
I've never been.
I've been there a few times, but I live like on the complete. Go ahead.
I hate that city with everything I can possibly hate.
There's a lot of good food there.
There's a lot of good food everywhere.
Yeah, maybe I'm biased, but I like New York City, like the pizza, and like they have a lot of really nice restaurants from like.
You want pizza? Go to Chicago.
Nah, dude. No, I like New York pizza more. No. My uncle has a pizzeria where he makes New York style pizza called Mario's Pizza.
Dude, that shit's fucking paper thin. It's greasy as fuck. Like if I wanted grease, I'll just fucking get a bottle of oil in some fucking store and drink it. Like,
bro, my uncle's pizza's bomb as hell.
It's nasty.
Eh.
Where are you from right now, Robert? Where are you at now?
I'm in Buffalo, New York.
Okay.
The complete opposite end of the state from New York City.
But yeah, okay.
So we got chicken wings here, which are good as hell.
Yeah, but I got BW3s here. It's fine. Although I get usually I get my wings from Pizza Hut. Wing Street's fucking amazing.
We have a lot of like actual like Buffalo, yeah, like locals doing actual Buffalo. I hear like when you go other places, they don't really have them that well.
I've never seen a buffalo with wings, so I'm still confused on where they came from.
Yeah, well, have you ever been to South Dakota?
No,
I haven't.
Well, there you go.
Is that where they're all hiding?
They don't have buffalo with wings.
No, they're called bison.
I've seen bison.
Not from South Dakota.
They don't have fucking wings.
How do you know? You've never been.
I've been to a lot of places in the States, though.
Yeah, I've been to a fair share of places. My dad was a truck driver, so I rode with him, but only a couple times. So I haven't traveled that much. I've been to just about every little town I can in my state.
Yeah. So Robert, have you had Chicago stuffed pizza?
No, I haven't actually. Yeah, it's like a pie, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like
No.
fucking 3 inches thick. It's amazing. The toppings, they don't put the toppings on the top of the pizza. They put them. It's like layer 2 of the pizza.
Oh, okay.
It's like
I'd be
crust,
willing to try it.
sauce, toppings, cheese, sauce.
I would try it. Yeah, I like food in general. Like I'm not like one of those people that's like, oh, I hate this kind of food. Like I will literally eat anything. I think like cottage cheese is one of the only things I don't like.
Like a Chicago stuffed pizza, medium sized, is like $30, dude. It's insane.
But it's like a feast though.
2
It's like,
slices.
what
You could be as fat as you want to be. 2 slices will fill you up. You will not eat.
Dude, I would crush that right now. I'm so hungry right now.
You would not eat
do
a
that.
third slice. Doesn't matter. You will eat 2, and then you're like, I'm done. I'll save the rest for later.
Hell yeah.
Calzone. Yeah, that's what it is. A freaking Chicago stuffed pizza is like a fucking big ass calzone.
It is not like a calzone in any way, shape, or form. It is not.
It is. It is too. It's just like
No,
a.
it's not. It is not. No, it's not.
Fucking
It is
trash.
not.
It's garbage.
No, you're fucking wrong, dude. You're wrong in every way, shape, or form. A calzone is your toppings and your cheese inside.
I know. Yes. I know.
Inside the breaded thing. It's like a sandwich that you can dip in sauce. It's not even inches thick. It's
I don't care. As soon as you.
Calzone's like a hot pocket with no seasoning that you dip into, or with no sauce. The Chicago stuffed pizza has pizza sauce on it. It's
exactly. It's a fucking
pie.
It's a calzone. It's a calzone covered in pizza sauce. That's all it is, bro.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It is. Yes, it is. You put those ingredients.
A calzone is literally a hot pocket without pizza sauce.
Jeremy, I'm gonna fight you on this. They're called toppings. They're called pizza toppings.
Wrong.
You put them inside. If you put them inside, bro, it's a calzone. They're called toppings. They go on top.
No. No, you're just wrong. A calzone is a hot pocket without pizza sauce. That's what a calzone is.
Yep, and a Chicago stuffed pizza is just a calzone with pizza sauce on top.
No, because there's only the crust. There's only the regular layer of pizza crust. It's literally a pizza that's just fashioned in a different order, but it's also significantly thicker.
Yep, because it's just a calzone.
No, because calzone's not thicker.
Well, it sounds like a really bastardized version of a pizza either way. It does sound good though.
It's fucking amazing, dude. Go look up Giordano's. Yeah, actually, I'll put a link in the back.
Okay.
You could probably order some fucking Giordano's.
Actually, Giordano's is one of the few that does. They will drop ship you their pizza.
Dear.
Oh, really?
Right now, you can get one. You can get one from Walmart right now for only $84.
$84, dude?
Yeah.
I would still buy it.
Oh, Amazon
How big?
for $84.
Now look here's a good
expensive.
photo from the side view of a Giordano stuffed pizza.
Okay.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah, see, that's fucking disgusting.
That's just a cheese.
Okay. Dude, I would munch that.
It's fucking insane delicious, man. You have no idea. Oh no, we lost Robert.
Uh-oh. God damn it, James.
Nice.
Back here.
James!
He went to click. It's because he went to click the link.
No, because he said he would munch it. Like he had to have seen it to make that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. True. Yeah, you're right.
Do what?
James, you're back.
You're back. I think he fell asleep. You fell asleep on us, didn't you, James?
Yeah.
Well, Kat and Robert were hanging in the back waiting for you.
Yeah, we lost Kat, and Robert just got lost because of you. Like,
oh, my bad.
It's all your fault for falling asleep.
I got tired. What can I say?
You're just kicking us, trapping us out of the stream, James. Now what do we do?
Yeah, King P-bombed you while you were gone.
I mean, to be fair with Jeremy.
Can I say I'm tired, okay?
Yeah, he doesn't even seem to care.
Well, I'm tired, so what can I say?
Jeremy was slurring like crazy up here, James.
I did drop some
Hard N's.
linguistics.
Some hard R's, bro.
I was surprised that the stream didn't get shut down immediately, just because based on the words.
Ha ha, very funny.
James, you're out of it, man.
Nothing was worse than the things that James guy said on stream, though.
Oh, I couldn't believe it.
Ha ha, very funny.
Do you really think it's funny, James?
Yeah, you should. Yeah. It wasn't funny, dude. You should mute your mic when you're sleep talking. The stuff you said. The stuff you said was absolutely despicable. Highly offensive.
Yeah. It was pretty bad.
Holy shit, it's fucking 2 o'clock already. What the fuck?
No, it's 3 o'clock, King.
Yeah, time traveler.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock. 3:17.
Yeah, you gotta stop living in the past, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I live in the center. Everything revolves around me. I don't know what to tell you.
You just think it revolves around you.
Yeah, well, until you can prove otherwise. Jeremy, are you working right now?
Yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude.
Yep. It's the benefit of working from home, dude. You kind of get away with whatever you want.
I mean, I don't work from home, and I can half-ass get away with whatever I want.
Yeah, but it's nicer when you can do it from home.
Oh yeah, I agree. I wish I could work from home. I wish I could work from my bed.
I've done that.
I feel like I wouldn't get any work done that way, but it does sound nice.
Not for my current my current employment, but at a previous employment, there were days when because when I was at that job, I was a consultant, and if I wasn't on a project and there wasn't any actual local tasks and stuff to do, I'd literally just log into my laptop and turn off any screensavers or any of that stuff, so it just stayed up. And yeah, I just lay right there in bed, go back to sleep. Nothing to do.
That's awesome. I'm jealous.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. What's also cool is when they did eventually. I had well, not eventually, but I had a project that had me working for the clients that were on the West Coast. So 3 hours behind. So I just because I'm more of a night person, I love that shit because I was waking up at like fucking noon to work for them. So I wake up at noon so catch all the meetings and stuff with these guys. And because I'm on the East Coast, the time is like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We're done for the day. So they expected they would never bother me after that time, so I could just cut the day right there too. So it was just a really short day. I got to sleep in and leave early.
Sorry, I think I'm back now. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's really cool.
Wait, what? Joke I'll appreciate. Omelet stat.
Omelet. It said omelet stat. Holy shit, James brought it up earlier.
Yeah, if that's the joke, I don't get it. Hopefully that's not the joke. Otherwise,
I have a joke that I think because you're like into computers, right?
Sure.
Wait, are you not? Did I read that wrong?
Yes. No, you are correct.
Yeah, I work in IT.
Okay. Okay. I was like, wait, am I a dumbass? Okay. So how did the hacker avoid the FBI? He ran somewhere.
Oh my god.
That's a
That was a
dead.
good one.
How did the Packer avoid the
The
FBI?
hacker. How did the hacker avoid the FBI? He ran somewhere. Like,
Oh, okay. I get it. It'd have been easier in text.
yeah, it lands better in text.
Yeah, I had to think about like ransom. Wait, what?
Well, also
get
my slow Southern drawl probably doesn't help it either.
Yeah. It was the accent.
Yeah, there's another one that's kind of an old it's kind of an old joke, borderline dad joke, but there's one thing people say that programmers never die. They just go sub without return.
I like dad jokes.
Yeah, that one's if you don't know in that one, then in older programming languages, there wasn't a good way to do like loops in programming. So what you would have to do is you would have to tell it to go to different locations or subnets.
Okay.
And so that's basically what they're saying is they would do a go sub, and when you do that, you would have a return statement to send it back. So
yeah, I didn't get that one, but that makes more sense.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah, what's up?
You know how we know that dinosaurs can't talk?
How?
Because they're dead.
Yep, no, that's true, dude. That's a good point. I like those, like those anti jokes, which are kind of like in the same category. Excuse me, as dad jokes. Are pretty good too sometimes.
Robert, I've been to Buffalo before.
I'm really sorry that you had to come here. It's not a great place.
Well, it wasn't intentional.
That's probably the only reason I would accept for going to anywhere within the state.
Well, my ex lived in Syracuse, and one time I was visiting.
Oh, Syracuse is even worse.
Yeah. And I was visiting, and there was a huge snowstorm, and they closed down the Syracuse airport on the day that I was supposed to fly out. So I had to book a flight out of Buffalo to get home. So that's my story of being in Buffalo.
Well, I'm sorry you had to go through that, but Syracuse is a worse city than Buffalo, though. But the snowstorm it's a believable story because of the snowstorm.
Dude,
it happens a lot.
They have a cheesecake factory.
They've got a cheesecake
There you go.
factory in Cincinnati, and they've got one in fucking
some nice authentic
Chicago,
Buffalo
too.
food.
Actually, the cheesecake factory in Chicago is wild, dude. It's at the I forget. It's at the bottom of a tower. So, but like the decor is like insane. Like it's all decked out like it is a cheesecake.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I love cheesecake. I
pretty
love
wild.
Cheesecake Factory, and we don't have one where I live, so I love Cheesecake Factory.
I've never
hate
been to one. I've never been to one, so I wish I could know what it's about.
If you ever go, you have to get the cheeseburger spring rolls. They're the best thing ever.
Oh, I haven't had those. It must be like a newer menu item.
Oh,
I've been there like a decade.
It's been many years since I've been to the Cheesecake Factory, but yeah.
And then you have to get a piece of red velvet cheesecake.
Well, yeah, that's a given.
No, you actually have to get all the cheesecakes.
You lost me at spring rolls, but you won me at red velvet.
Well, no, see, I don't like typical spring rolls like that. Their cheeseburger. Oh, good lord! Now I'm making my. See, you guys made me hungry.
I know. I'm eating right now too. I got too hungry.
You guys made me hungry.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, personally, I don't prefer my rolls to be springy. I just like rolls.
I like mine with cinnamon.
I like them when they shoot out of a can, like those snake in a can thing. I like maximum spring. Are you still sick?
I think I'm on the tail end of it.
Oh, that's good. You don't want to ruin your days off being sick.
That's typically how it happens.
There we go.
Damn.
In Chicago, it's at the Cheesecake Factory is at the base of the John Hancock Tower.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you can go get some cheesecake, and then you can go to the roof of it and look around the city.
Wow, I want some red velvet cheesecake now.
You could probably buy some at like Kroger.
I'm about to look right now. I don't have a Kroger. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't have
Well,
Kroger's here either.
you probably do. It's just not branded Kroger. It's probably one of their other companies.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Are they with
I've been
Target?
to Chicago one time, but it was only in the airport. I didn't do any Chicago stuff.
Yeah, O'Hare Airport's not terrible. I mean, if anything, the only airport that's absolutely the most retarded airport of all is JFK in New York.
I hate Atlanta. Atlanta is the worst.
And Atlanta sucks. I'll admit, Atlanta sucks. And the biggest gripe I have in Atlanta, I avoid them as a hub as well. But like, I went to Atlanta, and when I flew there, I was going to. That was my destination. Was that airport?
Oh God.
I flew into. No, I like Atlanta. Atlanta's cool. I used to drive there yearly.
No, I just mean the airport. I'm sure they did something stupid.
Yeah, well, I flew into the last terminal, or the furthest terminal from the entrance.
Mm.
So it's one big long tunnel that you go through. It's about 2 miles from one end to the other, and the trams were down. So you had.
Oh my God.
And it's a fucking oven in there, dude.
That's
it's
brutal.
Terrible. It is fucking terrible.
LAX is horrible if you're gonna fly international, because their international terminal, you have to go outside of the domestic terminal, like you're on the street and you walk to the international terminal.
You do that out of LA too? That's why I hate JFK. It's the same fucking shit.
You have to
leave security, go into a different building, and then go through security again to catch your leg, which is fucking stupid.
It is stupid.
And it's like a mile. It's like a mile walk.
Oh, it's not that bad of a walk out of JFK. It's just the fact that you have
it's like a mile walk in the heat in LA.
Jeez, man, that's torture.
Yeah. Well,
this should be against the law.
The dumb thing is like it wouldn't be that terrible, except for this one fact is when you book your flights, they work the legs out for you. When I'm saying the leg, it's a layover, right? You're transferred to a flight. So they work out the leg for you when you're going to switch planes, and they don't give you. In some cases, you've got like 20 minutes between when you touch down and you got.
Yeah, I only had an hour, and I had to get my luggage off of the swirly thing, and then go to the international terminal. And I don't pack light. And actually, on that specific trip, I had a suitcase and my bow case. I took my compound bow with me. And oh God,
she's not wrong. You when you go international, that when you leave the airport, you have to get your bag out of baggage claim. Not just your carry-on bag, but if you have a checked bag, you have to get your checked bag.
Dude, that sucks.
Out of carry out
and recheck it.
Go to the other one and recheck it in the international flight.
Well,
yeah,
that's it. It solved it. I'm never going international. Thanks, guys. That just sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Well, I love going international, but the airport is kind of.
I will avoid every bit of going through JFK if I can.
I'm either not going international, or I'm just gonna do it naked.
Dude, Detroit, man. Detroit's.
Well, see, when I fly through,
kind of cool.
When I have Atlanta as my hub, I don't have to get my luggage. They transfer it.
Oh, that's nice.
Because I fly from Tennessee to Atlanta, and then from Atlanta to go international. And I don't have to.
I always try to get my leg to be out of Detroit.
Just saying if I can to get out of
the safest city.
Or Jeremy,
Atlanta.
Detroit's airport's nice though.
Oh, is it? I've never been there.
Yeah, it's really nice.
a lot closer to me.
The Atlanta airport kind of sucks, but the good part is I don't have to recheck my bags. That's the only good thing. But Houston's pretty good. Houston's pretty good.
They can't just have a nice airport.
Yeah,
there's got to be a downside.
Houston's not bad. The problem with Houston for me though is I'm further north than you are. Detroit's a 50-minute flight, Houston is about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Mhm. Anything's far for me though. Like I'm in West Virginia, so even to get to my airport, I have to drive like 2 hours just to get to the airport, and then I fly wherever I'm going.
Oh yeah, I've got a 10-minute drive to get to the. Dude, I've gone to the airport a half an hour before my flight. I've raced to the airport a half an hour before my flight, forgot something, came home, got what I forgot, went back, and still caught my flight without any delay or anything.
See, we have a local airport, but that's just independent planes.
No, that's the other thing is
we have
actually
that. We have that.
Yeah, our nearest airport is like anyone that actually does a flight probably close to 2 hours away or so. Yeah.
Yeah,
at
so
least.
I would
Is Cedar
fly out of,
Rapids? Is Cedar Rapids, South Dakota? I think that is right.
Cedar Rapids is Michigan.
No, maybe it's Iowa. It's Iowa. Sorry,
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
I flew into Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Yeah, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. My bad.
What are you going to Iowa for?
Well, I've been a few times. The first time was to deer hunt. The second time, my cousin plays baseball, MLB baseball, and when he was in the 2A, that's where his team was.
I was gonna say Iowa. Iowa doesn't have an MLB team, but okay, yeah, no, 2A.
Is that one of the corn states? Am I right?
Oh yeah, Iowa's very, very corn. Yeah.
That's why you get those big deer. That's why I went out there to hunt them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's the one thing that's nice about Iowa is like when you talk about gas prices, dude, gas is always cheaper in Iowa. The bad thing is that's because their gas has tons of fucking ethanol in it because from the corn. It's ridiculous. And your car will not if you're not from there and you drive there like I do. Your car does not appreciate that gas. Your check engine light and shit will come on the drive home. You don't have any problems. It's just your car like is pissed off because the fuel changes.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't like you changing fuel.
My Jeep check engine light is like always on, but then sometimes it goes off and then sometimes it comes back on. But it's because of
That sounds good.
Well, it's because the oxygen sensors and the fuel. Like when I fill up,
typically.
Yeah, it's just I hate that because like you don't know if it's something else.
Yeah, so the best way.
Yep, it's still there. We're good.
Yeah, no. The best way to judge your check engine light, I mean, is unless you audibly hear an issue or you can feel an issue with like power or something. Your check engine light is obviously a big deal, but usually it's sensors or some shit like you're saying, Kat. The time that you really have to be concerned or worry about it is when it's flashing. If it's flashing, it means you need service now.
Imminent.
Yeah, it's imminent danger. Like,
yeah, I have the codes ran, and it's the oxygen sensor.
Yeah, I believe it. Those things suck.
Yeah, I don't have any check engine issues with my vehicles. The only issue I run into is on my fucking Pathfinder. I had the same issue on my Z as well, but I just got that one fixed. But the one tire, it's not the same tire, but always one tire. Fucking TPMS, low pressure, whatever. I air that up, and then like a week later, a different tire is low. Now I could leave it that way, and the pressure won't change once it gets to low, but it just one of them is going to read low, and it's going to stay low at whatever that low is.
I have a bad tire pressure sensor in one of my tires on my Corvette because it's not low, but the computer says it's low.
So yeah, one thing is the do you have it where it actually tells you what the pressure is in the tires?
Yeah, it says zero.
It doesn't it? Oh, well, yeah. That's
the other thing is I learned is
they can recalibrate those, but if it's saying zero, then no, that's fucked.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not actually zero.
It's not. No, I've driven it.
Yeah, those sensors aren't terribly expensive. They could just replace them.
Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to take it to get it fixed.
I mean, they replace them when you get new tires anyway. That's like the Z. I have a 370Z, and I just replaced the bought new tires on that.
Yeah, depending on how much it is, like depending on what kind of vehicle you have exactly, and what like how old it is, the kits are usually like $18 to $30 or some shit.
Yeah, and
Well,
every time you get new tires, they're going to put a new TPMS kit on there anyways.
I'm very far from needing tires because I only have like 6,000 miles.
But you can still have the TPMS
wow, yeah.
regardless. It's just a kit to do the TPMS.
Yeah, it's just super cheap. That's the whole point.
They can replace the TPMS, not the tire. They just did new TPMS on mine because I got new tires. I needed new tires.
Finding the time to do it is my issue.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pathfinder. The difference between mine is like in the Pathfinder, it will tell me the pressure in each tire, so I know which one is off. On the Z, the Z doesn't tell me the pressure in the tires. So the way it actually calculates low pressure isn't this tire is low versus this tire is low. It actually is comparing each one's pressure, and if any one of them is off by a certain amount, then it will register low pressure.
That's a pain.
My sorry. My local,
Damn it, Cat.
I know, my local
Airball
car dealer.
Don't be coughing too much there. You don't want to get us sick.
Yeah. Put a mask on.
Yeah, cover your mouth.
My local dealership, they had to install a special lift for my car because I was like the first one in my area to get my car, and you can't put my car on a typical lift because of the weight distribution.
Wait, you had to put a lift on a vet?
To lift it, to work on it?
Yeah, no, a car
like the lift in the shop.
Oh, yeah.
No, it has a lift system in the car, like, because it's really low. So when I drive down my driveway, I use the air pressurized lift system to lift it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she has a lift kit in her vet.
It was both.
Well, all of my trucks and my Jeeps have lift kits, the suspension lifts.
Yeah, that makes sense on the truck. They
gotta lower to get down just so you can get in, Cat.
I mean, my Z's low enough to scrape on shit too all the time.
No, it's the exact opposite. My truck isn't. It's not really lifted. It's just I got really big tires.
Yeah, my Z's not as much power as a vet, but I still like it.
Yeah, it's fun.
I wonder what time Nerd Zone is going to be. Usually it's like 4 or 5.
I think.
You can always come up, Jeremiah.
Yeah, come hang out with us, Jeremiah.
I mean, my problem is I can't watch. I'm working, so I'm not even.
Oh, is Jeremiah in the chat?
Yeah,
Jeremiah, I keep talking to you. I thought you left.
I know I'm neglecting the chat, but I'm working, so I'm not even watching this computer half the time.
To be fair, Jeremiah, if you look back, you said, "Alrighty then," and you were leaving, and I said goodbye. After that, I closed the chat because I knew that nobody else was going to be here. So I'm sorry you came back and I didn't see you, Jeremiah. Come back.
Come up here. I'm dying. Sorry.
Yeah, come up here. Kat might need your help here shortly. She's dying up here.
Yeah.
Bring her cough drop.
Bring antibiotics.
The more the merrier. We might have to fucking go on a seek and rescue and save Kat.
She needs a Ricola.
I'm just dehydrated. I'm just dehydrated because I was asleep. Let's see. Let me just take a big drink here.
If you dehydrated when you went to sleep, you need to drink more water.
No, I drink a lot of water. Robert and I have had this conversation.
Yeah,
How
because
much
I
water
don't
would you-
drink a lot of water.
How much water? Oh, you don't? That's insane, dude.
I
I have a
know. I'm
water.
bad.
I have a water bottle that sets daily goals, so I have to drink a certain amount by certain time periods
And
to be fully hydrated.
how much do you drink in a day?
It comes out to like a gallon and a half, I believe.
I don't know. I drink. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. What is that? Gallon and a half is
It's like a
3
gallon and
liters.
a half.
It's about a gallon and a half.
What does that break to in liters?
You know, like when you get a gallon of milk, it's like one of those and then another half of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
like 1.5 of them. Oh,
Yes.
like a jug and a half. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Or if she gets half gallons, it's like 3 of those.
There's a couple different ways you can work it out. If it's pints, then
Okay, so it's like 5 liters of water.
it's like a
Almost
word
6
problem in third grade math class.
Yeah, you drink plenty of water.
I take my hydration very seriously because not
No,
very long ago.
that's literally all I drink is water. I only drink if I drink any pop at all. It's only when I eat something, and it's rarely ever do I finish either a full can or a full bottle.
See, I
Yeah, I
don't like.
only drink water. I don't drink coffee or anything. I just drink
Nope.
water.
I
Can't
don't like
stand
water.
coffee at all. Don't
I don't
drink
like water. I
juice.
drink lemonade.
Nope, too sweet.
That's fair.
You can get your little lemonade squirty thing and squirt it in your water.
No,
Nope.
that's not
Yeah, I used to do those Mios a lot with the caffeine.
The problem with those is they either have too much sodium, and if they don't have too much sodium, then they have too much potassium. And the pills that I'm on, the potassium will fuck up my kidneys. So
See, that sounds like a you problem.
it is. So it's gross. So I just drink
See, I
plain
need the electrolytes.
No.
It's what
I need-
plants crave too.
I need the electrolytes.
Basically,
I
what
used
King
to
is
drink-
saying. Basically, what King
Oh.
is saying is he got the diabetes and he can't have the good stuffs.
No, I don't have diabetes. That's not at all.
Oh,
Sodium causes kidney stones.
Oh, dude, I don't want any of that.
Too much potassium can cause a breakdown in your liver or your kidney or some shit. I don't really know. I was
Also,
just
certain brands of water have added minerals, and they can cause kidney stones as well. So you have to watch which brands of water you're drinking.
yeah. Well, you know, smoking can cause kidney stones too. Apparently.
Wait, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Apparently, smoking can cause kidney stones too.
Makes sense because the constriction and stuff.
Dude, I have no idea. I'm not a fucking doctor. I just know that that's what
I would say it has to do with the constriction of the blood vessels, but I don't really know the science behind that. But that's my guess.
I just know when my dad had kidney stones, that's what the doctor said is that they suspected that it was caused due to his smoking and that he needed to stop.
Yeah, I was told
that's propaganda.
I was told too much salt and too much calcium. That's what I was told.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't claiming to be a professional or anything. I'm just glad I've never had them.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
I'm going off what I was told.
The sodium and the calcium can.
I don't smoke, so I don't really whether or not that's true. It's completely irrelevant to me as a non-smoker.
I vape. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore.
I don't.
I mean, when I had really bad kidney issues and my stones were really bad, I smoked like crazy. So it could be very well could be one of the things that caused it.
My vices are I drink a lot of pop and I drink a lot of lemonade.
I don't do anything.
I drink water.
I don't even like. I'm so anti-drug, dude. I don't even like to take Tylenol.
I don't take Tylenol. I don't take ibuprofen. Like I literally don't take anything.
I smoke lots of marijuana.
Wait, if I get heartburn, I will chew a Tums.
I can't do aspirin. I'm allergic to it.
That sucks. My little brother's allergic to penicillin.
Oh.
I take pills for my heart, and then I have to do a fucking shot now. I just started every 2 weeks. Fucking
Mm.
retarded. Dupixent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the thing sucks, but
Cat will be your dealer. She'll hook you up some Dupixent.
I need it. It's fucking expensive. Cat knows
It is.
that.
She probably gets a discount.
I think it's a
Fucking-
biologic, so yeah, that's extremely
It's
expensive.
so expensive.
Yeah,
So,
insurance
I'm
doesn't
not
like pay for that.
my very first dose, they're like, it's $30. Your copay is $30 with your insurance. It's like, awesome, sweet. I go back, they're like, hey, you're cool, because they didn't tell me, because your first dose is 2 syringes that you have to load in at once, and then I'm on every 2 weeks, so then it's a syringe every 2 weeks, and every time I refill, they only give me 2 syringes at a time. My first dose, they gave it to me, and then I took it, and then it was 15 days after that I was supposed to refill. I called for my refill because I have to go through a special pharmacy because there is no pharmacy in my area that has it, so they have to deliver it to me. And when I called them, they're like, "Oh yeah, now your copay is $3,300."
Yeah.
I was like, "It was $30 2 weeks ago. What the fuck?"
Well, here's the
No, I
question.
know.
Do they-
Insurance
do they
apps are around
have-
with that all the time.
Do they have a pill option or like
Nope.
a nasal spray area?
No.
I'm gonna die.
It's a biologic. No, okay, so the
I'm gonna die
Dupixent.
because I ain't fucking with needles.
Right, yeah, no, it's bad. Yeah, no, I have to inject it into my leg. It's pretty rough. I hate it, but I also have piercings and tattoos, so needles don't bother me that much. I hate doing it.
I don't have any tattoos, and I've had my ears pierced that I did myself. But
King, did they do like a prior authorization through your insurance to get the price down any?
Yeah, so we worked on that, and so my insurance sucks. So my insurance did cover some more, but then Dupixent has a drug program that they do.
Okay.
So they help cover some costs too. So yes, it has come down.
Wait, does your work
Do you have
give
a
you,
deductible or something?
does your work give you an HSA or an FSA?
No, I don't. No,
Oh,
my insurance is private insurance. My work insurance was bullshit.
Rob, did you say you had a defibrillator installed?
Yeah, I do.
My
What?
dad has one. My dad has one too.
Oh, really?
That's
Yeah,
good.
I have like an arrhythmia that like basically never triggers, but like I guess is really dangerous if it ever does.
Dude, there's a guy. There's a guy I used to share an office with when I worked at a university, and he's got what is it? An irregular heartbeat. I forget what it is. My cat.
My cat.
He's got like an irregular heartbeat or something.
Oh, I'll be right back. Hold on, guys.
He's it's now been 20 something years he's been living with it, so it's still an issue, but like it's it's not like a big question like is he fighting some sort of condition.
Yeah.
But it was funny when it was kind of funny when we were when he was first started dealing with this, and the doctors were trying medications and stuff on him. He'd go through and they'd give him these different types of medications. I don't remember what any of them's names are, so we're just referring to them by their color and whatnot. So there's one pill. There's one pill he got. We kept calling it the blue pill.
Yeah.
It's not it's the color of it is not blue, but even though we called it the blue pill because when you read the side effects or whatever, literally one of the things in there gives a warning. It's like contact a medical professional immediately if you start seeing blueness, which what that is lack of oxygen and stuff like that. And if
wow,
you're basically fucking dying.
Oh my god.
We call it the blue. Like the side effects on these things are fucking crazy. So the second
I know.
like, he'd be on these pills and like he'd go through and have a side effect, so he's got to call the doctor. Doctor gives him this other pill to address the side effect that he got from the one pill. He's taking like 20 pills a day now, and like one pill is the pill he needs.
Yeah, that's effed up.
And then like the other 19 pills are to address the side effect that's from that pill, which then needs another pill to address the side effect from that pill. And,
yeah, that's how they get you.
There's like this
My
whole hodgepodge of pills that he's on to address each side effect, and every time they change it, then they have to go and change up like all of these pills because they
Yeah,
all
no, that's a scene. And then they
different things
obviously
to
all cost
complement
money.
each other and stuff.
For
Oh yeah,
mine's not a cardiac issue; it's an electrical one, so I don't have to mess with. Like I take a metropolol, which is just like a beta blocker, but that's literally the only thing I take for my heart. So I don't have to really worry about that, thankfully. I see an electrophysiologist, not a cardiologist.
gotcha. Yeah, no, his is different because
Mhm.
his shit doesn't beat on like you know you're supposed to have like a regular pattern for heartbeats. It might go like he'll beat normal and then all of a sudden it'll like stop beating for like 5 seconds and then start back up and it'll beat like extra fast
Dude,
for like 2
that's
seconds.
effed up. Oh my god.
3 seconds and
No wonder
like,
he has all those medications.
there's really when you know when this happens it just happens. There's no pattern to how long it lasts and stops or whatever. There's been cases where his heart has actually stopped for almost a minute and then started back up, no problem. Sometimes the heartbeat itself is so faint that they can't even get a pulse when they're doing a reading for it.
Damn, dude.
His doctor said, like, dude, you should be dead. Like you're
Yeah.
like you're telling us you're dead. You're not.
That's
like,
not good when your doctor says that.
They've put him in studies to try to make sense of it and stuff like that. The ablations. You're familiar with like the ablations, right?
Yeah, I think like kind of.
I
Yeah.
don't think you haven't had to experience that. I'm pretty sure, but being somebody with a heart condition of sorts, it's probably something you, at least as
I've heard of it. I've never had it done.
I'm again not a medical professional, so I can probably misspeak on this, but the general understanding of an ablation is they essentially burn parts of your heart in efforts to kind of decenter its focus on that. And they're like killing parts of your heart so that it focuses less on that and puts more focus on triggering other components or something. That's the understanding I get from it. I could be totally way off base, but that's
no. I'm like somewhat familiar with it, and that sounds about like what I was expecting to hear.
Yeah, I'm just giving the clarity is somebody else follows back and reads this and says I'm wrong. Sure, I could be wrong. I'll do that now beforehand. I'm basing this off of secondhand expertise on it, and but he's gone through several of those. But the doctor who actually first came up with a super innovative process for doing this ablation procedure, he's had him do this. He's gone through it like 4 times now and still doesn't fix it. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's hard stuff is really scary because it's like, I mean, if that doesn't work for like 1 second, you're just like, you're there once in 1 second and the next second you're gone. Like there's no like warning or like whenever I've lost consciousness from it, like it's so scary because like there's just nothing. Like
it's amazing how much we know and can do about it, and at the same time we don't know fucking shit and can't do anything.
Yeah, the heart and the brain and like obviously those are two
we
things.
can totally just give you a new tube that goes from your heart to like replace an artery or take a vein from one place and put it somewhere else to replace it, and we can do all this shit, right? But when your heart's fucked up, your heart's just fucked up.
Yeah,
we just find a way to cope with your heart being fucked up.
Heart and like the nervous system's a lot like that too. Where like if your spine's fucked up, then you're just done.
If your brain's fucked up, you don't know anything about your brain. Your brain's just
your brain's
fucked up. Your brain just stays fucked up.
Yeah, that's what it is. My heart's got a fucking issue. That's what I'm on pills for. And then the other thing was the Dupixent is for a fucking skin. Skin eating.
Bye in chat. That's fucking rude, dude. Remember this. Cat just leaving us the name say bye.
Yeah, what the hell, dude? That was that a rage quit because I mentioned I had defib?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Because I'm a cyborg.
Rage quit.
That's a defibist.
Yeah, dude. What the hell? Just because I'm a cyborg.
Here we thought you liked Rob, but now he comes out. He exposed his heart to you, like literally and figuratively, and you just.
I was trying to open up. I was just trying to open up.
It's like fuck that robot guy.
This defib intolerance will not be tolerated.
She's just afraid that if I go to shake her hand ever, it'll go off and I'll shock her and I an accident.
Wait, does that happen?
No, it's never actually did like the big shock. Like so it does. It's constantly monitoring my heart rate, obviously, and then it does like a little mini shock that I barely even feel if like just to try to like guide it back where it needs to be, and it only does the big shock if that doesn't work, and that hasn't happened.
Right, barely means you feel it though.
Yeah, I can if I'm like doing shit like it's possible for me to not feel it, but like yeah, it's like a very very light sensation.
But no, the question I had, you were saying you made a statement like you go shake their hand and at the same time you get a shock.
Oh no,
Well,
yeah,
that
no.
actually happen? Could you actually shock somebody? If you
I think. Oh, like could it? Yeah. I don't see why not. Yeah, if I'm touching somebody, absolutely. It's a really powerful shock.
Dude, you know how fucked up that would be.
I know, dude. I know. I've thought about that a bunch of times because like I have no idea when it'll happen.
You have issues boarding planes because of that too, don't you? You have to like tell them you have.
Yeah, it's actually easier. Yeah, so I have a special ID card that lets me not have to go through any metal detectors ever, and they have to do a pat down instead. So no more metal detectors for me.
Yeah, but what about X-rays?
I haven't had to do an X-ray since then, so I'm not sure. They might. Yeah, they might. I can never do like an MRI.
They do the crazy X-ray machine thing where you go in and you like put your arms up or whatever, and they run the little X-ray around you.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if that would trigger it or not. If it does, then I don't have to do that either then.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it detects, but I imagine it would see the a weird object in your chest area. And
thankfully, at airports, they're trained enough like to know what that is and like what to do with it. But like if you're going through if like there's like a local police department or something, they might be like, "What the hell?" Like because they're not used to seeing that. But thankfully, at airports, they have more training usually.
Yeah. I mean, your metal detector or whatever wouldn't damage that, right?
I think it just might well, I don't know about damage. It might like make it malfunction, I think.
Oh, so it would impact your device. I mean, like I get your device would trigger that for detection,
right?
But
no, it's a health issue. Like
the metal detector actually impact or interfere with your device.
Yes. That's why I get to skip it because it like there's a chance that it could actually like make my device malfunction.
Dang, so metal detector could kill you. Death by metal detector.
I know. Damn, dude.
What way to go?
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why I don't plan on going out that way.
First, he was boarding a plane, and then TSA killed him.
And then I exploded in a big blast of lightning.
Man, that'd be. That's sad. We laughing at this. That's just fucking.
No, it's fine. I don't get bothered by that kind of stuff at all. I think it's funny too.
Yeah, it's crazy. There was a friend of mine in high school. Like, I don't know what his condition. He had a weird thing. Like, his heart was not in the right place.
Oh wow!
Like, your heart's supposed to be more to the left of your chest. His was shifted. I can't remember where it was shifted, but because of that shift, his ribs and all that formed in such a way that his entire chest was like caved in there. So like he could literally just take his hand and push in on his chest, and it looked like it would just go forever, right in the center of his chest. It was wild. Yeah,
that's really weird.
Rob, how old were you when your heart problem was figured out?
It was like 3 years ago, so I was like 31, 30.
Okay. Did you have to wear a heart monitor when it first happened, or did you like have like a fainting spell, or how did it happen? If you don't mind asking.
No, I don't care. I passed out, and then I went to the hospital, like to the ER, and then they did a whole bunch of tests, and they were like, "We think it's something with your heart," because like they did a bunch of diagnostic stuff, and like there's some like irregularities with the heart, so they kept like digging into it, and then I got diagnosed with a type of arrhythmia, and they gave me the defib. They cut me open, attached a battery to my heart, sewed me back up, and then that's what happened.
Crazy. Yeah, no, my wife's nephew, I guess, so kind of my nephew, whatever. He was 17 years old, and his dad came home and found him passed out in the kitchen with blood on his chin, and they couldn't figure out what happened. They brought him into the hospital and everything, and then found out he's got like this. I'm not even sure what it is. Some weird, rare heart condition that affects like less than 1% of the population. Where at any point in time, our heart can just stop beating, and he'll die. So he had to get that whole defib thing too. I was like, what the fuck?
That's not that dissimilar to what my thing is. Mine's pretty rare too.
Like, it totally destroyed his like chances of military and everything. He was crushed.
You know what? You could not have a heart condition, your heart could still stop and you die.
True. Yeah, very true. Very true.
I'm happy it happened because I now with the defibrillator, like I'm way safer than I ever would have been like otherwise. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Well, and you get that cool express pass through TSA.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I get to just roll in with like sunglasses, like with the cool guy
dude,
face.
that's awesome. That's the best part, dude.
I don't think so, buddy.
Well, no, I'm saying anytime you see metal detector, you know you're gonna get a nice, good hands-on experience.
Yeah, I get to be felt up by some probably not attractive, probably not even female person.
Right. Well, I mean, at least you get some action.
That's what you want, right?
No, no, it's not. But I can smuggle stuff in a lot easier because they do a really half-ass pat down because they're not used to having you do it.
All right. So you're saying
not that I ever would. Yeah. Of course, I would never do that.
The drugs.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if there's any cartel members listening, just DM me.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
All right. Shit.
I think Chris's stream is starting really.
Holy fuck! It's 3 o'clock. All right. Well, fellas,
I think James back out again.
Yeah, I gotta get a couple hours of sleep. I gotta get up here in 3 hours. So I will see you all later. I'm sure somewhere along the lines.
Wow, quitter.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck you, Jeremy. You went to bed earlier.
I got a couple hours in.
I went to bed last night because I had to work this morning.
Exactly. So I'm still awake. So I'm
still working.
Fuck you, bro.
I'm counting the time down to get my old man nap.
Right. Exactly.
If you want to hang out on Nerd Zone, we're doing a stream at Chris's like right now-ish.
Oh, you're on the panel for that?
No, I'm just saying I might go on it at later, but it's just going to be Chris, and I'm not sure who else.
Of course,
Chase. Oh yeah, no, Chase will be there because he pushed it back. He couldn't make it yesterday, so they rescheduled it today. I remember now.
I'll throw Chase out the airlock.
Well, yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know if he lets that happen or not. Well, we can. It'll be a hell of a thing to find out.
You know that you get the reference on that, right?
What the airlock? What's the specific reference?
That's Among Us.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
We was playing Among Us. I said I was gonna always vote that he's the.
Just always vote for Chase.
The imposter, even if he's not.
That's brutal. Yeah.
And
I would love to play that with you guys sometime.
I want people to play Lockdown Protocol. Have you looked at Lockdown Protocol at all?
No.
What's the name of it again? What protocol?
Lockdown Protocol.
Lockdown? No.
It's basically Among Us, only whereas Among Us is like what is that, third person?
Yeah.
Third person top down. Among Us is Lockdown Protocol is first person.
Oh, that's way better already.
But it's the same thing. You have these little, you've got these little side tasks or missions, whatever you do in the game. While there are in this game, they call them dissidents. But same thing. You've got people that are corrupted.
Is it a PC? Is it a PC only game though, Jeremy?
I don't know.
Probably is. I'd bet.
The first person view makes the horror aspect of it. It makes it a lot
That's
more
why
realistic
I
too.
think that's why the Among Us works is because it's cross-platform with multiple. Like, people can use their themselves and their cell phone and everything.
But there's more to it, Robert. Not only do you have the Among Us aspect that you have those tasks, and you have the same aspect of the dissidents or imposters that are killing you, but you obviously don't know who the dissidents or killers are, and you can kill them. You can kill. There's no meetings to vote out the bad guys or anything.
Oh,
right?
you just shoot them.
They just keep killing people and stuff, and it makes a big noise when they die. So you hear when somebody has been killed, but you don't know if it was a dissident who killed somebody, or it was somebody who killed somebody thinking they were a dissident, or if it was just somebody who killed somebody to kill somebody.
Yeah, just to be a wild card.
Yeah, and even if the dissidents get killed, even if you manage to kill the dissidents, right? There's no indicator. Like, it doesn't say, "Hey, you won," because the dissidents.
Oh, really?
You win by completing the tasks.
Oh.
The dissidents win if they kill all of the survivors.
Is there a time limit for completing the task, like Among Us?
There's a time limit. Yes, there's a time limit.
Okay.
Damn,
that sounds cool.
So it's better in the sense that you never really know you've won as an employee. You never really know you've won.
Yeah, like the other person always might be an imposter. And
then there's the aspect whereas in Among Us, you have to get right up in range and you just kind of stab them or kill them with a knife, right?
Yeah.
In Lockdown Protocol, they sometimes have a knife, but they also have a couple different types of guns. And sometimes there's a spawn of a C4 with a trigger.
Oh my god!
Sometimes you get the C4 without the trigger, and you can't. It's just C4, and you can't do anything with it. So it's a gamble on what you're going to get.
Oh wow!
The only thing is when you get the C4, in a lot of cases, even if you're not a dissident, people just go up and blow up an entire grouping of people just because
absolutely.
And it's fun in the game.
Yeah.
So I just think there's a lot more
mechanics.
I think there's a lot more mechanics in Lockdown Protocol for fun with a group of people.
Absolutely, that sounds amazing. I'll have to check it out.
I want to get a group of people to play Lockdown Protocol, but I also want a group of people to play Schedule 1 just because Schedule 1 looks like a fun game to fuck around with friends.
I have to look at that one too. I've heard about it, but I don't have it or anything.
Yeah,
or is it
I
not
don't
out
know
yet?
that either one of those are mobile or console games. So King, you might be right, and it might be something you don't get the benefit of playing until you finally bite the bullet and get a PC.
I have a Steam Deck right now and a PS5, but yeah, if it's on Steam, I could probably get it.
All right, I'll see you later, guys.
Later,
see you, King. Have a good night.
Fuck you, James.
All right, well, I'm gonna quit out too and see what's going on with Chris. But yeah, if you want to hang out over there for a while, that's where a lot of us are gonna be, I think.
Yeah.
All right, but take it easy. It was nice talking to you guys. Later.
So, yeah, I guess I'm gonna give James a stream to himself, so it's gonna be a James snooze fest.
Hell yeah, those are the best ones.
All right, later, man.
Shoot, I'll shoot. I fell asleep. So if anybody's watching, y'all have a good one. Y'all have a good one. I'll just sleep. Goodbye, goodbye. Chill, chill, chill.